Ono Tadashi sighs, "Oh my god, why are we still printing these damn documents in the 21st century? I wonder if he even makes it to the last train home." A quiet and peaceful life in the village. How he wished for that. The man looked at his computer screen. Damn, if he didn't hurry, he might not get home today. He started screaming. Damn, the man got hit on the head. He started moaning in pain. How is that? Why is only the dark-haired one working overtime today? Even if you call for help, no one will come. The guy was lying under a cupboard that had fallen on him. The last train, he wouldn't make it. Someone would come. There was no point in calling for help. The dark-haired guy was already dead. A guy appeared with a wide smile and a tool on his shoulder and his hands. Behind him was some unusual little animal, somewhat reminiscent of a wolf. Next to them were two girls. The goddess began. Arya met the man and said, "Oh, lost soul, welcome to Avesta," she introduced herself. But wait, the man was confused. He doesn't know what's happening now. They transferred the man to this world, Avesta, after Tadashi's death on their Earth. That's it. It turns out the dark-haired one died, and such a death. So this is heaven, but the goddess of the beginning, Arya, spoke of another world. The man was given a chance to be reborn and start everything from scratch in another world. What? To be reborn. True, the opportunity to live life a second time. His soul is very pure, which means he is entitled to a blessing from the gods. Then she said, "O gods, come to my call." Her family is the 12 gods of Avesta. A person is given the right to choose the god that will give a man a blessing. They are all so different. The guy apologized and asked who this was. The old man replied, "It was Kronos, the god of agriculture, so that's it, he is the god of agriculture." That's it, the old man won't say anything more. Let the guy go. He's more than sure that Tadashi will say that forestry is too boring, and it's not worth choosing such a blessing for a new life. You can choose the goddess of wisdom, Maya. Now sages are very popular and powerful. With her blessing, Tadashi can use magic. No, the guy likes agriculture more, as strange as it may sound. The guy is serious now. I'm sure he listened carefully. Well, Tadashi always wanted to spend the rest of his life in a quiet village, and the blessing of the god of agriculture is perfect for this. The old man became excited and happy. The dark-haired man really wants to choose him. If you want to become a craftsman, then the volcano will be better. Tadashi asked, "What does Mr. Kronos give?" He is happy with the question. Agriculture itself, as a living being, is not only plowing fields, forestry, fishing, livestock, brewing, cooking, and processing. The list goes on forever. That's how. Then the guy trusts himself to Mr. Kronos, and the dark-haired man spoke with a smile and was clearly happy. The old man was even touched. He cried at Tadashi's words. How could he not cry? 10,000 years had already passed. Since the creation of the world, the dark-haired man was the first to choose agriculture. That's right, the old man didn't ask the dark-haired man's name. His name is Ono. Ono Tadashi. Kronos replied, "Oh, what a beautiful name." The interlocutors smiled at each other. But still, to be reborn and start farming, let the guy not regret his choice later. He called Arya, the goddess of the beginning. They answered Kronos. He may never have such an opportunity again, but the old man has a request. At the cost of his own life, Kronos asks to convey Ono to Tadashi. The goddess understood. So Tadashi, the old man, will give his powers. And what appeared on the guy's hand, Kronos replied, "Oh, this means that the dark-haired one was chosen as the savior of the world." This drawing on the hand was a blessing from the god of agriculture, the seven-starred one. But old man Kronos was asked to wait. The guy needed to know something. The god of heroes, Helcabald, and the goddess of wisdom, Mia, appeared and asked the old man to explain himself. He was crazy to give 7 stars to Tadashi. It was against the rules. Where did she get that idea from? Let him see. Even if it is agriculture, it is not allowed to give a person 7 stars. Kronos knows. The laws of this world cannot be broken. Mrs. Arya will not leave this just like that. That's it. The old man told her to shut her mouth. Agriculture is the basis of human life. But Mia asked to listen to her. There are reasons for everything. The goddess told Arya that the world is on the verge of destruction. And since there is such information, then the Avesta awaits its end. That's right, the goddess of wisdom got nervous and said only a drawn-out well. The world there is not very developed. Most of its inhabitants are still fighting for territory. Hunger and poverty reign in many places. Mia is asked to say how many people she has blessed. And the god of heroes, Helcabald, let him also say he blessed no less than 80 men. Right, it is true. He confirmed and answered yes. With rare exceptions, there were at least 4 humans who had turned into dragons, who had received the blessing of the monster god, Oda, 24 demon lords under the patronage of Diabel, the demon god, and Ono Tadashi I. The more food there is in this world, the better for him, eh? No matter how many times Ms. Arya explains, Mia still won't accept it. She turned to Ono Tadashi. Let him say, why not choose one of them? The guy has a great soul. He deserves more than agriculture. Kronos was indignant. Oh, you? Mia asked, what is it? Mia and Helcabalt, and before he forgot, the guy needs tools, so he needs to turn to the volcano. The old man gave Tadashi his blessing, and he should vouch for the dark-haired one. He is the hope of this world. The monsters in this world are too strong, and even with the blessing of Kronos, the dark-haired one will be weak in battle. Just one blessing is not enough, but you can't get the blessing of several gods. How petty she is. If you want to survive in Avestra, you have to fight. Helcabalt was asked if he agreed. It was for the sake of saving the world. God apologized, but no. The old man decided to do it differently. The god of heroes said, hey, gods should not fall on their knees before each other. This action baffled Helcabalt. Kronos asks, he is too weak. This is the only thing the old man can give Tadashi, even though he is a god. He is trying to make the reincarnator even stronger. The god has gone too far. The god of heroes said, okay, let the old man raise his head. Tadashi will receive from him the blessing of a hero for exactly 1 star. Helcabald asked the boy to give his hand. Now it's Vulcan's turn. He is the god of blacksmithing. He agrees with Kronos, but the old man can't even give 1 star. And the problem is Tadashi. When the gods give a blessing, they thereby strengthen faith in themselves, at the expense of the person who chose them, but it is necessary to take something in return. Tadashi apologized. He has no money. The fee is not money, but it can be taken later, for example. It can be an ordinary sanctuary or altar, and that's what it is. It means a place of worship. He would have preferred high-quality alcohol and delicious food. After all, the guy was the first one to choose agriculture. Tadashi replied. Thank you very much. The dark-haired one asked what Helcabalt wanted. The god of heroes replied, he would have wished not to give him his blessing at all, but Helcabalt could take it back if he wished. God looked at the boy and said, Tadashi is well-mannered. Let him forget and consider this just his gift. The main thing is not to blacken his heart. So Arya asked Ono Tadashi if he was ready. He was. The guy answered yes and thanked the goddess at the beginning for everything. Then let the guy keep the blessings given to him by the gods in the mortal world, the goddess of the beginning. Arya wished the reincarnating a happy life. She, smiling, created magic and something began to happen to the dark-haired man. Ono Tadashi was blessed by 3 gods, and he, with 9 stars on his hand, flew from the sky straight to the earth, the dark-haired one, the only one who chose agriculture for himself. Where did this guy end up? Ono Tadashi stood on the land of Avesta, the subcontinent of Limbo. The god of agriculture appeared here. The old man congratulates him. Okay, Mr. Kronos will bring the dark-haired man up to speed. But Tadashi doesn't even understand where he is, so let's see, mountains, river, forest, plains, it doesn't matter where the guy is. But there is everything for agriculture. And the air was clean, he understood that. But the guy wanted to do farming in some quiet town and didn't think that he would end up in some deserted wilderness. Tadashi said that he was glad. If you think about it, you could say that every country takes a good tax on this type of activity. Tadashi didn't think that there could be taxes in another world too. Well, the guy still wants to go to some country. He will have to give huge deductions to the aristocracy and endure humiliation from them. Okay, let Kronos continue the instructions. All the countries of this world are mired in war and corruption. Tadashi is the only salvation. The old man would not want the dark-haired one to go through all the worst that is in this world. If so, then let Kronos say that these lands are truly uninhabited. This subcontinent is called Limbo, and it is considered to be rejected from God's blessing. It is easy to break a tool on the local stones because the stones and trees that are here are harder than iron, and the river is full of deadly poison instead of water. Not a single person will live here. And how can a guy use this power? Well, Kronos advised to first dip his hand in this river. Tadashi was very surprised by this. Why? He did what the old man said, but this is the same poisonous river. When the hand plunged into the water, everything began to shine. Kronos said, see, now you can even drink the water. It's true. The guy's blessing can purify any water, he thanked, but early, when Tadashi's body was transferred to this world, the dark-haired man again became 20 years old, no longer afraid of injuries or illnesses. The old man has a small parting gift. Tadashi wonders what it is. Mia's own magical bag, an ideal item for farming as it has unlimited storage space inside. She can definitely be taken, well, if you don't take into account that she was taken from the treasury without permission, then it's not a big deal, but it's also not allowed. No need to worry, the old man will apologize to her later. Then Onotachi will do everything to make the old man forgiven. Let him tell what offering the goddess wants. Let the guy not think about it when she is angry. It is better not to touch the goddess. Okay, let's move on. Purified water can be drunk. He understood that. Now he needs food. Tadashi can even store water in his bag. Let him scoop up a little. Great, the dark-haired one should make dishes out of clay. The bag will do as a temporary container. But what happened just now? The fish jumped into the bag. What the hell? The old man told Tadashi that it was good. He congratulated him on his first catch. There was food. Hey, the two of them can go for a walk. They need to try to find something useful. In the forest, he took a tree branch in his hand. Magic trees, they really are like iron. The old man asked if Tadashi had found anything. The blessing even allows him to understand local plants. With the guy's level, the analysis wouldn't work. It's not clear what the Elysia herb is for. He's lucky. It's a high-quality herb, named after the goddess of healing Elysia, but it shouldn't be here. It's not clear where it came from. Maybe she sees them and helps. It will be necessary to thank her. Tadashi will plant grass right away in his free time. The old man praises the guy for such kindness. But first, right here, it's worth starting to cultivate the soil. Tadashi turned around and started to make something. And he came up with this cleverly. It almost looks like what he wanted. He thought to make a shovel, but it turned out to be a hoe, but still a great start for agriculture from scratch. The goal is set, you need to start working. His first swing of the tool now on the ground, Ono Tadashi put his homemade construction into action, and once, it slammed onto the ground. A whole bunch of stones flew around these two. It was unexpected. The old man was amazed. He said something. Tadashi became embarrassed and smiled nervously. What happened? The old man wants to ask what Tadashi did, but he said to put his heart and soul into this matter. The dark-haired man did just that. Ono cultivated the land, made it fertile. The old man doesn't know how to react. No one has ever received the blessing of the god of agriculture before, and he himself doesn't think that the powers of Kronos are capable of such a thing. Most likely the guy influenced it. Human desires can work wonders. He always wanted to do something like this. Actually, that's how it is. The old man knew that Tadashi was a good guy. Okay, now they need to try watering the land. Wow. The ground is taking on its natural color. Now I need to plant something, like the elixir herb. Tadashi had it. This grass has already sprouted. How does it grow? And so quickly? Is it even possible? Tadashi was very surprised. The old man just chuckled. The power of Kronos comes out. Tadashi's blessing will allow any plant to grow in 3 days. The guy thanked him for the explanation. Now everything becomes a little clearer. Animal bones should be used as fertilizer. The guy poured out the contents. Wow, even fertilizers work better. At this rate, Tadashi can grow a large tree in 2 days. Okay, we need to try growing something else, the guy agreed. It's almost evening, and we need to chop wood for the fire, honestly. Tadashi doesn't really want to chop down a tree that's about to grow soon. The guy started chopping with a homemade tool, but don't the logs need to be dried first before making a fire? The old man will explain everything now. Yes, freshly cut trees contain a lot of moisture. You can't use them for a fire, but in any case, in 3 days they should dry out on their own with Tadashi's abilities. Not so bad. But no need to worry, there is a better option. You just need to take and give out the tree. Tadashi asked again. What? Squeeze it out? The old man answered yes. Like a rag. What the hell? So this is what Tadashi can surprise? Wow. That means this is also a blessing from God. It looks more like magic, like you can just take and squeeze a tree. Blessing is not magic. It is the skills of the god himself, and the god has infinite possibilities, and Tadashi also received a blessing. Let him not forget. 7-star blessing of the god of agriculture. This is really amazing. Okay, let Tadashi make a fire. He apologized, but how to make fire? No need to worry, let the guy take some dry grass and spread it out like this, yeah? And now take 2 pebbles and just start hitting them against each other. You need to try to create a spark. Ono Tadashi did everything. As the god of agriculture said, smoke came out. Now you just need to transfer this flame to the tree. The log caught fire. Fire is beautiful, so after all the work he did, Tadashi enjoyed making fire with his own hands. Kronos thinks the guy is funny. The dark-haired one always dreamed of spending the night by the fire. That's how it is. Well, in general, Ono Tadashi is right. Sometimes it's just useful to sit and talk with someone by the fire just like that. The boy and Kronos looked at the fire and talked all night, watched the stars and listened to the sounds of nature. Tadashi felt nostalgic, something he could only dream of. The old man asked Tadashi what happened. He was just thinking about his future. The guy thinks that he needs to build a house, and he also needs something to boil water in. The guy forgot about it. You need to mix clay with sand to make it stronger. Tadashi wasn't very good at it. But it still turns out pretty well. Apparently the blessing of the god of blacksmithing is at work here. What is this? This is Jomon ceramics. This is how our ancestors used to do it. It sounds interesting, and he likes it. Things from the world of Ono Tadashi are beautiful. Okay, all that was left was to burn them in the fire. The guy put the clay dishes in the fire, then checked them with a stick. Oh, they started to turn black, Tadashi chuckled. The old man lifted one cup with the help of a stick. Everything is exactly as he said. But what did Kronos say? If you do it too quickly, they will break, but with the blessing of the god of blacksmithing, everything turns out well. Then Tadashi will continue polishing them. This will improve the appearance and protect them. He smiled. The guy hadn't received so much happiness from work for a long time. Usually Tadashi did routine things from morning until evening. Tadashi is hungry. He needs to cook something. The guy seemed to have caught a fish when he was collecting water. Wait, is it even edible? It's a demon salmon. It's edible, but hard to catch. No need to worry, everything is fine. When the guy touched the fish, he immediately cleared it of poison, but if Tadashi doesn't like something, you can leave the fish and go do martial arts. The old man is joking, but we must remember that some creatures remain dangerous, even after purification, and these are the ones that live in the local forest. No need to worry, Kronos will spend the night with the guy, but then it would be better to find a shelter or build a house. Tadashi asked what it was. It was just a demonic bird. It will be necessary to make a weapon, but why? The old man says it already exists. Demonic ore and wood will be stronger than steel, which means any tool made from them will be better than a sword. Also, let him not forget that the guy is a hero, and he has a blessing. Tadashi is stronger than any person in this world. And, indeed, the dark-haired one remembered. He said that it was better to prepare, the old man answered, and that was right. Does Tadashi remember the illyasviel grass? From it you can make a healing potion. It's better to prepare for everything in advance. If Tadashi follows this principle, then in addition to himself, in the future, he can save more than a dozen lives. What is this old man talking about? It's better to continue cooking. First you need to cut the salmon, then throw it into boiling water, then add some mushrooms. Ono Tadashi did just that. It smells pretty edible, delicious, only it lacks miso sauce or regular salt. Why doesn't Tadashi add some illyasviel grass there? The guy is wondering. Is it possible? Tadashi tried it and said, wow, it tasted even better. Kronos noted that it was actually an ingredient for the elixir of life, but as a seasoning it was also good. Although he is a god, he can calmly accept food as an offering. Though let him say what the old man initially wanted as an offering. Kronos wants a stone statue for himself. Well, bon appetit. The old man tried Tadashi's food. He asked how the dish was. It was very tasty. The old man had not eaten such good food for a long time. The guy was glad that he liked it. He would even invite that iron-headed guy to try this dish, even though it would be impudent to ask. But he would like to have a statue of him too. Kronos was talking about Vulcan, about himself. It won't take long to persuade him. Vulcan arrived. The old man asked to see what Tadashi had prepared. Let him try it. It was fish soup. The old man gave the god a plate with a dish. The guy asked Mr. Vulcan how he was. Not bad at all. Since he had eaten, it was time to work. What was Kronos talking about? Then he could really stretch out his pleasure. Okay, the old man allowed them to eat, but let Vulcan listen to him too. He asked if God knew what it was. Maybe it was demonic ore. That's right, can Vulcan process it? It's impossible for a god to process it, but with his divine power, Kronos began to persuade. Tadashi listened to them and ate his soup. Why is there a divine power here? Kronos is at a loss. Why has he never heard that any mortal could do something with it? Let Vulcan tell us what the secret is. This is because mortals can't think in broad terms. They first have to get a few tools, a furnace, an anvil, a hammer, and a pair of tongs to hold the hot metal. Tadashi just slows down. First of all, you need to start with something simple. This is a furnace. Of course, I would like to see a couple of molds for melting and a place for the material nearby. But this is good. Okay, the oven is ready. Tadashi assembled it. God answered perfectly. Let the guy make a fire. Now Vulcan asked to bring air and firewood here until the temperature reaches its peak. Okay, now all that's left is to put some wood in here. But demonic trees don't burn. Vulcan asked the guy if he was sure that if he put in enough effort, they could be lit. God knows. But let the guy wait a little and look more closely. Oh, if you look closely, you can see that the color of the flame has changed from red to blue. To kindle it, you just need a higher temperature, which means you need it for demonic ore too. The guy immediately understood everything, but Mia doesn't understand this. She's trying to take items from this material. Well, since the guy knows what to do, then go ahead. Vulcan will be nearby, and will tell you if anything. Tadashi answered well. The ore turned blue, which means the guy is doing everything right, he thinks. Vulcan called Tadashi, he responded. The guy was praised. Since the ore turned blue, it meant that now it could be worked with. And also, the old man had never had a better student in his life. The dark-haired man thanked him for the compliment. What should he do, he should ask Vulcan. Since the guy doesn't know, first he should make a plate, and then try to make a hammer out of it. Tadashi understood, and will try now. Even if nothing works out, the guy will know in which direction Ono Tadashi should move on. The dark-haired man began to tinker. Okay, when the guy is done, you need to put him in water. At the end of all the work, in Tadashi the ore should remain blue, and it is very strong. From this you get excellent tools. Well, not bad. The hammer is ready. The guy did it. It looks so-so, but it should do its job. It will do better in the future. Vulcan praised the blacksmith. More practice and everything will be fine. Tadashi will try harder, that's why he asks Vulcan to teach him. Okay, the guy should mine more ore next time and make a better forge. Didn't God notice this utensil? Tadashi created it when he fired it in a fire at a high temperature. It's ceramics. Vulcan thought about it. It seems to him that the guy should start improving its quality. If the old man helps him, then Tadashi will gladly do it, naturally. Where else can God go? The guy and Vulcan began working together. Any mortal would envy their speed. Tadashi tried very hard and listened carefully to Vulcan's instructions, and through joint efforts, everything worked out. They did what they wanted. The guy finally fell asleep. Oh, what a shame. Even someone who has a blessing still needs sleep. Let him sleep. He worked 2 days in a row. The old man thinks that they have done a good job of cultivating the boy, since the god of agriculture says so. A seed that has been given fertile soil and carefully cared for will eventually blossom. He thinks he will blossom, the old man can't say for sure. In the days they spent together, Kronos can only say that Tadashi is not the type to risk his life. Well, in any case, Kronos prepared Tadashi well. Maybe he won't save the world, but the guy has every chance to make it a little better. Where he ended up is just a deserted prison. But as long as Tadashi is here, he can change everything. Not only for the locals, but for them. The gods, anyway, the guy should at least try. The gods will be watching. The old man is right, of course. Tadashi woke up and wished both gods good morning. They answered, oh, woke up. Both wanted to say something to the guy. The boy's training came to an end. They leave Tadashi and leave him to himself. Well, he thanked the old men. Vulcan noted that he had not had such students for a long time. If there are problems, let the guy ask. But Tadashi should know that God will not help for free. He needs to prepare a good offering first. Okay, they can count on the dark-haired one. Let him remember, first he needs to arrange a home for himself and start living there. And the offerings, that's all later, naturally. The guy thanked him for the remark. He and Kronos will go. The old man will miss Tadashi, but these are the rules. Let him take care of himself. Good. The guy thanked the gods for help. They will see each other. That's true, definitely. And now, it's time to collect his first harvest. Thus began Tadashi's life in this world. After the third harvest, the field was greatly transformed. The cypress and chestnut trees that the boy planted began to resemble a forest. He built a small house, a warehouse for storing grain, and a small cellar. For the measured life that Tadashi dreamed of, nothing more was needed. But the guy had been feeling lonely lately. This can be written down as a downside. To living on the edge of the world, he began to dream of having a pet. But where would Tadashi get one in the middle of such a wilderness? If the guy doesn't do anything, the puppy might get killed. Damn, what should he do? Should he try to save the little animal, or something terrible will happen? Tadashi remembered what Kronos had told him, that he was now very strong, so let him dare indeed. The dark-haired one was blessed by the god of agriculture. Tadashi went into battle and said, well, leave him alone. Did it work? He's so persistent. Since you can't hit him with a direct attack, then. Since it flies, you can just shoot it down. The guy swung and hit it, then again said that there was plenty of land, let it fly up, and began to threaten the bird so that it wouldn't come here again. Let this overgrown chicken not come here again. The guy asked how the animal was. She had such terrible wounds. Let her wait a little. That should help. Where did he come from? And where are his parents? In any case, the animal is definitely not from their region. Maybe he got lost or was chased by that monster. Tadashi fed the animal a bone. The forest is big. The animal was carried away by the bone, but if he continued to eat the bones, he could break all his teeth. Tadashi became worried and handed him something else to eat. This little animal is cute, although Tadashi doesn't know who he is. He looks a lot like a dog. He said that he can't leave him here. The guy asked if the animal wants to go with the dark-haired one. Well, that's great. Now he and the little animal will live together. Tadashi took him in his arms. Exactly. He remembered that he had to give him a name. The guy didn't think twice and took action, just like that. For such sounds it's worth calling him Kururu, the animal answered him cheerfully. Finally, Tadashi is no longer alone. The forest is growing, the fields are expanding, several types of different crops that are suitable for food are already growing in Tadashi, but the season will soon end, and the guy hasn't managed to do so much, eh? Maybe he should try to find out what's there. Yes, the guy will probably do that, Tadashi looked out the window and thought, then went outside. Tadashi doesn't know what's there, but you have to be prepared for anything, the guy asked the pet what he thought. And in general, how quickly Kururu grew up. It is unknown whether such rapid growth is normal for this animal, but in any case, it is some kind of subspecies of dog from this world. The guy and Kururu go on a short trip, the animal said something to its owner, they will go to the sea to add salt, Tadashi doesn't know how many days it will take. The pet said something, and the guy understood. He wanted Tadashi to ride, but no thanks, he could walk on his own 2 feet, Kururu took it and threw it on his owner's back. They rushed into the distance, Kururu was simply something. The animal's speed was equal to the speed of a car. The little animal began to make its usual sound. These two were heading somewhere, yes, on foot. This journey would have taken many days. The pet was just great. Tadashi thanked him for giving him a ride. The sea in another world is very similar to ours. Tadashi is even surprised. Only the water is very dark. Maybe it will be possible to clean it. The guy tried and something unimaginable happened. The water is salty, it's becoming more and more like the sea in Tadashi's world. Does that mean these worlds are similar in general? In any case, we should try making salt. If you boil salt water and let it level out, then in the end, the salt will remain at the bottom. You can put the production of salt on stream, the guy asked the pet. What is it? Wow, this is seafood. The pet asks to follow him. There is a huge pond further on. It's gorgeous. There are even lobsters in it. But these are definitely lobsters. The guy is in another world. It doesn't matter. You can call them lobsters. He cooked them on a homemade structure. Tadashi let his pet try the meat. They're so delicious. Tadashi ate what he cooked with pleasure. The seafood was also salted right away, which is not surprising because they live in seawater. Simply delicious. Kururu started making sounds that were typical for him. Tadashi laughed. He could cook more food for his pet. Let him not worry. They sat by the water and enjoyed the view. Kururu started drinking a lot. It seems that it is because of salty food. We need to give him water. Tadashi saw his pet. What? But if he is here, then who drinks water? Suddenly, someone went and took the bowl that was meant for Kururu. Tadashi got scared. She exclaimed, "Water! The water is gone." The guy is confused. Is this a girl? She also has ears. Tadashi videos like these are only in every fantasy. Where is she from and what? In another world there are problems with water. The unknown girl only repeated, "Water." Another stranger appeared and screamed, "Human." She wants the guy to take his hands off. Aaron, what's going on here? First the girl with the ears, now the elves. They were on that ship that was nearby. Tadashi was so engrossed in seafood that he didn't notice them, so wait, why is the girl in a swimsuit? Don't elves live in the forest? The elf continued, didn't he hear her? Let the man move away from Aaron. The girl also asked to let her go. They and she don't like it. The others also repeated that Tadashi should let the stranger go. The girl asked the gentleman to give her food. He will do it, but let him stop calling Tadashi gentleman. The stranger told isekai that the guy is a good man. Aaron is asked to move away. It's clear that he's still a man. People are very cunning. Tadashi could have poisoned the food. No, all the seafood was recently caught here, and why would a guy poison food that he would then eat himself? Isn't this the border of human territory? The guy asked. The border of what? So the girl asked where they sailed to. If they are talking about this, then the gods said that this is the edge of the world. They are surprised. They sailed so far, but the water at the edge of the world should be black and poisonous. Shouldn't Tadashi have purified it? Otherwise, how can they get salt and seafood from it? He cleared the whole sea. Let him not talk nonsense. The elf does not believe the man. It is their right not to believe. Tadashi is telling the truth. Isekai was asked if the others do not want to eat. The guy also has water. What's wrong? There was no food or water left on the ship. If the girl with the ears hadn't met this man, she would have died of hunger. She's right. If they really need it, then Tadashi is ready to share provisions with the sailors. The guy doesn't mind, he can still catch some. But no, after what the people did, they can't be trusted. Hey, what is this magical beast and why is it so big? What? Magical beast? They are talking about Kururu. The beast answered them something. He's an ordinary dog. The guy doesn't understand what's going on. Now Tadashi at least knows who he is. Can't you see? A small dog. Okay, at most, a wolf. Yes, he has such fangs. They can easily gnaw through the scales of a dragon. The girl does not know who Tadashi considers his pet to be, but it is definitely the legendary Fenrir. Something happened, and the elf woke up. They tried to bring Mrs. Iceland to her senses. They were worried about her. She mumbled something. Tadashi stood over her and asked, "Did she wake up?" She jumped up and exclaimed, "Man," Tadashi asked to stop treating him like that. You can see that the others calmly accepted the guy's help. Tadashi was told by the sailors what had happened to them. The crew was fishing on their ship and suddenly they were all carried away. The guy doesn't know what they'll do next. First, the sailors need to gain strength and rest. The girl was given a vessel with water. Let her drink it. It's water with Acelia grass. The elf will feel better. Alicia grass. Where the guy found such a rare plant, the elf began to faint again. Tadashi caught her and asked how she was. Wasn't it clear? The girl was dehydrated, and the sailor hadn't eaten for a long time. The girl received the 3-star blessing of the goddess of healing, Elysia. Naturally, she understands that Tadashi was not lying when he said that it was Elysia's herb. But it is very difficult to find it or buy it. Maybe Tadashi really is not such a bad person. While the girl was exhausted, the dark-haired man gave the sailor something to drink from a spoon. The girl said that she could continue drinking herself. Tadashi replied that that was good. Now he needed to get up little by little. The elf felt the ground and said, "Oh, grass. We were on the beach. Tashi grew it." He just thought that it would be uncomfortable for a girl who had lost her strength to lie on the sand. She was surprised. Raised by this man, the elf thought that the guy was lying about the sea, and Fenrir was also serving him, and who is this anyway? While the girl was thinking, Tadashi was stroking his pet. What, the guy has a 9-star blessing? Since Tadashi has the highest blessing, it's better not to go against the dark-haired one. The elf apologized for what she did and said earlier. She is the head of the sea elves. And the representative of the Kambal archipelago, her name is Iceland Ariadne. The guy already knows. He heard, the elf is the queen of the whole archipelago. Queen? No, the girl denied what was said because it was a long time ago. Now the elf is just the head of the sea elves. Tadashi answered, "Ah, so that's how it is," the guy apologized. That's right. Tadashi himself hasn't introduced himself to her yet. He said his name. The elf thought that the dark-haired man was the king. The guy said that he was the king. But no, his name is Uno. Not Uno, it's just a surname, and Tadashi is a name. The elf repeated the guy's name and asked if, in the presence of a surname, the person's family is known correctly. "Just a farmer," the girl said to Iceland. "The gentleman is really good. He even has the 7-star blessing of the god of agriculture and can grow everything quickly." Erin, as usual, has her head in the clouds. She thinks that the man will really just share food. But if they had not accepted the help, the sailors would have died of hunger. The girl hands the sailor some food. "Come on, let her try it." "Okay, so be it, she'll have a look." And why is she behaving like this now? The elf made sure that there was no poison in the food. If she wanted to check the poison, she would have made Tadashi try it first. The girl wanted to refuse. But now she really needed to gain strength. She would have made Tadashi try it first, which meant that there was something like that in this world too. The guy smiled, looking at the elf. The girl thanked her for the food, then turned to the dark-haired man. She knelt down in front of the guy and asked him to let her become Tadashi's slave. Everyone was very surprised. The guy was in complete shock and said, "Well, such an offer was a surprise. Make her his slave." What? What does that mean? Tadashi immediately justified himself. That let no one think. He would never in his life make a girl his slave. Someone has to sacrifice themselves for his help, so let it be her. But no, Iselina is the leader of the sailors and should not offer this. The girl wants to be the master's slave. The elf refuses. Eren is the hero of the beastmen, their last hope. That's the thing. Why do they want to thank the guy for his help in this way? It's very shocking. The girls hesitated. He was a man after all, and they were indebted to the guy. All people were bastards who were just trying to take them into slavery. What do they even think of Tadashi? Doesn't he want a beautiful girl as a slave, to put her on a chain and do absolutely everything that comes into his head? But Tadashi didn't think about it. The guy has always lived on his own and doesn't need slaves. Kururu is his favorite pet. Tadashi is serious. Why did the master help the sailors then? So what's the problem with helping if someone needs it? Don't the people here do the same? The girls shook their heads in response to the guy's question. This surprised the guy and he said, "Oh, how is that possible? What's wrong with the people here? Does that mean Tadashi is on the Kambal archipelago, where the sea elves and beastmen live?" And he was captured by the military duchy of people from the Eastern Sea, and the sailors also obey him. How is this possible? It's unthinkable. Before the duchy captured them, demons were constantly attacking from the Northern Sea. Many of their comrades were eaten. Tadashi replied that it was simply terrible. They, the sea elves and beastmen, have always been a weak people, and during conflicts they crowded to the borders. But now the archipelago is divided between demons and people, and the only survivors left are girls. The demons only think of them as food. The duchy is better, but their demands are too high. They said they would turn the girl into a slave if she did not fill their treasuries to the brim with gold. Mr. Kronos told something about them. In order not to be slaves, the sailors decided to escape and sailed away on a ship in search of provisions. The situation in the world is terrible, and the people here are too cruel. The guy told Iceline that he would share food with her. You need to know. They are omnivores, that's true. Tadashi began to pour out a bunch of everything that was in the bag. What is this? This should be enough for everyone for the first time. If it is not enough, then Tadashi will give more. This is great. The master is very grateful, but the guy will simply stop calling him master. But Tadashi is interested. Something is wrong. The guy gave Iceland some illyasviel grass. The elf asked if there was still much of it, and there was even more grass in the field. Let the girl take it, and the dark-haired man will pick some more. The girl was surprised. Does he grow this field himself? You can't believe it in real life. It's very rare and difficult to grow. What's the problem? Iceland is asked to calm down. Tadashi is the king of agriculture. He has a 7-star blessing. For him, raising her is a piece of cake. Aaron is right. The elf has already forgotten about it. To tell the truth, there are a lot of wounded on the island. The girl is amazed that Tadashi agreed to give the grass almost for free, that's how, but the guy said that it is worth saying how much they need. Tadashi thanked and apologized for what Iceland said before. She has a 3-star blessing from the goddess of healing. The girl can make an elixir from the grass of illyasviel. It is much better than simple grass. Then Iceline is going to show right now what she can do. The girl began to make it and took a mortar, where she put the grass. Iceline began, "Oh, goddess of healing, illyasviel," the girl asks to give her the power to heal. In her hands the elf holds an elixir, although the price is small, but you can consider it payment for your help. Tadashi sees such beautiful glass for the first time, and that's it. The girl thought that he would appreciate the elf's skills. The dark-haired man apologized. Iceline's abilities are great. Even he doesn't know how to make such beautiful glass. A girl wearing glasses came out, which means that, in this world they can create lenses, glass, just like Asha makes bottles. She has a 1-star blessing from the god of blacksmithing. Elves are originally skilled in creating glass. Tadashi will be incredibly happy that he will be taught how to make the same glass. The guy asks the girl about it. Asha agreed. She will show everything to the master. But even with so much sand under their feet, they have no stove or tools. Tadashi has encountered this problem and knows the solution. He replied that everything will be fine now. Tadashi has a bunch of materials with him. The guy started to turn the bag inside out. Let them just say what is needed, and the dark-haired one will create it. He is happy that Kronos gave such a bag. The girl asked how he creates bricks. Asha believes that Tadashi also has the blessing of the god of blacksmithing, and with his main blessing it speeds up the process. Tadashi gave more than one blessing. Asha understands better than the girl, and apparently she is right. The guy finally finished creating the stove. We need to take care of some portable options in the future. It all depends on the quality of the sand. There are a lot of shells in the sea sand, and because of this you will need seaweed. Like this, a lot of shells. If Tadashi is looking for seaweed, you can take sailors on the ship. What is this, Undaria pinnate? Tadashi knows such algae. Yes, in his world, there was also an ocean. It is unknown how much is needed for glass, but the guy will leave a little for soup. Tadashi eats seaweed. Did people who came here always throw them away? Looked at the elves strangely. Why not eat them? They are quite tasty. Not everyone in the human world likes seaweed either. It's true, Tadashi would look good among the sea people. The guy thinks that by the characteristic of eating seaweed, all Japanese could be included here. Tadashi found the seeds. He uses the appraisal skill. It's sea cotton and sea rubber. I wonder how it's different from regular cotton. Sea cotton and rubber are used to create clothing for sea creatures. Tadashi realized that he would have to grow them then. Then the girl would show him how to do it correctly. Yes, with pleasure. But alas, its cultivation can take a year or more. It is interesting. Tadashi took the seed and told the elf, then let her see what he can do. Well, Tadashi planted the seed, and what happened next? A sprout grew, and the guy replied, by the way, it can also be used as fertilizer. And the guy is smart. One of its uses is just fertilizing the soil. If so, then we need to try it. Tadashi took a mortar and began making. Icelina can't believe her eyes. Such huge trees are growing right in the middle of the beach. Now he definitely has enough material for glass. Tadashi turned to the elf. The girl said that she would do everything to repay for the help and food. That's true. If it's within Iceland's power, then she's ready for anything. This world does not need healers or brave warriors, but those who are ready to feed the population. If so, then Tadashi is ready to do this, and therefore he will have to sacrifice his goals. Tadashi is an ordinary farmer, and that doesn't mean anything about this world, so he wants to make a deal. The elf asked him again. A deal? Yes, that's right. As a farmer, he needs different plants, seeds, and knowledge. In return, Tadashi will give them food and Alicia grass in the amount they need. The girl smiled. Iselina understood him. Tomorrow morning they were going back to their island, but the elf would definitely fulfill Tadashi's request. The guy hesitated. And, tomorrow morning? Oh shit, the sun is setting and it's already evening. Iselina replied, well, yeah, isn't something wrong? Tadashi was too exhausted today and completely forgot that he needed to build himself a shelter for the night. The guy spent the materials on a stove and tools. The elf said not to despair. Everything is fine. Eren was asked to start. She understood, so the girls had tents. Tadashi thanked. Kururu appeared. He also worked well today, but he is all in the sand. Let him follow the owner. The little animal is now so fluffy and beautiful, but how can Tadashi take a bath now? He was very embarrassed in front of the girls. The guy thought about making a locker room in the future. Iselina asked Tadashi to spend the night in her tent. He was very surprised. Why, no. The guy thinks that this is a bad idea. It is better to stay here and watch the fire. The elf did not understand. Mr. Tadashi can't be allowed to sleep outside. The girls asked him to sleep in the tent. Asha saw the guy and said, oh, the master came to them. This is a bad idea, and there is more space inside. Okay, Tadashi still agreed to sleep in the tent. They persuaded him. The girl was glad that the gentleman was sleeping with them, but the guy said that he refused and was going to sleep by the fire. Kururu entered the tent and Tadashi laughed. The little animal persuaded him he would sleep inside. In the morning, the girl greeted the master. Eren also got up early. The girl asked Tadashi if he was going to work, and Eren thought that the guy would take advantage of the chance. But what chance? What chance? Just look at Iselin. Tadashi knows that she is ready to do anything for the guy. What is wrong with the girl? Who do they take him for? It means the elf is not his type. It would be better if he told me how the fabric is held on the tent. What a stupid question. With glue, how else? Glue. They use animal bones for it, just like in his world. Tadashi said good morning. He wants to know how elves make tents, the elastic properties of the tent due to the marine rubber. The girl asked Tadashi if he really liked this kind of thing. Yes, the guy had dreamed of this his whole life, and Eren likes something she doesn't even know. The girl is a warrior. Well, the guy expected such an answer. They wished Iselin a good morning, let her drink. The girl is very awkward now. She rarely shows herself to anyone sleep-deprived. Tadashi thought she was more inclined towards common people, but it seems like she really is a princess. So they return to their island. Judging by the strength and direction of the wind, they will be there tomorrow. Tadashi asks them to hurry up and bring food to their comrades. They thank the guy for everything. It's a deal. So there's no need to thank the guy. Tadashi made it. Because he can't ignore the way the people here treat others, the guy is thanked again. Now Tadashi understood what Kronos was talking about then. The gods don't give their power for nothing. It needs to be justified by helping others. While they are gone, the girl will leave Tadashi Asya and 2 other elves. Let him take care of them. Okay, the guy thanked. Well, have a safe trip. The dark-haired one said goodbye. Now, maybe the girls will name themselves and tell about themselves. Tadashi wants to give them a job that they are both good at. Yes, one of the girls is Lola, and she can sew well, and this is Berry. She worked in the fields. Tadashi understood he was counting on these 2 and Asya too, but could they change into other clothes? Women in bathing suits are good, but for the dark-haired one it's too much. Or the girls don't have other clothes. And in general, why do all the sea elves wear bathing suits? Because on the beach, a bathing suit is the best work clothes. And now they will have work on the ground, so now Tadashi will give them other clothes. It is dangerous if the girls' skin is exposed, and that is true. The girls ask Mr. Tadashi where to start. They can make glass, right? So first they need to grow a forest. What? A forest? Wow. Trees really do grow just because they're watered, and Tadashi wasn't kidding. The guy will plow, and Berry will do the planting and watering. If they succeed according to Tadashi's instructions, it means that anyone can grow anything so quickly on the land plowed by the guy. The preparations for the forest are ready. The master has been contacted. Well, Tadashi wants to dig a well here, but the girl insists on leaving this work to her. She already dug a well on the island. No, Tadashi can handle it himself. He thinks it needs to be somewhere around here. The girl was surprised. It seems that the dark-haired man guessed right. Let the elf move away. What? A strong stream of water burst out from underground. The guy smelled fresh water from there. That's why he hit there. Tadashi is glad that everything happened so quickly, and the guy didn't have to dig a hole, yes, but the girl doesn't quite understand what he's talking about. Let the dark-haired guy lead the construction of the well to the elf. Although it's still early, the guy will take care of lunch for all of them. Lola was asked to help Mr. Tadashi with cooking. She agreed and said okay. The little animal returned with prey. It's amazing, Tadashi noted. Wow, Kururu brought so much stuff. The salt that Tadashi made was great. The guy tasted it. Lola went to the gentleman and asked what she should do. Tadashi asks to let him think. Let him bring him the seaweed that Iselin left for the guy, and the dark-haired man will take care of the broth. Let Lola soak the seaweed in a large saucepan, the girl understood. The broth is almost ready. She saw that Tadashi was making bread. The guy was pleasantly surprised that the elf knew. The dark-haired one heard that bread and cookies can be made from the she fruits, so he decided to try. The girl had already made bread, so we could leave the cooking to her, okay, but Tadashi also wants to learn, so it's better to cook it together, she agreed. Shea fruits are good for cooking, but it's better to mix them with flour, that's how it is. Then I'll have to ask Iselin to bring more of them. No need to worry, she will do everything. By the way, they have salt, very good, the dough becomes heavier because of it. It's good that Lola knows how to do it. The dough is already in the oven and is cooking. There is smoke from the cooking. Tadashi took one in his hands and it looks completely different from the one in his world. Maybe it should be like this. Next, seafood soup. You need to get the seaweed out before it boils. Let's see, if you add what Kururu found, it will turn out to be an incredible dish. This is delicious. The girl didn't know that Tadashi could cook seaweed and would also eat it with the girls. You can assume that the guy is also a sea elf. Lola also doesn't consider the guy a stranger. He laughed, it's nice to hear. Kururu made pleased sounds. He also liked the bread. It's so tasty because of the shea fruits. So these three expressed their gratitude for working hard today. Here, Tadashi made them coffee from local fruits. Let them try it. The elves didn't have such a drink. It's bitter, even though Tadashi tried hard to make coffee for the girls, but they'd rather drink water, they apologized. Then it would be the dark-haired one who should apologize. And the taste is exactly the same as the coffee from his world. What's wrong? Where's the mistake? Asha liked the coffee. She thinks it's delicious. Tadashi is glad to hear it. The girl asks not to do this, but Tadashi is going to teach her today how to make better glass. Asha is ashamed, because this is all she can help with. Everything is ready. Great. It's just great. Asha said that Mr. Tadashi is the best. The guy made a glass blowing device. His blacksmithing skills are simply amazing. Tadashi laughed. He just had a good teacher. He hopes that Vulcan and the others are doing well. He'll have to treat them to seafood sometime. Tadashi's tree speaks very well, and with the guy's technology, they can make first-class glass. If they have more glass, then they will be able to create more vials for elixirs. The more elixir they have. That is why, let the girl make more vials. You need a lot of these elixirs, which means it's time to expand your fields of Elysia grass. And they also need vegetables for food, so you need to plant a field with them. The guy asks Barry to help him. He needs to do something before it gets dark. She understood the task, even though there is a lot of work. Tadashi likes to live like this. He makes tools and utensils from what he finds himself. This is how Tadashi always dreamed of living. The master is asked if they need to play with sea cotton and rubber today. Then the girl will go after them. If Tadashi wants to make thread and fabric from cotton, then he will need a spinning wheel and a loom, and making them is not easy. But she and Asha could work hard and make them for the guy, he agreed. Then Tadashi would take care of the sewing needles. Tadashi is going to use cotton to create threads and fabrics, because the quality of such things is much higher. Usually a guy does not think about this, but he wants to sew good things for them. The guy was asked to pay attention there. It was Iselina. And the others. Tadashi was very glad that everything was okay with them, and they returned back. And why are there so many of them? There really are several ships in the distance, more than there were before. The girl jumped out and flew to the gentleman. He replied that there was no need to call him that. The girl just stuck out her tongue and replied that she didn't know anything. Tadashi said, "Oh, you." They turned to the gentleman. They said that they returned. It was Iselina. There was a lot of stuff in the boxes, all sorts of products. They brought the harvest with them. The girl wants Tadashi to take a look. Wow, he thanked her. Tadashi thought that they would only bring seeds, but the finished product was still better. The guy smiled and was happy with this outcome. Barley and hops. Tadashi can now make beer. Sugar cane and palm nuts can now make sugar and oil. And also wheat and soybeans. Tadashi thanked them. The girl says that they tried to grow them on the island, but they didn't really want to grow. So the girl apologized. Their island is not suitable for some cultures. No. Tadashi thanked them. That's enough. They are great. If there were more of them, the guy wouldn't know what to do. They sent almost everyone here to help the guy in the fields, about 150 people in total. In addition to this, they took all the necessary tools that will help in the manufacture of fabrics. And what did he want? The girl ruled the whole country, therefore everything was calculated. Now Tadashi had to create the fields precisely. Yes, he had to, the guy thought. The girls were asked if any of the three had already gotten close to Tadashi. and he was shocked by the question. But no one even tried to do anything like that. That's how it was. The girl wouldn't be offended if that were the case. He is a great man, and the desire to sleep with him is natural. Why are there so many people here? Tadashi doesn't mind, but the guy really thinks so. They will help the guys build a village, and the girl thinks that they won't be enough. Village, with Tadashi's permission. Of course, the guy doesn't mind living here, but did he come to the beach just to stock up on food, or does the girl want to build a fishing village here to get seafood? The girl put her hand on the railing. No, to build a village here. Iselina was confident in her words. She had decided everything. She is glad that Tadashi created a forest for them, so let him say if they can immediately start cutting down the forest and building a village. The guy asks her to wait. The cut tree cannot be used first, it needs to be dried, and this will take some time. The girl knows this very well. If you try, Tadashi can do it in about 3 days. If the guy squeezes hard, it will make the moisture come out much faster. But it turns out that everyone has their limits, Tadashi apologized. But what is the girl talking about? He repeated her name. The elf wants to build her own kingdom with a master at the head. The girl wants Tadashi to be the king and rule these lands wisely. Iselina was firmly confident in her proposal, and the dark-haired man was nervous and asked again, "The kingdom?" The guy refused, because she was definitely exaggerating Tadashi's merits, that's true. He has the blessing of Kronos, and not only him, the dark-haired man began to explain himself to the elf. Maybe the guy is right, but this place is considered a prison, and Tadashi was able to make these lands fertile? This is a blessing. The dark-haired man is not as great a man as the girl thinks. Since they don't have their own kingdom where they can live freely, why create a new one? The guy is right. Only Tadashi doesn't know what is beyond this place, the elf called Lisa. A girl came up. Her right hand was missing. Tadashi asked what was wrong with her. Lisa is a warrior who has served the elf's family for a long time. Her parents were eaten by monsters from the demon lord's army, and she herself lost her right arm in an attempt to escape. The elf asked Lisa to drink the elixir, and the girl did so. Lisa's arm began to recover. The guy heard that the elixir is the best medicine in the world, but he didn't think that it would help restore lost limbs. Mr. Tadashi was thanked. Now she can again serve Mrs. Iceline faithfully and truly. The girl wants the dark-haired man to understand the whole situation. There is no medicine or food on the island. But the girl alone will not be able to rule or protect the island, which is why Iselina gave up her post as queen. All that Iselina can do is create an elixir, but not heal people. If the guy gives her materials for the elixir and food, maybe then the elf will become a queen again? No, her elixir helps so much because it is created from the grass that the dark-haired one grew. Only in this way can he restore missing body parts. Not only Lisa, everyone here is alive thanks to Tadashi. This is the crown that Iselina wore when she was queen. The very first king of the elves, Avalus, was a tree, but over time his body changed. This is proof of his existence and the sign of a king. It's all because Iselina and all of them want Tadashi to become the king of the elves. The guy refuses. He can't accept such a valuable thing. Tadashi shouldn't worry. There are those on the island who don't want to leave it under any circumstances. Iselina wants the dark-haired man to become a ray of hope for those who decided to do so. The girl thinks that Tadashi will succeed. That's true. The rulers of each state are called God's apostles. If so, then the guy is the best of them. It turns out that a blessing is a sign of strength, good for anything, including Iselin. And Tadashi is different. He has a kind heart and strength that surpasses everyone. Tadashi agreed after all, but let the girl say that he will always need to wear the crown. Iselina exclaimed with joy, "Let the guy get ready." The girl asked for the attention of all, the gods of Avesta, with the branches of the crown from the body of the first king of Avalus. Iselina abdicates the throne and grants her power to Ono Tadashi. Let everyone greet the new king. The people began to rejoice. Long live the king, Tadashi the king. But what should he do next? What should he do with his subordinates? His maternal grandfather gave him the name Tadashi. His grandson once heard that he gave the name in the hope that the boy could change the world for the better. The dark-haired one always thought that he was exaggerating. That's it, the guy doesn't need her anymore. Let Iselina take her. Tadashi handed the elf his crown. Okay. The girl will take it, but where is the dark-haired guy going? They need to plow a new field, plus they have even more people now, which means they need even more grass. Becoming king doesn't get rid of the things that only Tadashi can do. Besides, the girl knows that the king must always take care of his subordinates, or he is wrong. Tadashi asked Iselin if something was wrong, but no. So if the goal is to build a village from scratch, then you need to think about the placement of fields and the efficiency of the harvest. Let everyone listen. Since Iselina has ceased to be a queen, then the people must immediately report everything that they need. People listen to their king. Tadashi told her, he didn't think that Iselina expected so much from the guy. What was His Majesty talking about? Well, let her forget it. The guy's attention was drawn to the house. Wow, it's so big, it's magnificent. They even put in a glass window, such a stone house, and in just one day, then the construction won't be so fast. Tadashi should praise the carpenters who made this house. That's right, people from the island. There are guys here, but most of the people who arrived are women. The guy thanked everyone for their work. They had done a great job. The carpentership said to the king, "What is he talking about? First let him look at what is inside." Tadashi showed that this is why he wanted the guy to prepare the wood for them quickly. These boards are perfectly processed, and the nails are driven in so that they are almost invisible. The king asked if they had enough materials. Yes, they don't have much iron, so they have to economize a little. Well, as soon as Tadashi finishes with the iron, he will immediately start working on the iron. The magic iron is better. Iron reserves are running low. We need to do something about the mine. What is it? Why is it so huge? Why? Is its size and softness a sign of royal power? Tadashi is not talking about this. Isn't the bed too big for one person? The girls forgot that the guy is sleeping alone. How can you forget about that? And it's awkward for the dark-haired guy to lie down here. The girl asked the king who to choose for him here. What to choose? It seems Asya and the other Tadashi didn't like, so the guy likes the skinnier ones, right? The king asks Iselin to wait. He has a bad feeling. Something is wrong. Or does he want to invite several of them for the night? But Tadashi refused. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Is it nonsense? Iselina doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. The elf thought about it. Since Tadashi became king, that means he needs concubines. Wait, concubines? So it didn't work to dissuade the guy. Iselina never wastes time. What's going on? Tadashi demands an explanation. The girl apologized. The dark-haired guy shouldn't worry about such things. Elves and beastmen value their connection with kings very much, and besides, they have few men now. Few. They simply don't have any. Thanks to the guy, they have no problems with housing and food, so Iselin thought about increasing the population. But wait, don't elves hate people? Tadashi is different from them. Elves are usually dominant in the bloodline. If an elf and a human are paired, elves will most likely be born, even though the guy doesn't worry. But this is not how Tadashi imagined elves in another world. Even if a human is born, Iselina thinks that the child will be happy to live in such a family. Besides, they need to restore their family. The elves lost too many in the war. They need to increase the population. Besides, the girl is sure that elves will be the best for Tadashi. Maybe the first girl will be Erin, the leader of the island tribe of beastmen, or Lisa will be suitable, in gratitude for saving her. Tadashi acts differently. Besides, they heard that human men always want a girl. How to say, it's true. But you shouldn't forget about feelings. They have a so-called breeding period. The body structures of elves are similar, so there will never be any problems, but if you want to have children, you should take into account the time. Wait, what does Iselina suggest all the time? In any case, we need to put an end to all this. Tadashi is not what everyone here imagines him to be. The guy doesn't intend to do anything like that. Erin also wants to take part. But if you think about it, isn't Iselin the most suitable for such a role? She was embarrassed and said, "Huh, me?" But the girl doesn't think that she is Tadashi's type. Iselin judges this way because last time nothing worked out. In any case, the gentleman is in no hurry to choose. So that's it. That's what happened then. Tadashi didn't think it was on purpose. The guy asked again, for the umpteenth time, not to call the dark-haired man sir. She knows that. So you need to call the guy king. But the girl doesn't think that this will change his behavior and attitude towards his subjects. Yes, but why can't you just call him by his first name? Iselina is an exception. If a girl were to call Tadashi that, it could have a bad effect on the king's reputation. But Erin is also a ruler. Why does she still call the dark-haired man master? Ha! They, the beastmen, live in packs and they have a clear hierarchy. Besides, it's better when you know that there is someone stronger than you. Erin is also blessed by the gods, but her power does not help the beast people not to die in the war. She is very tired. The girl has about the same feelings as Iselin. When they first met, the girl thought that she would easily deal with Tadashi and she would feel better. Such were her thoughts. Erin apologized. Something distracted her. Let the master not pay attention. The guy can't believe that Erin suffered the same fate. She's still a child. And her fate is already so burdensome. The girl doesn't need to apologize. She can always rely on Tadashi. She asked if it was true. It was. The king would do everything in his power for her. The beast man thanked the Lord. Everything is fine. The guy can't believe that she also wants to protect someone. Iselin is very lucky. Tonight, apparently, she will go, but Tadashi didn't mean anything like that. Oh, well, Let him just accept it and that's it, Tadashi just sighed. In any case, the main thing is that Eren felt better after the guy's words. Eren said good morning to the master and Lisa. Iselin's sleeping position was so amazing. The guy thought that she would be fine in Tadashi's bed. After all, she was better. The guy thought he was confident in his endurance, but Iselina is a very beautiful girl. Tadashi wished him a good morning. He nervously changed the subject and said that everyone should try hard today. Well, yesterday I finished harvesting the wheat for their main bread. Next I need to get busy with sugarcane, barley, and hops. Sugarcane, the girl understood, but what would they do with a large amount of barley and hops? They would need to brew beer for the gods. Elves know nothing about beer. They make barley wine, but do not use hops. It is used as a medicinal plant on the island. I see. Now that the girl mentions it, early barley wine didn't use hops, did it? It's different from water in that it doesn't spoil, so it was used instead of water. But they will make a drink out of it. For the gods who are so kind to people, it should be as tasty as possible. The elves may have specialists in making beer, yes they do. This is a brewer girl, her name is Merle of course. She will try to make beer the same way as Tadashi suggested. Yes, the dark-haired man thanked the elf. Tadashi already made the barrels, so Merle can use them, then the guy will go to the blacksmith, he will come back, the dark-haired one should rely on her. The guy greeted Asha and asked if she had made the nails and repaired the broken tools. If the elves work at a fast pace, the tools can break. But it's inefficient to remelt the iron and create it anew every time. Tadashi would like to restore it with magic steel, but they have almost no reserves. Good thing the guy called his pet. Kururu ran up to his owner. Tadashi asked the animal to come closer. He needed the animal's paws. He made strange sounds. The pet will lead them straight to the northern forest where the steel is. They need to take advantage of the opportunity to replenish their water supplies. They will ride along the river with Kururu. Well, the two of them killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Now there is a devil salmon. The owner and pet are in the northern forest. That's it. Tadashi swung his weapon. Everything worked out perfectly. Now the two would continue their journey to the nearest mountain. The guy was riding on his pet. The dark-haired man dug the ground. Stones flew everywhere. It turned out well, but this bag is a deception. Everything is fine. They finished. Now Tadashi and Kururu are returning to the village. Tadashi and his pet returned and were met by Asha. The king brought more supplies and fuel. The girl was surprised at what was happening. The dark-haired man thought that they had run out of everything, but they brought too much. They can't handle that much material in the forge. The elves need more help. Let King Tadashi deal with it. Okay, everything is ready. We can move on to the carpenter's work. The girl is delighted. It's amazing. The work was very good. It's so easy to sharpen. This plane seems to work well and this screw fits better than nails. This will make it even more effective. Now they will do anything for the king. Okay, it looks like they can create things with ship's power. What will they do next? Tadashi was called. He answered. Asha said that the workers needed to rest. Let him look there. Iselin, who is responsible for managing the progress of the entire project, is already exhausted. So this is what the corporate courage that Tadashi cultivated in his previous life turned out to be. Anyway, let the guy give him a break. He agreed. It was the best decision in this situation. The king was sitting on a log, and then a small animal came to him. Kururu caught a lobster. He was carrying the catch in his teeth. The owner decided what to cook for his pet. Tadashi began to make a fire. The guy came so suddenly. Asya asked the king what he had prepared again. Tadashi was holding a vessel in his hands. It's liquid soap, coconut oil, and baked seaweed. Tadashi mixes it with a little salt and lets it sit. Wow, it's so fluffy and foamy. The girl clearly really liked what Tadashi had prepared. It smelled great. If people now have soap, they will immediately want to take a bath. A lot of work had been done. Tadashi found it easier than he thought. Eren looked and asked what they had there. Wow, a bath. This was bliss. The king suggested trying it. The girl turned on the tap. Water poured out. She exclaimed, "Wow." Tadashi laughed. Since this is not good, the dark-haired man also took a shower. Very nice. Eren really likes it. But how does it work? The king put a huge cauldron of hot water on a high temperature. Thanks to the difference in height, the hot water comes in naturally. Tadashi begins to understand that the main thing is to have an idea of what you want to do. And you can do almost anything. Well, that's all for today. You can take a relaxing bath. They're all in bathing suits, so you can go right in. That's right, Eren can't wait. The girl will call the others. Everything is made of cypress, so it smells good here. Tadashi hasn't taken a bath for a long time. This will bring the king back to life. The guy was scared from surprise. Eren called all the girls. Tadashi asked where their swimsuits were. The girls felt better without him. She thought that such a solution would be the best way to get to know each other better. But the guy himself said so. Yes, that's how it was. Maybe he said so. But Tadashi didn't mean it at all. The king was very embarrassed in such a crowd of girls. Eren told the owner that there was no need to be embarrassed, but he asked him to stop. The girl called the king boring. The girl began to embarrass everyone around her. Tadashi stopped her, said that Eren had gone too far, a little more, and she would be left without food. The beastman apologized. The king asked her to go wash herself. The girl apologized for Eren. Oh, and she's here, asking Lord Tadashi to forgive her, because the king was tense all this time. He's not angry, because Eren is just a child, and the guy heard what she said the other day. It must be hard. The people of the principality are fighting the elves and beastmen. They weren't rude or anything like that. But the girl is fine. The commander there was a woman. The commander of the national army is a woman. Tadashi thinks that it was a frontier principality. First of all, they were not interested in the Combo Islands themselves. They occupied the islands as a front line for attack. They had their own troops, so they resisted desperately. But the enemy's female commander was a terrible person. Even though she was royalty, she went to the front herself and killed several soldiers with one blow. That's when the girl lost her arm. A damn interesting story. Tadashi is sure she has her blessings, but he wouldn't want to be at odds with them if he could help it. The duchy also needed food for its army, so the lady agreed to guarantee the safety of her people. In exchange for guaranteeing the safety of her people, the lady agreed to become a tributary of the duchy and supply food. But perhaps this is what the duchy wanted: to disarm them, tax them heavily, make them slaves. A disgusting way. The girl wants to ask something. Tadashi agreed. How can a guy tolerate this? Tadashi asked again. It was such an unexpected question. The girl said it like that. She apologized for the fact that her words could hurt. But she was just wondering how Tadashi managed to restrain himself around Lady Iselina, let alone someone like her. Oh no, the guy thought of her as a decent and attractive girl too. She thanked him. This is the first time a man has given her such a compliment. It is very flattering. Oh, Tadashi understands. However, it is necessary to set boundaries. Well, draw a line. The girl did not understand and asked, what? When the beer is ready, the guy is thinking of holding a festival to make an offering to the gods. How about a Shinto wedding? The wedding ceremony, the Hatsuhana ceremony, is an elven custom. Girls give flowers to the man of their dreams on the day of the spring festival. When they reach a certain age, when he receives them, the marriage is considered concluded. Being occupied, they didn't have such freedom of action. After all, the elves were fighting for the right to live. Of course, it is customary for them to propose to women. That's why the girls are so active. And what kind of wedding ceremony does Mr. Tadashi want? Making a wedding cake? A magnificent dress? Exchanging rings? Such a big celebration. Big, yes, that's right. If they're going to get engaged, they're going to need wedding dresses. They're going to need rings made. They're going to need ingredients for the cake. Eren came over and saw the two of them. Wow, a girl talking to the king alone. Lord Tadashi said that he was going to marry them all. Marriage with the king, the girls were embarrassed. But Tadashi did not say that he would marry everyone. Apparently no one will listen to the guy now. Now some kind of fuss will start among the girls again. They will begin preparing for the wedding ceremony. This will be their new goal. Tadashi has entrusted Mail with making alcohol. The bride's dress has already been entrusted to the seamstress Lola. Then they need to take care of the wedding rings and the cake. And what will they make the cake out of? Where to look for the precious stones? Mr. Tadashi was informed that they are in trouble. Wouldn't it be better for the girl to rest a little too? But now is not the time to rest. She asked Tadashi to look at this. Diamonds, rubies, even sapphires. They mixed with the magical minerals that the guy had. That's it. Earlier the guy said that they had more materials and stuff. Tadashi thought that magic minerals don't mix with anything else. At least Asha found them. The girl asks Mr. Tadashi to trust her with making the rings. The king agreed. He entrusted the rings into the hands of the master. It is true, the elf thanked and made them with the great pride of a craftsman. The problem with the rings is solved. Now the cake? There is no milk and eggs in them. Where in the village can I get the necessary cattle? Where can I get a chicken and a cow? Kururu suddenly picked up the owner. The pet rushed off somewhere. And where was Kururu leading Tadashi? He only made strange sounds in response, which are typical for him. The guy said, "Hey, isn't it dangerous to go deep into the forest?" Now they have gone too far. Kururu suddenly growled menacingly. Why is Tadashi's pet barking so furiously? Maybe there is someone in that part of the forest. There the animals started a fight. The cows mooed and the roosters clucked. There were just a huge number of them, even very many. Tadashi said, okay, we need to catch these animals. The guy was going to feed them. The animals continued their squabbles among themselves, and there was no reaction to Tadashi's words. Then Kuru also began to growl and bark. The animals were scared. Like little ones, they really need to be tamed. If Tadashi shows them a place where there is water, tastier food, maybe the animals will give the guy eggs and milk. The guy said, "Okay, let everyone go the dark-haired one. If you try, then taming is easy." Agriculture is a human occupation. Livestock breeding is definitely related to agriculture. The girl heard that Tadashi was holding the first flower ceremony, so she prepared seeds for the guy. But what is this? Tadashi thanked Iselin. The cowshed and chicken coop were just right for them. Now they could sow the flower seeds as soon as possible. Those chickens and cows that seem to have huge chunks of meat. Yes, the devil cow and the devil chicken are real animals. They can tame these animals, no matter what. The girl wanted to object, but Tadashi went to collect eggs from the demonic chickens, told her it was time to lay them some tasty eggs. The animal clucked. The demonic beast is crying, that's how. The demonic monsters of legend used to be guarded by Fenrir. Instead of being tamed, they were simply subdued. But hey, isn't that fighting ability? They have more than 30 terrifying demonic beasts here. If the prince's army comes here, they will be useful if necessary. No, that's how it is. Then we need to be vigilant. Tadashi asked those girls to take eggs and milk. There are a lot of them, and it all looks delicious. It really does. If you try to tame them, it will be easier in the future, but the animals are absolutely untamable. The owner was asked to pay attention. The girl showed the dress. She made an outfit for the wedding ceremony. The wedding dress, it seems. The elf did not do badly, it is true. This is a good job. Tadashi had no doubt that Lola would cope. The master was informed that the girl had obtained a sapphire for an engagement ring. It was beautifully decorated. The king was glad that he had relied on the master. Well, it's better to start mass production soon. The girl also needs to make rings that fit the size. Tadashi asked to wait. First, we need to conduct a bread tasting. Tasting, the girl wanted to check the oven, so she decided to test it on bread. This one was just baked. The pastry looks delicious. That's not all. The first batch of alcohol came. The girl confused it with raw ale. Such a cold, tasty, light beer. With hops is better to drink cold. It is cooled with the help of life magic. Tadashi is very happy. Finally, the heavenly patronage and magic of this world brings it to reality. The girls tried what they made recently, bread and alcohol. Beer goes well with bread. Simple magic can cool or heat food, but the magic of life, only it makes the cooking process amazingly easy. Okay, since the bread oven turned out well, we can bake a cake. Then fresh cream and butter. The girl wanted to say something to the gentleman. Tadashi asked what it was. The girl heard that he was kind to everyone, without discrimination. But whether someone like her could really get married? Tadashi doesn't remember anyone saying that. Didn't she want to marry Tadashi? What is he saying? The girl didn't mean to say that. But the bride has a child. The king doesn't mind, does he? A half-human who at 28 years old has a child. Cornell, who was her husband a little earlier, died in the war with the principality. It was understandable that the girl heard Tadashi's disapproval. After all, she was proud of her husband. They should remember the great brave beastman. The king heard that at the last moment he was magnificent. Could it be that this is the girl's daughter? Her husband died in the war. The mother and small child were left alone, but soon she will remarry, even though her husband was so magnificent. If she becomes the companion of the king of the village who saved the island, then it seems that her ex-husband will be happy. The bride is obliged to raise her daughter and give birth to many new children. Tadashi understood that he had to get married. Petya could call him dad. The family of mother and daughter were very happy about the addition. The king was thanked. After the ceremony, the bride can call him simply Tadashi. Of course, this act is what the guy had to do. Preparations for the wedding ceremony were in order. The village's population of 100 people fit into a small town. In any case, Tadashi smiled widely. They have a huge selection of dishes: wild vegetable salad, baked bread, spicy seafood soup, tenderloin steak, peach wedding cake. Mr. Tadashi was approached. Iselina said that they were all ready too. She stood with a bouquet of flowers. Each girl was dressed in formal dresses. Tadashi was also dressed up. Seeing them, the king said, "Wow!" Tadashi didn't check the day before how many people would come. The king would marry all 7. Iselina asked the master, something was wrong? Absolutely not. Although it would be unethical to marry everyone at once, it can be accepted as a custom of the island. In any case, the king is very generous. If Tadashi deepens his friendship with someone, he will still marry them, no matter who it is. The guy is very embarrassed. Well, no, you don't have to say that Tadashi will marry anyone, but such rumors are circulating around. Yes, they really went that far in helping each other. Even if it was required, Tadashi was still happy. Well, we can exchange vows, that's right. First we need to ask for blessings from the deities, and then we can start eating. Suddenly some light appeared. It looks like Tadashi is in perfect health. Vulcan wants a drink. They agree. Thanks to the gods, the guy has more connections. The old men were waiting for this with impatience. They like everything. Keep it up, ha. Great drink. Barkin manners are terrible. Kronos was told that the drink is a bit low in alcohol. The girl called Mr. Tadashi. The cooking is already finished. The gods are interested. These two. What's going on? The deities came to visit. Tadashi placed an offering on the altar, so it's natural that the deities came to dine. The girl thinks that this is completely unnatural. Apparently another misfortune has occurred. The deities actually came to them, that's how it is. The descent of the deities to earth is unusual for others. Well, if you make an offering, the deities will personally come to taste them. The girls were confused. They understood little. Kronos called Mia and Helkabaritsa. It was not decent to walk around with such a face, because Tadashi was trying his best to cook. At least the old man had a choice whether to come or not. First of all, they have a rule not to support specific reborns. The god of heroism is starting to be stubborn again. It's not because of the armor that he's so cruel. So what? Tadashi wanted to calm them down. The gods work hard and let them have some fun. What a wonderful taste, this seaweed and seafood soup. It is common for Tadashi dishes to receive 7 stars from the patron saint of agriculture, such as oxtail soup, and these days, such exquisite offerings from believers are impressive. The goddess of healing Elysia appeared. They tried a lot for them, so let him taste it, but this goddess did nothing. The guy saw and greeted her. Elysia is truly grateful for giving the village the grass. It was all done personally by Tadashi, that's true. But since the guy insists, the goddess suddenly started eating meat. The goddess Elysia eats meat. Unexpectedly, Iselina said that she always takes care of them. Oh well, Lady Elysia is probably worried about something, no, because Iselin believes in her. Let the girl focus on this. The goddess's words touched the elf. Didn't Tadashi call the monster god Oda? This god takes care of magical beasts, that's how. Kururu came to visit Lord Oda. The king completely forgot. The monster god appeared. The boy asked Mr. Kronos what Mr. Odd would eat. He eats everything. You just need to give him more. The king served food to the god. Amazingly, he ate everything. Maru asked for more. Yes, that's right, the girl thanked him. Vulcan just topped up the king's drink. He needed to roll in another whole keg. Tadashi went for rum. He'll be back soon. In truth, Tadashi thinks that they should hold the wedding ceremony while everyone is here. Kronos would be happy to do so. If they can convince the village's caretakers, Mr. Kronos and the others, of this, the god of agriculture will provide the village with a rich harvest, a huge number of descendants, and this is the god who should be trusted to see the marriage. Let the guy dare. Tadashi thinks it's good that at least Mr. Kronos is not drunk. There is a custom on the island called the first flower ceremony, but the islanders are seeing a wedding ceremony for the first time. So now they will say their vows, and exchange wedding rings and lilies flowers. In their world, polygamy is common, but Kronos has never seen such a wedding ceremony. It looks so much like Tadashi. The guy smiled. Does it look like him? Well, let them say the words of the oath in the temple. Yes, of course. The guy agreed. They turned to Mr. Tadashi. Let him accept flowers from the girls, but let them wait and give one at a time. Here it is. A real happy marriage. May their descendants prosper. Tadashi said a big thank you to God. An auspicious wedding ceremony, and they didn't even prepare any gift for Tadashi and the others, so what kind of gift should they have prepared? For example, a new star of heavenly patronage. But what nonsense is this old man talking about? The gods are clearly not happy with such a proposal. Kronos asked. He wants to say that he is stingy again. Moreover, if the god of heroes gives a gift to Tadashi, the order of the earthly world will be disturbed. Elysia thinks it is a good idea. The gods will give Tadashi's brides 1 star each. Lady Elysia is so kind. The girl thanks her. She is happy. Maya is against such gifts, but she was the only one who did not try the offerings. The goddess of wisdom called Tadashi. The goddess ordered to bring here the best sage merchants from among the believers in Mia. Tadashi thanked her. Well, merchants from the border territories will come. Eren also received a gift, that's right, from the deity of heroes. Tadashi won't say that they will arrange a wedding with her after the master's wishes changed. No, nothing like that. It's too early for Eren to look at the king like this, but whether she wants it or not, she'll think about it. Tadashi didn't say a word about it. It will be difficult to have 7 wives. Iselina is happy that she was able to get married. The other girls are too. Tadashi is no less happy than they are. In his past life, the king didn't even think about marriage. The king wondered what would happen if he were left alone forever. But in this world, not like his, Tadashi is not alone. Isn't it amazing that the king can make the gods come down to earth? No, it's not amazing at all. Lady Iselina and the others are also blessed. It's a legend. Lord Tadashi is the most important king recognized by the gods. In addition, he cooks deliciously, so the coming of the gods is justified. Soon this village will no longer belong to anyone and will be called divine. Instead of uncertainty, it is better to let these lands be cultivated. Thus began the legend of Tadashi, the king of food. The wedding ceremony did not end all night. Iselina put her hand to her chest and suggested that everyone line up in ascending order of breast size. It was important to her that the body was to the king's taste. Everyone has different tastes. The girls argue about the order and do not agree. Everyone is tired for today. It's time to go to bed. No way. The girls really want to know if Mr. Tadashi has experience. What does the girl mean? Among the girls, none of them except one have experience, so there might be problems. It's an overwhelming power of persuasion. Well, then maybe she'll tell everyone, including Tadashi. Good suggestion, but first we need to find someone who is willing to show an example with a girl for visual training. Is that how it is? What a shame. Even if the girl could, there would never be another one like her. The girl could suggest Shippa for this role. She is also half-beast. They are about the same age. Another girl could lead the process. You just have to think that she won't be around. It's a kind of compromise, of course, in that case. Tadashi asks not to overdo it. You can rely on her. The girl is glad to meet the king. The next morning, the guy asked, "What's the plan?" The girl asked to say that everything was going well with the plan, even too well. The test was successful, but Mr. Tadashi was in danger. What do you mean in danger? You need to be aware that Tadashi is putting himself in danger. If he relaxes, his partner can kill him. This is because the god of agriculture gave him 7-star power. One way or another, we need to head towards the royal garden. Migrants from the Kanbar archipelago poured into the village of the descended gods. The population of the Tadashi kingdom continues to grow rapidly. This rapid prosperity became known to the ruling classes of Fronten County. This is the capital of Fronten County Century. It was founded by 100 soldiers, one brave man, after which it grew into a state with a large army. This is the only daughter of the ruler of Fronten County, Zestara Matilda von Fronten. It's so boring to read reports, and yet there's nothing else left. Her father entrusted them to her. Ajahn von Fronten came in and said, "I beg your pardon." He came with a report about alarming actions on the Kanbar archipelago. What's going on? Isn't there an important base for the next offensive? What's going on there? Because of the high taxes, there is a possibility that everyone will flee from there. They need to quickly take on the problem. Leave them. Let Ojin call her, the commander-in-chief. For someone like him, one should cast aside disrespect. His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, there are still people left in the country. It's better to think carefully, she repeats. The counterattack plan is getting closer. They don't need to investigate the situation on the island. The man bowed and agreed with the girl. She was too hot-tempered and apologized to Ojin. Now the victory over the Magic King is in first place. The wind is so pleasant, if you miss the chance to attack, you can lose the country. They will start the attack and win. Only this way. There is no other way.
Tadashi is in the field, working with a tool for tilling the soil, concentrating on the task at hand. As he works, he thinks about the situation with the migrants and notes that their number on the island has already exceeded 5,000. His thoughts emphasize that the number of migrants is not decreasing, but constantly growing every day. These thoughts accompany Tadashi's actions as he continues to work on the land. Tadashi reflects that despite the abundance of land, no matter how many fields are expanded, there are still not enough. At that moment, a girl approaches him and addresses him as Mr. Tadashi. He responds with surprise and asks what happened. Then he notices that she rode right up to him on a kururu. Tadashi concludes that if the girl arrived on horseback, then the situation must be truly urgent. The girl hurriedly reports that crowds of gnomes and cat demons are arriving one after another. She clarifies that new applicants for resettlement have arrived and emphasizes that this is a very important matter. Upon hearing her words, Tadashi notices the person behind the kururu. After a short pause, he calmly says that it would be nice if the girl introduced him to the person who accompanied her on the trip. Tadashi asks the stranger who he is. The girl immediately responds and explains that he is a merchant and leader of a caravan of cat demons. After that, the guest himself confirms her words and politely addresses Tadashi. He clarifies that he is the king of this country and a farmer named Tadashi. The cat demon ends his speech with a characteristic expression, adding the word meow at the end of his address. Shinku greets his interlocutor and says he is pleased to meet him. He introduces himself as the head of a trading caravan called Cat Ears, adding the usual meow. Shinku then explains that cat demons belong to the cat race. Tadashi notes the interesting name for the caravan. The merchant clarifies that their trademark is everyone's favorite cat ears and tail. He adds that the symbol was chosen specifically to make it easier for customers to remember their caravan. Shinku turns to Tadashi and asks if he has been reborn. The merchant notes that Tadashi consecrated the territory, built a village, and plowed a field in the blink of an eye, which is usually characteristic of someone who has been reborn. Shinku then suggests that it was Lady Miyu, the goddess of knowledge, who introduced the believers to him. Tadashi answers in the affirmative and adds that he still needs to meet with the gnomes. After that, Shinku asks if he can explore the area for the future. Tadashi agrees and says that he trusts his interlocutor. He is asked to entrust the escort of Lady Shinku to him while he himself meets with the gnomes. He is approached with a proposal to divide the work, to which he responds affirmatively. Then Tadashi firmly confirms his readiness to act and emphasizes that the guests should not have to wait too long for them. In conclusion, he loudly addresses the kururu, urging his companion to move forward without delay. Tadashi looks closely at the gathered crowd and remarks aloud that they are indeed gnomes. His attention is immediately drawn to one of them who steps forward. This dwarf addresses Tadashi directly with a question and asks if he is the Tadashi who is called the king of this country. The situation marks the beginning of an important conversation between the dwarves and the man they have come to meet. Tadashi confirms that he is the king of this country and asks if his interlocutor is the leader of the group. The dwarf introduces himself as Oberon and says that he is acting as the leader. He says that he comes from the large mines of the Principality of Frontraim and was personally trained by Mr. Barkan. Oberon asks if Tadashi has met the god of blacksmithing, notes his resemblance to Barkan, and says that he himself has a 5-star blessing of blacksmithing. Tadashi confidently declares that the issue of trees and food will not be a problem, as he is able to reproduce them in the necessary quantities. He suggests that the gnomes live in the mountains near the village mines so that they can conveniently go about their business. Tadashi emphasizes that they have plenty of land, so the gnomes can freely settle in the area and live without any restrictions or obstacles. Tadashi asks Auvergne if he can share such important information. He clarifies that even magical ore, which is particularly valuable, can be mined in the mountains. According to Auvergne, this information is based on the teachings of Lord Barkan. After listening to his words, Tadashi thinks about it and comes to the conclusion that he can trust Auvergne. After that, he makes a decision and is ready to continue the conversation, taking into account the information he has received. Auvergne solemnly swears that both his hands will serve King Tadashi for the rest of his life. Hearing these words, Tadashi notes his interlocutor's generosity, but thinks he is exaggerating. Then he suggests that they hurry to the mines to get down to business. Auvergne enthusiastically declares that he will be happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with King Tadashi. He emphasizes that they are now allies and true comrades in arms. Tadashi announces that 10,000 people will settle in the south, on the island of Kanbar. In the north, a village with mines will be founded, which will come under the leadership of Auvergne and his group. The cat demons begin preparations for an international trading port. Tadashi adds that they will be supplied with the necessary goods. This port will become the kingdom's base. It is decided to build a market in the center of each location so that trade goes according to plan, as noted by the Miao merchant. Shinku declares that it is forbidden to export magical iron and magical steel. Tadashi is surprised and asks why. The merchant explains that weapons made from these materials will give the country an advantage. He adds that the county is preparing for war. Tadashi is shocked and asks if he is talking about a war with the county. Shinku confirms this and says that allowing such a large number of people to arrive would effectively be tantamount to a declaration of war on their part. One of the interlocutors says that they will leave the island after paying their debts. Shinku calls Iselina too naive and explains that the territory was originally intended for those who cannot live in a principality, so no one will notice anything. He adds that the county's leadership is foolish. The inhabitants of Ganbar Island have almost disappeared and continue to leave. Shinku promises to prepare a counterattack strategy and asks for help, admitting that he does not understand military affairs. His interlocutors assure him that they will do their utmost for the king. Iselina notes that they have courage. Shinku repeats that he relies on others, as he himself does not understand military affairs, and emphasizes that they will not act as they did last time. Tadashi reassures Iselina. Then Shinku says to entrust the development of the plan to the merchant. He warns that in case of an attack, the sea elves and island half-humans should immediately flee to the nearest fishing village. One of the interlocutors declares that he also has his own plan and does not need the help of the cat monster. It is clarified that the half-human Aaron has been granted a 4-star blessing of bravery, so there is no need to worry. Others express interest and want to hear her proposal. It is noted that even if the county's army is strong, a disciplined attack could help. Shinku eagerly reports that he is looking forward to hearing both sides and their plans. Shinku says that the outcome will depend on Lord Tadashi's strength. He claims that Tadashi's strength is divine and sent from heaven, capable of cleansing all lands of filth. The merchant emphasizes that it is this strength that could be the deciding factor. Meow. Tadashi replies that he is not sure if he has mastered it completely. He doubts that his strength will be enough for battle and cautiously expresses his thoughts to his interlocutors. Shinku asks Tadashi not to be so prejudiced and emphasizes that his power is a powerful weapon that has already enriched the land. The merchant calls it an important advantage. Meow. Tadashi ponders his words and agrees that, as king, he has a duty to protect his people. He firmly states that he is ready to use all his power for the safety of his loved ones, even if he previously doubted its extent and his own abilities in battle. It is reported that a large mine, on which the country's livelihood depends, has been put into operation. At this time, an alarm is raised in the county of Front Train, in the palace of Century. One of the rulers asks what this means and declares that without the production of new weapons, the army will collapse. Others are surprised by what is happening and demand explanations. It becomes known that the mine workers have disappeared one by one. One of those present expresses regret. One of the interlocutors reports that he has brought items related to the incident. Another asks what they are and receives the answer that they resemble fried mushrooms. It is then explained that the discovery was made on the border of the island of Ganbar. It is clarified that mushrooms do not grow in such quantities on the island itself. Consequently, the local residents left the island and headed for more fertile lands, reminiscent of the Land of Dreams. They present the results of an investigation, according to which a new kingdom has appeared on the border. At the same time, the surrounding territories have become completely uninhabitable. One of the interlocutors clarifies whether they are indeed talking about the border and recalls the borderlands. Then, someone suggests that the missing citizens left the country and fled beyond its borders. They're worried that this happened right before the Demon Kingdom's counterattack and ask who can take care of this. One of the interlocutors suggests going and destroying the new kingdom. The question arises as to whether he can be allowed to do so. It is clarified that we are talking about a colonel general of the Heavenly Stars army named Graham, who is gifted with 4 stars and wields a magic sword. They remind him that his squad of 100 men attacked the beastmen without permission and burned down an entire village. They recall his work on the island of Kambar. The general is told that they see no problem with this. The lady announced that she had decided to rely on Graham's squad. She warns him not to disappoint her this time. The Lord is addressed by name, emphasizing the seriousness of the assignment. In response, Graham confidently declares that this goes without saying. He promises to live up to her expectations and demonstrate his loyalty and strength. The interlocutors discussed what had happened and confirmed the rumors that it had indeed happened. One of them noted that the elves, beastmen, and others had moved to the borderlands. It was said that if they tried to escape, it would be a huge mistake for them. The conversation was accompanied by mocking laughter. The participants in the conversation expressed confidence that they would be able to take advantage of the situation again and profit from it. The officer addressed the soldiers, ordering them to loot as much as possible, making this their main task. He assigned himself the duty of gathering intelligence from enemy territory. The soldiers agreed and confirmed their readiness to carry out orders. After that, he said that when the work was done, they would be able to have fun and enjoy themselves. The conversation showed complete obedience to orders and a willingness to loot and then relax. The detachment noticed that there was no one around and that there was not a single person on the territory. The soldiers expressed surprise at what was happening, not understanding the reason for the emptiness. It was noted that the island elves and beastmen had disappeared and left their homes. They emphasized that they had left in an unknown direction, leaving the land without inhabitants. Then, one of the soldiers exclaimed in confusion and bewilderment, trying to understand what exactly had happened and where everyone had disappeared to. The soldiers began to disperse, but one of them panicked and shouted that a simple chicken was pecking at his hand. Another soldier sharply pulled him back, calling him an idiot and reminding him of the need to remain vigilant. It was noted that these were not ordinary animals, but demonic creatures. Even chickens were classified as A-rank beasts. An order was given to attack them with the entire platoon at once to deal with the threat. The general noted that the enemies were too aggressive and added that one should be more careful in these territories. He admitted that he had been reckless. At the same time, it was noted that the use of demonic animals had reduced the number of soldiers needed for combat. Everything was going exactly as Aaron had planned. The cat monster confirmed her calculations and reminded her of their importance, adding his usual meow. Aaron turned to the master, noticing his silence, and declared that the enemies should be left to them. She flared up with rage, reminding him that her village had been burned down, and now her desire to kill her offenders was impossible to contain. The girl swore that she would not forgive them and begged for a chance to act. Eren insisted that they had to attack right now or never. The master tried to stop her and called for calm, but the tension grew. Eren demanded to act quickly, and the master, realizing her determination, agreed that an attack was inevitable. He accepted her choice and gave his tacit permission. The girl warmly thanked the master for his trust and immediately took charge, ready to lead the others forward. Her voice sounded determined and desperately brave. She rushed into battle first without hesitation. A cry and a sudden gasp of pain ended her swift rush. Graham, swinging his sword, lets out a cry as he notices the army of beastmen in front of him. In a panic, he realizes that the enemy's forces are too great and thinks about fleeing. At that moment, a loud voice distracts him from the battle. Someone shouts his nickname, Graham the Night Killer, causing the general to lose his concentration for a moment and turn around. Graham turns sharply and recognizes a familiar figure. It is Elin. A thought flashes through his mind about that very same bold girl. He barely has time to realize who is in front of him before she rushes into attack. Her sword flashed in the light, and as he parried the blow, the general noted with surprise that the weapon seemed unusual. A thought flashed through his mind. What kind of strange sword possessed such power? Graham gritted his teeth and held the sword with both hands, barking that if Ellen was capable of fighting on equal terms with a magical blade, then she had taste and audacity. She, with hatred in her eyes, remembered the past. Because of him, Karnam had fallen, and there was no doubt in her mind that she was facing the one who was to blame. In a moment of rage, her blow hit its target, and Graham, turning pale, looked down at his hand, struck by the unexpected power of the blow. Graham, inflamed with rage, confidently shouted that this time she would burn in the flames, and activated his sword of sulfuric acid. Streams of corrosive energy burst forth, scorching the air and melting the ground. However, Ellen moved with lightning speed, dodging with such ease as if she knew the trajectory of the blow in advance. Graham froze, his eyes widening in shock, his breathing faltering. "What?" escaped his lips when he realized that his strongest move had had no effect. Ellen furiously interrupted him and shouted that he would never call her a creature again. She confidently declared that thanks to her master, she had already become a 4-star warrior. Graham frowned and said in complete bewilderment that this was impossible. He exclaimed about his sulfuric acid, not believing that his deadly weapon had proved powerless. His hand trembled, and his gaze was full of shock and confusion. Ellen rushed forward and brought her sword down on Graham. At the last moment, he tried to defend himself by sharply crossing his weapons, but her strength was too great, and his magic blade cracked and split. Graham stared at the fragments in amazement, unable to believe his eyes. At that moment, Ellen did not miss her chance. Her sword pierced his chest. He did not have time to react, and only gasped at the unexpected and deadly blow. Ellen angrily thrust her sword deeper into Graham's chest, shouting that this was for Cornelius. She pressed down hard on the blade, avenging her comrade. Graham gasped, feeling the strength leave his body, and the horror of what had happened was reflected on his face. He tried to hold back, but it was too late. Ellen, without looking away, continued to press down on the sword with determination to completely subdue her enemy and show her power. Graham froze, uttering the words, "Damn, creature." His eyes filled with horror and confusion. He collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. Ellen stood motionless, holding the blood-covered sword in her hands, watching closely what had happened. At that moment, someone shouted her name and rushed towards her, crying out anxiously, "Ellen." This interruption broke her concentration and drew her attention to the new development. Ellen sat on the ground, leaning on her hands on all fours, sobbing. Tadashi approached her, knelt down, and hugged her from behind, supporting and caring for her. She sobbed and quietly said what she could. Tadashi gently told her that she had done well, and that now the battle was behind them. Ellen felt relieved and supported, sensing the protection of her master, next to whom she felt a little lighter and calmer. Upon arrival at the Principality of Front Train and Century Castle, it became clear that Graham's squad had been completely defeated. The soldiers who miraculously survived reported that Graham himself, the owner of the demonic sword, had indeed perished. According to them, the detachment had been attacked by demonic beasts and beastmen, who had crushed the defenders and destroyed their positions. These events confirmed the scale of the defeat, leaving the survivors in shock and confusion. The news of Graham's death quickly spread among the remaining troops and observers. A letter was received from a neighboring kingdom bordering Tadashi. It reported that the enemies were using demonic beasts and had been underestimated. The letter was sent to gather information from migrants and merchants traveling outside the country, as this was now particularly important. It listed several issues that representatives of the kingdom wanted to discuss with the principality, including questions about captured soldiers. This information was considered critical for planning further actions and assessing the threat from the neighboring state. The representative of the principality noted that this issue is of great importance to him. He stated that he would personally participate in the discussion of all the details. He then turned to Matilda, asking if she herself would represent the interests of the order, whose members are in captivity. After receiving confirmation, he said that he would take all necessary measures and make preparations for a meeting and discussion to ensure a successful resolution of the situation and protect the interests of the prisoners. Matilda noted that, despite everything, the glorious Order of the Heavenly Star had suffered a cruel defeat at the hands of beasts and beast-men. She emphasized that a mistake had been made in underestimating the enemy and leaving the situation to chance. Matilda stressed the seriousness of the miscalculation and the importance of a careful approach to further actions in order to avoid similar losses. Her words reflected concern for the fate of the order and the need to review the strategy of defense and interaction with opponents. He sternly warned that mistakes must not be repeated and asked Her Excellency to refrain from rash actions. Matilda responded ironically, calling him an old man for trying to lecture her. He obediently said that he would act according to her orders, but added that sometimes a leader needs to stop and carefully assess the situation. His words emphasized the importance of balanced decisions and the need to see the full picture before taking action or giving instructions. He stated that he would take 1,000 knights with him to the border, acting on her instructions. Others reported that they were ready to sail, so he ordered them to go to the Campbell Islands with 2,000 knights and 20,000 legionnaires, according to the original plan. At that moment, it was emphasized that they could not afford to stand still now. He added that he would accompany everyone to the negotiations to monitor the situation and ensure that the plan was followed, maintaining order and safety along the way. When they arrived, she was surprised to see that the kingdom of Tadashi was building such a port. She wondered where they got the funds and resources, and thought to herself, damn, where did they get the money? Her gaze swept over the large-scale construction site, striking her with its scale. She tried to make sense of what was happening, pondering possible sources of funding and how the kingdom had managed to organize the construction of such a significant and expensive facility on its territory. She noted that she saw no warships or soldiers and that the kingdom was supported by the Cinco Trading Company. She also noticed the participation of the Cat's Ears Company with the blessing of the God of Wisdom. Perhaps the kingdom was trying to hide its true capabilities. Despite their enormous wealth, their military power is not so significant. She pondered their strategy and tried to understand how they could carry out large projects while remaining almost invisible and using resources cautiously. On the side of the kingdom of Tadashi were powerful magical beasts, which he had heard about many times. He knew that one must never let one's guard down, especially in border areas. In his mind, he was already anticipating the consequences of ignoring this information and telling himself that he would be punished for his carelessness. At that moment, a welcoming voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts and made him turn around to see who had said hello and appeared at this unexpected moment. Tadashi appeared with his companions. He asked if they were representatives of the principality. He replied that he was a farmer by profession, but also served as the king of this country. Tadashi nodded and asked who they were. Her gaze fell on the man's hand, and she uttered the name Lady Matilda. She noted that a mere mortal like him had caused such chaos. Tadashi exclaimed in surprise, thinking it was a joke and couldn't be true. She carefully counted Tadashi's stars of blessing, 9. She was surprised by the rumors of his unusual achievements. She noted that he had 7 stars for outstanding achievements in agriculture, blacksmithing, and heroism. These merits set him apart from others, demonstrating his experience and abilities. She tried to comprehend the significance of his awards and understand how they strengthened Tadashi's authority and influenced his role in the kingdom, demonstrating respect and recognition among his subjects. Lady Matilda gasped when she heard about Tadashi's numerous agricultural blessings. She expressed disbelief and asked what it was all about, doubting that it was not a joke. Old Tadashi calmly replied that Matilda should believe it, explaining the seriousness of his achievements. He emphasized that his merits were real and deserved attention, despite their apparent improbability. Matilda continued to observe, trying to comprehend the truth of his words and assess the significance of his awards in the context of the kingdom. Lady Matilda pondered the scale of Tadashi's country with surprise and disbelief. She thought it impossible to build such a rich country in a borderland abandoned by the gods. However, upon learning of the blessing of the god of agriculture, she realized that there was an explanation. Matilda realized that Tadashi's successes were not accidental and had divine protection, which helped develop the land and resources. She tried to come to terms with how his achievements could become a reality in such conditions. Tadashi asked how the peace talks were going, wondering if they would recognize the kingdom's existence and no longer interfere in its affairs. Ellen replied that their request was simple. They would return the knights. She added that if both sides agreed, the invasion of their lands would be forgiven. Ellen sought to convince everyone of the seriousness of the proposal in order to achieve peace and preserve the security of the kingdom, demonstrating a willingness to compromise for the sake of the people's well-being. Matilda intervened, stating that the accusation was false. She explained that they had come to seek refuge themselves and that the principality needed food. She then asked what exactly was required. Matilda emphasized that no one had taken 10,000 of their people, completely rejecting the accusations. She added that this kind of thing happens when the principality is in bad shape, and noted that goods could be sold cheaper through trade routes to ease the situation and strengthen mutual understanding between the parties. Matilda demanded that her people and craftsmen, as well as the beastmen and elves, be returned to the island. She emphasized that they had come to Tadashi of their own free will and would decide for themselves whom to serve. Matilda warned that they could no longer be ruled over. She added that they had become Tadashi's wives, which naturally meant that wives obeyed their husbands, setting their own terms and confirming their loyalty to their personally chosen leader. Matilda offered to become a vassal state, reminding them that they had a legitimate ruler. She explained that in this case, they would be able to protect the principality from the threat of the demon lord's army. At the same time, Matilda emphasized that she did not care what decision the others had made, and that she would not accept this proposal without their consent. Ellen cried out in amazement, not believing what she had heard and surprised by Matilda's determination. Ellen exclaimed that they had long failed to fulfill their obligations and that it was impossible to accept such a condition. She emphasized the impossibility of agreeing to the proposed terms. Matilda calmly replied that they would go home, adding that if Tadashi did not want to accept their generous offer, then so be it, as he decided. She made it clear that the decision was his, leaving the choice up to him and confirming the seriousness of her offer. Ojin addressed Tadashi with a respectful expression of his respect and began to speak, but Matilda interrupted him, noting that everything was fine and better than it could have been. She added that immediate measures must be taken to transport the army to the Kanbar Islands. Ojin nodded and confirmed that he was ready to carry out the order. Matilda's tone showed confidence and determination, and Ojin indicated that there was something else important that she should be aware of. He declared that they would immediately attack the kingdom of Tadashi with the entire army. This caused outrage, as using military force to counterattack the Demon Kingdom was extremely risky. It was noted that in such a situation, there was no complete information about Tadashi's military power, and starting a war in conditions of uncertainty was contrary to military principles. He added that this was the essence of a surprise attack. Matilda explained that they would fight both the Demon Kingdom and the Kingdom of Tadashi at the same time. She emphasized that this was not a simple game, but a serious situation. At the moment, the total number of enemies is at least 10,000 demonic beasts, and they cannot wait until they become more powerful. Despite this, they still intend to act. She explained that if everything goes well, they will be able to easily double their army. She pointed to the fertile lands and asked if they intended to rely on luck for the survival of their principality. She emphasized that victory over the Demon King's army would then be theirs. The principality was in such a situation that it would perish if it did not take risks. She ordered the commander-in-chief of the principality's army, the commander of the government knights, and the prince's representative to launch a surprise attack on the kingdom of Tadashi. She explained that if they did not challenge them, their position in these lands would deteriorate. Ojin replied that he understood and would carry out her order out of respect. On the island of Kanbar, Mr. Ojin noted that many beasts had been defeated, and the attack of demonic creatures had been repelled. Despite their strength, it was impossible to defeat an army of 20,000 demonic beasts. He assumed that it had not been easy. He then offered to take a ship and accompany Her Majesty, asking if it was time to end Lady Matilda's invasion of the port. Ojin later noted that night battles were still going on in the food city. He realized that all he could do was pray that Lady Matilda wouldn't make the wrong decision. Her Majesty noted that the city's coastline was completely occupied, and, as expected, the attack by the demonic beasts had been repelled. Matilda and Ojin noted that they expected nothing less from him. Ojin's skills were unmatched, and this was bound to lead to a great victory. They discussed whether to stop, but realized that even Ojin was capable of a surprise attack. They encountered no resistance except for the demonic beasts. The enemies expected the attack to be sudden, and the townspeople had probably been evacuated to the interior of the country. Matilda explained that an unpredictable trap could be set up in the area. The most precious treasure of these lands is a man who possesses 9 stars of blessing, which makes him extremely dangerous even for heroes. She noted that, according to the report, a castle had been built on the River of Sorrow, and the main part of the enemy army, including Tadashi and the others, was waiting for them there. Matilda ordered Ojin to attack as soon as possible, emphasizing that the fertile fields had been created thanks to this man, and that it was important to capture him alive. Matilda noted that even with the hero's blessing, they only had 1 star, and their military power was small. She emphasized that even if they defeated his blessing, they did not have the blessing of agriculture. Matilda firmly stated that she would not lose vigilance and would immediately go to negotiate with King Tadashi. She intended to fight with all her might to win the war against the Demon Kingdom. However, she understood that if forces were spent on occupying fertile lands, it would reduce their effectiveness in the main battle. Matilda understood that if the main army suffered a crushing blow, the principality could fall. She realized that if she went alone, her chances of survival were slim. Nevertheless, she remembered the words that there were logistical hubs there, and the decision on what to do gave her the opportunity to act independently. Matilda realized that she could go alone, despite the risk, but she would act deliberately, using her strengths and the enemy's strategic position. Matilda reproached Ojin for trying to act like a mentor. She pointed out that there might not be any traps and reminded him that he had not been taught to do only what was convenient for himself. Odin understood that her words reflected her desire to achieve results. Matilda noted that if they did set traps, the number of enemies would be impossible to count, emphasizing the seriousness of the upcoming operation and the scale of the possible threat. Matilda angrily announced that she was sending the entire army of the principality to destroy the river castle. She emphasized that a small number of soldiers would be enough to maintain the occupation of the territory and stated that this was a final decision. Then she paused, noticing the presence of a high-ranking official, and asked him to pay attention to her actions. Tadashi noted that the principality's army had launched a fierce attack. Judging by their past actions, he had expected such an outcome, but only a few people remained in the port, unable to evacuate quickly. He regretfully admitted that his prediction had not come true. Ellen reported to Tadashi that the total number of enemies reached 200,000, while the number of soldiers was probably only 3,000. Tadashi listened to her carefully, considered the information he had received, and quietly said that he understood. He decided not to intervene immediately, but to simply observe the developments, assessing the enemy's strength and actions in order to make a decision at the most opportune moment. Although the castle is called royal, it is actually just a wall of magical steel erected around the fort. At the same time, there is no guarantee that they will be able to win. Shinku, who provided information about the principality's army, carefully thought out a strategy and took into account all possible weaknesses in the defense to increase the chances of success. Each of her decisions was calculated to minimize losses and maximize effectiveness in a potential attack. Ellen asked Mr. Tadashi what he intended to do next. He confirmed that he remembered her words about his capabilities and expressed confidence in inevitable victory. He thought long and hard and decided that he would definitely defeat the enemies and protect everyone. He was determined not to let the barbarians destroy the country and wipe out everything that had been built by people. Every city, every village, every street, and every house had special meaning for him. He was aware of the responsibility that rested on his shoulders and swore that from that moment on, he would do everything possible to protect the inhabitants and their homes, maintaining order and security. His heart was full of determination and readiness for any trials in order to preserve what was dear to his country. Ellen leaned down and kissed him on the lips, quietly saying that if he won the war, she would let him marry her. He froze for a moment, surprised by her candor, and asked in bewilderment if she had always wanted this. Ellen's eyes flashed with determination, while his eyes showed a mixture of surprise and growing tenderness. This moment, filled with tension and emotion, marked the beginning of a new understanding between them. Ellen smiled and bowed her head slightly, noticing his doubt. She replied softly that her confession of feeling should have come earlier, but that this kiss had confirmed their mutual emotions, making the moment more sincere and meaningful. He nodded, realizing that the importance of their words and actions was intertwined with the act, and now everything fell into place. Their feelings were out in the open, and their determination to act for each other was strengthened. He laughed, feeling lighthearted after her joke, and let go of the tension of recent events. Ellen also smiled when she saw his joy, and their mood immediately became lighter. He raised his head and said with determination that now they would try to do everything in the best possible way, because together they could overcome any difficulties. Ellen nodded, ready to support him in everything, and around them there was a calm confidence in tomorrow. He realized that his successes were only possible thanks to the friends he had made over the years: the cat girl Shinku, the elf Isalim, the Fenrir Kururu, the gnome Auvergne, the beastman Aaron, and Lord Kronos, the god of agriculture. The River of Sorrow, which flowed through these lands, was contaminated with deadly poison, but with their help, both the water and the soil could be purified. This vast peninsula contained territories forgotten by divine blessing, and now new opportunities for protection and prosperity lay before him. He realized that he had received the power of blessing, thanks to which he was able to purify the river contaminated with deadly poison in a territory where no one could live before. Now new opportunities were opening up for him, and he realized that he could use this power right now to protect and restore the land. The principality's army was on a warship when suddenly there were cries. The bottom of the ship was being gnawed away in a strange way, and Ojin, watching what was happening, could not understand what they were facing. A mysterious monster fish appeared before them, which seemed to possess incredible power capable of destroying the ship from within. The soldiers were in a panic, and Ojin tried to quickly figure out how to counter this danger and protect the ship and soldiers. This ferocious demonic fish, called the devil salmon, lived in poisoned rivers. It looked as if it had come straight from legends, inspiring terror in all who saw it. Ojin wondered if this was a manifestation of Tadashi's power and why it had appeared here, but his thoughts immediately turned to the army. The troops were in danger, and a quick decision had to be made to save the soldiers and the ship from the destructive power of the devil salmon. Ojin turned to Matilda, warning her of the impending danger. He said that the vapors emanating from the Black River could cause illness, and therefore it was necessary to urgently evacuate the entire army to the shore, to any piece of land. The third squad of archers was on the verge of survival, and Ojin asked for any instructions to be sent for their rescue. The first squad of spearmen had suffered too many casualties, so he urgently requested immediate assistance to save the remaining soldiers. She stated with determination that she would never turn her back on the enemy. Addressing her with respect, he said it was a pity, but they had to leave, and urged her to follow him. She froze for a moment, and then, noticing her hesitation, he exclaimed, "Where are you going?" Matilda, determination flashing in her eyes, rushes toward them, not allowing doubts to cloud her purpose for even a moment. She shouts at Tadashi that he will regret not taking her and the principality's army seriously. Stars race across the sky, lighting the way and helping them destroy their enemies. In her hand shines a starry sword, ready to strike a just blow to anyone who dares to stand in their way. Her every movement is imbued with confidence and determination, showing that defeat is impossible while she is around. Tadashi stared in amazement at the meteorites falling from the sky, unable to comprehend how this could be happening. He exclaimed, "Meteorites are falling? How is that possible?" Ellen, standing next to him, could only utter, "Meow?" with alarm in her voice. Then her gaze focused, and she turned to the goddess of wisdom, Miyu, with a plea for help. At that moment, she activated Absolute Void, and the power emanating from it instantly changed the battlefield, causing the enemies to freeze in horror at the unimaginable power. She boldly exclaimed that no one could stop all the falling stars. There were so many of them. She'd been accumulating divine power for 6 months for this moment. Her power was immense, as if the universe itself was concentrated in her hands. The divine sword she held erupted with the power of the heavenly sword, destroying her enemies. If the stars had fallen, even walls of magical steel would not have withstood them. Everything around would have been swept away like sand in a storm. Tadashi froze, watching the approaching threat, his heart sinking at the realization of the scale of the disaster. He understood that there was no choice, that if he did not intervene, all would be lost. Focusing all his determination, he turned to Kronos, asking him to grant him the strength to deal with the advancing enemies. His gaze was full of tension and determination. Every moment could change the outcome of the battle. He was ready to use all his strength to protect his people and repel the enemies, despite the threat and danger hanging over them. Tadashi concentrated and activated a powerful ability, Farmer Meteorite Destruction. Huge masses of meteorites, shining with the light of his power, fell on the enemies with unimaginable force. The effect was impressive. The earth shook, and the enemies screamed and scattered under the destructive power. But Ellen, watching this, exclaimed with alarm and impatience, it was still not enough. She understood that Tadashi's power was great, but it was not enough to completely destroy the threat, and the battle required even greater concentration and determination. Tadashi focused and activated the space of the farmer's meteorite destruction. Enormous energy flared up around him, creating a field in which meteorites fell with destructive force. The earth shook, the air whistled from the speed of the falling stones, and the enemies tried to dodge and panic. Each fall intensified the destruction, breaking magical barriers and clearing the way for the army. Even watching the events unfold, felt the power emanating from Tadashi, realizing that his strength was capable of changing the course of the battle. The observers could not believe their eyes. If you scratch the surface of a falling star, its small fragments instantly burn up due to adiabatic compression and incredible heat. Reaching the stratosphere to direct the stars precisely at their target was extremely difficult, but Tadashi succeeded. He was able to dig up the falling stars, controlling their movement with astonishing precision. Each fragment became a destructive force, amplifying the effect of the farmer's meteorite destruction, and the enemies saw that such power was impossible to resist. Everyone around him froze in amazement. No one expected to hear such a loud and confident voice. He raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. This was Tadashi, and he brooked no doubt about his power and strength. With every word he uttered, his presence became more palpable, and his enemies began to understand that they were facing not just a man, but a leader capable of controlling power and destiny. His name spread across the battlefield, inspiring both fear and respect. Tadashi clenched his fists and stood up straight, watching Ajin and his men closely. Fear and despair were evident in their eyes, their cries and words seeming superfluous, but he listened patiently. They said they had already lost the war, hoping that surrender would save them. Tadashi nodded silently, realizing the gravity of the situation. He understood that on the battlefield, one could not simply accept excuses. He decided to take full responsibility and act decisively but fairly, showing that strength must go hand in hand with honor. Matilda spoke fiercely to the army, her voice loud and decisive. She pointed out the consequences of their focus on victory alone, reminding them that some of the soldiers were wounded and almost half had died. She spoke of her willingness to fight for her country, saying that if they stopped fighting and kept their promises, they could return to the source of the river. Her words conveyed strength, pain, and an unyielding determination to defend her homeland. Matilda made an urgent request to Tadashi. Her voice trembled with excitement, but her words were full of strength and determination. She demanded that he help all those under his care, that he take care of the wounded and poisoned soldiers. She asked if he would use the elixir on them, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for immediate action. Matilda looked at Tadashi with anxiety and determination. She said that if he stopped the battle and kept his promise, there would be no deaths, and she would be able to save everyone she could, even if they were enemies. Her voice conveyed sincere concern for people's lives and a desire for mercy, despite the danger and war around them. Ojin, the wise man of the Shinku merchants, solemnly announced that the forces of the principality would retreat. He swore to the goddess of wisdom, Lady Mai, and promised to accept all the conditions set by Lord Tadashi. He solemnly declared that he was making a magical oath with his life. If the promise was broken, he would kill the commander-in-chief of the principality's army without hesitation, Matilda von Frontrame, and then immediately kill himself, emphasizing the seriousness of his intention and his willingness to keep his word at any cost. Matilda said with determination that it was time to heal the soldiers. She emphasized that Ojin was the man in the principality who was responsible for all internal affairs, and his words could be trusted. She asked to be allowed to heal the soldiers of the principality who were suffering from the disease, and appealed to everyone to listen. An unpleasant aftertaste remained, but now it was necessary to stop harming each other and focus on saving people. From the very beginning, he had been ordered to destroy Matilda with his own sword. She exclaimed, wondering if he really intended to kill her, calling him bloodthirsty. Matilda warned that if his actions endangered their country, the consequences could be serious, showing both fear and determination to protect her principality. She cried out, addressing her father and Ogun, losing her voice with emotion. She confessed that she was ready to do anything to protect the country, realizing that her efforts might be in vain. She regretted every moment of her life when she failed to hold back the student she had raised as her own daughter, and emphasized that everything she did was always for the good of her country. Matilda, trembling with tension, asked what all this was for. She wanted to make sure that no one was going to kill her student, emphasizing that she did not want to take anyone's life. She turned to her grandfather, doubting the correctness of her actions and asking if she had strayed from the path. She was reassured that her mentor would die with her and atone for his guilt before the principality, and she apologized for her interference, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Tadashi confirmed that he did not want to take anyone's head, even if they were foolish warrior girls. He explained that he had no use for the heads of these soldiers, and that if he did not become a general capable of commanding the principality's army, serious problems could arise in the future. Thus, he was willing to forgive any general who had ruined his lands for the sake of stability and future governance. Tadashi admitted that the principality's treasury was empty, and it was shameful to admit it. He offered his heads as an apology, hoping that it would be enough to return the island, Iselina's hometown, and the rest. He was genuinely interested in whether such a step would be enough to restore justice and peace. Tadashi explained that now they would have to recognize the kingdom and declare a truce. In addition, they needed to conclude a trade agreement with his kingdom that was beneficial to both sides. The representatives of the principality apologized on behalf of the entire state. They asked Ojin and Matilda to raise their heads, emphasizing that they should not lower their eyes. Everyone expressed their gratitude for Lord Tadashi's generosity. They agreed to recognize the kingdom and declare a truce, gladly accepting the proposed terms. Tadashi explained that, if necessary, he could take their heads at any time he deemed it fair. The representatives of the principality expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Tadashi for his generosity. They declared that from now on they would be allies and, above all, apologized for their intention to quickly mobilize their army. They clarified that everything was now in order and confirmed this by addressing Mr. Tadashi. Without any haste or frenzy, Tadashi noted that the problem seemed to be solved. He thanked everyone for their efforts. The confrontation with the Principality of Front Reign was over. Thanks to their joint actions, they were finally able to return to peaceful life. Tadashi announced that the confrontation with the Principality of Front Reign was over and that it was now time to rest. The kingdom of Tadashi returned to a calm and peaceful life. He was immediately offered many tasks and responsibilities. Tadashi sighed, realizing that another busy day lay ahead as there was a lot of work to be done today. With the end of the conflict came new proposals. The kingdom of Tadashi was provided with engineers to build warships. This became part of the agreement with the principality, and Ojin's representative personally sent resources that were lacking in the kingdom. Iron and copper were provided as compensation to make up for losses and strengthen the alliance. Rumors of the kingdom of Tadashi's victory over the principality quickly spread throughout various lands. Merchants and settlers began to flock from all sides, and with each passing day, the lands became more and more densely populated. Life gradually filled with new faces and movement. At that moment, Ellen, busy with her own affairs, suddenly exclaimed that she had found something important and hurried to share her discovery. Tadashi asked Ellen in bewilderment what she meant. The girl waved her hand cheerfully and admitted that she was just joking, because she could say something like that at any moment. At that moment, there were shouts and hurried footsteps around them. Someone was already rushing them, reminding them of the upcoming event. It was about the wedding ceremony, and suddenly it was mentioned. Tadashi, embarrassed, turned sharply to Ellen and exclaimed in surprise, trying to clarify whether she had really set the time. Tadashi was puzzled by her words, and even asked again if Ellen had really said that, because it sounded as if she wasn't going to be serious at all. Soon, the two of them went to the grave to report everything to their ancestors. That evening, memories were shared. They said that Mr. Tadashi was too strong to die, and someone hoped that he would save them again. Ellen reminded everyone that she had managed to take proper revenge on Cornell. However, Tadashi was surprised to hear her talk about her youth. Ellen laughed it off, referring to Maru's words, but soon admitted that Maru was indeed happy. Ellen suddenly declared decisively that she would also become his wife, which completely confused everyone around her. Tadashi just sighed, because it was unclear what exactly she had in mind and how serious her words were. At that moment, a voice timidly asked permission to enter the room. One of his subordinates addressed him respectfully as "Sir" and waited for a response. Ellen thanked him cheerfully and enthusiastically offered to make strawberry shortbread cookies. She explained that she wanted to do this as a congratulation and part of the preparations for a special divine festival. The girl proudly showed him the strawberry seeds she had bought especially for Tadashi. Then, squinting and smiling slightly suspiciously, she asked him if he was plotting something he had chosen not to mention. Shinku suddenly reminded Tadashi that he had promised to marry her too. Hearing this, he asked her age in confusion. The cat girl exclaimed indignantly, as if he had forgotten everything, and narrowed her eyes slyly. Although she looked very young, she proudly admitted that she was actually much older than one might think at first glance. Tadashi hastily agreed and said that he would soon begin preparations for the wedding ceremony. However, he thought to himself that it wasn't so bad after all. But at that moment, he teased the cat girls by saying that they looked too old, which caused a violent reaction. The girls almost got into a fight, and he realized that he would have to forget about the peaceful days he had dreamed of. Iselina quickly realized her mistake and immediately apologized, promising to fix everything. She emphasized that Tadashi had been working hard without rest for a long time and deserved support. Then the elf reminded him that she was the one who first suggested that he create a kingdom. Iselina's words sounded sincere. She noted that Mr. Tadashi himself always worked with great enthusiasm, inspiring everyone around him. Tadashi is truly amazing. He said there was no reason to panic. He recalled once talking about a place called Japan. He explained that in his previous life he couldn't do as much as he does here. Wherever he went, many things were forbidden in his previous job. Now he feels he can act differently. He admitted that he used to be insignificant and expressed his gratitude for the new opportunities. He resolutely promised to protect the land and his people. Tadashi noted that there was nothing surprising about him. He admitted that others probably had difficulties because of his unfinished work. He said that his powers were only thanks to the gods. After that, thoughts of the past came to him. He became curious about what had happened to the company after his death. Memories of the hateful things he had once experienced began to surface. Iselina hugged Tadashi, and he was embarrassed by her action. She said that nothing had happened and dismissed the terrible words. Someone had said horrible things before, so he shouldn't worry about them. She noticed his hands and said that they were incredibly kind. She reminded him that his hands had saved her. He silently accepted the hug and felt relieved next to Iselina. He promised to protect those he loved and to always stand by them bravely and resolutely. Tadashi calmly said that saving those in trouble was natural for him. He mentioned that people often come into this world after reincarnation and that such reborn people possess divine blessings. Iselina replied that when she had lost all hope, it was he who gave her a chance, and now she was immensely grateful for his hands, which had once saved her. After that, Tadashi suggested that Lady Shinku and the Beast People, including Ellen, were probably descendants of humans. Iselina gently said that upon rebirth, no one retained a heart as kind as Tadashi's. Others were blinded by divine blessings and used their power only as they pleased. She added that this was why the world had become what it was now. However, Iselina admitted that she had never before seen power filled with such kindness as his. Iselina warmly confessed that from the very day they met, she knew she could trust Tadashi. For her, this feeling became unquestionable. Even if he ever lost his power and ceased to be king, her decision would remain unchanged. She would still be by his side and would not back down. In this touching moment, when their hearts were especially close, Ellen peeked out the door and, noticing that they were about to kiss, said aloud that every lady dreams of a prince who will burst into her life and save her. Hearing these words, the embarrassed Iselina hurriedly called out to Ellen. Iselina, slightly embarrassed, quietly asked if she could stay with Tadashi today. She admitted that sometimes she wanted him to belong only to her. Then she promised to tell the others the news herself so as not to disturb them. Turning to him with a shy smile, Ellen asked if he would mind. Her voice sounded tender and expectant. When she noticed that Tadashi was about to answer, she hastily added that he could take his time, because the decision could be made calmly. Iselina admitted with slight excitement that she wanted to show him something, and appeared before Tadashi in a revealing outfit. She asked shyly how he would react. Tadashi was taken aback, but sincerely remarked that she looked very beautiful. Ellen, noticing his embarrassment, explained that she had heard about lingerie that is worn on special days, and so she decided to buy some from the merchants. Her words conveyed a desire to impress and show her seriousness. Iselina, clearly embarrassed, noticed that the top and bottom of her outfit did not match at all, and asked in confusion why Tadashi was laughing. Trying not to offend her, he thought to himself that he needed to explain somehow that lingerie should be coordinated. But aloud, he quickly apologized and said he was just happy. There was a slight awkwardness in his voice, and he admitted that he might be rushing things, but he sincerely appreciated her efforts and openness. Iselina, gathering her courage, said that she also wanted this and dreamed of having a child with him. She confessed that she had long hoped to one day become his wife, even if things didn't go as she wanted. With a tremor in her voice, the girl said that she loved him with all her heart. In response, Tadashi, touched by her words, gently hugged her and confessed that he also loved Iselina. Hearing this, she could not contain her joy and, beaming with happiness, exclaimed that she was immensely happy to be with him. Iselina slept peacefully beside him, her breathing quiet and calm. Mr. Tadashi looked at her and whispered softly that their kingdom, built in this beautiful world, would surely have a happy future. He carefully covered her with a blanket and wished her good night. His heart was filled with warmth and hope. Soon he closed his eyes, knowing that many bright days lay ahead of them. A few weeks later, new events began to unfold. A few weeks later, Iselina said with slight embarrassment that Mr. Tadashi was again by her side at such a moment. She lowered her gaze, her voice trembling with excitement. Tadashi looked at her gently and apologized quietly, as if acknowledging his excessive insistence. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and awkward tenderness as they both realized that they were growing closer, even if words could not yet express all their feelings. Iselina sadly admitted that if they hadn't been together, they would surely have died. Meow. However, she added that Maru and the others had managed to save them. Her voice sounded regretful because she herself felt useless and couldn't do anything at all. Tadashi noticed her distress, but only wondered what kind of strange friendship was beginning to develop between them all. Later, he noted that the celebration had gone smoothly and the second wedding ceremony had passed without incident. The residents were tasked with digging a well for the new village, and everyone agreed that it was time to get to work. Tadashi noted that they had to finish the job, although someone reminded him that he was going to rest today. However, the others decided that the two should rest and that others would continue the work. Hearing this, Iselina said that he looked energetic and asked him to rest anyway. She promised to bring him a light meal and coffee. Tadashi thanked Maru for the delicious meal and got up to go about his business. He said he was leaving and smiled in response to her concern. Maru, acting as a devoted servant, happily said goodbye to him. She warmly expressed her anticipation and added that she would wait for his return, calling him dear. Erin thanked Tadashi for his help and said she could manage on her own from there. Tadashi replied that he would go check on the fields. When he arrived there, the farmers were talking animatedly. The people were happy to see him, admiringly calling him the king of agriculture. They noted that it was good that he had stopped by and added that the rumors about the poor life in the village were untrue. Among those gathered in the field, an elderly peasant stepped forward. He bowed respectfully and, stammering, addressed Tadashi. The old man apologized for his possible rudeness and said that in their country it would be worth considering the introduction of taxes. His words caused surprise among the others, as no one had expected such a suggestion. Tadashi looked at him with slight bewilderment and calmly asked if they really lived so poorly without taxes. Matilda spoke up loudly, addressing Tadashi. She stated that no matter how many taxes were imposed, it would not help. The girl reminded him that in Tadashi's kingdom, in addition to ordinary products, there were also specialized ones. For example, strawberries were grown in their village. Hearing this, one of the residents objected that this approach was wrong and that it was impossible to exist without taxes at all. Matilda then proposed a solution to consider the delivery of grown strawberries to the palace, a kind of tax which would be both fair and feasible for the village. Tadashi calmly explained that if the farmers encountered any difficulties in growing strawberries, they could always ask for advice. He added that they would be able to taste the berries to determine whether they were delicious. The residents would be allowed to keep half of the harvest for themselves and deliver the other half to the royal castle. The farmers enthusiastically agreed, promising to bring high-quality strawberries without fail. They exclaimed with delight that Lord Tadashi was like a true god and once again confirmed their admiration for him. One of the residents excitedly reported that new settlers had arrived and immediately added that something terrible had happened. Tadashi calmly noted that the arrival of new residents was not uncommon and asked Overon if he had managed to discover any new minerals. However, the answer was unexpected. This time, monsters had arrived with the settlers. Hearing this, Tadashi asked again in surprise, not believing his ears. The residents explained in a panic that it was not a matter of hostility. The border with the demons was separated by huge mountains, and it was impossible to get there. However, the rumors were confirmed. The new settlers had come from the demon kingdom of Ambrosam. Someone suggested immediately sending them back, fearing trouble. Tadashi stopped the hasty words, noting that it was only worth judging after meeting them. He asked where the uninvited guests were being kept and learned that they were locked in a barn. Then, Tadashi instructed Gururu to stay where he was and thanked him before going to investigate the situation himself. The crowd spoke with horror about the creatures with red eyes. They were recognized as vampires. People repeated this word with alarm, recalling rumors that such monsters kill humans and elves, sucking all the blood out of them. Vampires were considered a special kind of monster, distinguished by their particular cruelty and strength. The residents claimed that they were the closest thing to real monsters, and therefore their appearance was considered extremely dangerous. The new creatures introduced themselves, and everyone noticed their black hair and brown eyes. They confirmed that they belonged to the Nosferatu clan. A woman named Fujika, who called herself the chief servant of the Demon King, addressed the ruler of Tyleme and emphasized that they did not kill people. She openly admitted that she was the last survivor of the demon kingdom of Ambrosam, which caused confusion and tension among those gathered. Fujika said that Duke Varan had personally killed the demon king Nosferatu and then destroyed the kingdom of Ambrosam. Her stay here was only possible after a long and exhausting escape from her pursuers. Hearing her words, the assembled crowd was confused. It came as a surprise to them that the neighboring kingdom had been completely destroyed, and this caused a wave of surprise and anxiety. Fujika bowed her head low and addressed Tadashi. She said that she had heard of his mercy and understood that a man of his position was not obliged to help people like them. However, remembering that he had managed to defeat the Principality of Frontrain, she nevertheless decided to ask for a favor. The girl emphasized that her people posed no threat, but they could not find a place for themselves because no kingdom would accept monsters. Her words sounded desperate and hopeful. Tadashi hesitates and orders Iseline to prepare an elixir to heal the wounded among the new arrivals. He notes that people do not trust monsters, but these creatures are wounded and exhausted. The advisors warn of their danger and rumors that they devour humans. Nevertheless, Tadashi decides to first find out the truth by sending a delegation to the captives, and the Elf Queen exclaims that this is a misunderstanding. He demands reports, an examination by the medical team, and promises protection to those who are honest now. The vampires try to justify themselves by claiming that they do not kill their victims completely, but only take a little blood to survive. Fujika insists that they never take a person's life completely. The residents and warriors object, recalling instances when similar creatures destroyed their islands. Tension and mistrust intensify in the air. However, Fujika insists that many deaths are actually linked to the actions of the demon Prince Viron, not their kind. Tadashi hesitates but listens carefully to both sides. Fujika panicked and begged for mercy, confessing that she could not live with the guilt. She asked to be killed with a sword to atone for her suffering. The crowd roared in response. Someone swore to the demon gods themselves that he would take his own life if necessary. The crowd was noisy and arguing. Tadashi remained serious and thought about the fate of the strangers. Iselina prepared the elixir and waited for his decision. Matilda demanded justice, while Oberon silently watched what was happening. Night was falling over the field. Iselina discovered a precious stone. The stone contained sealed life magic. The elixir helped heal the victim's wounds but could not revive her. Someone was asked to give her blood to drink. Fujika declared that she could draw all the power from the blood. The crowd reacted with excitement. Someone exclaimed that Mr. Tadashi could not allow this. Then one of those present offered to give her his blood and himself instead. Tadashi hesitated, admitting that he couldn't let the girl die. He remembered that vampires get their power from the blood of those they bite, but he realized that the request for help was sincere and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Others warned that it could be a trap and that helping her would jeopardize relations with the demon kingdom. However, he argued that even if she drank his blood, she would not be able to control it. In the end, Tadashi apologized and said he believed her, despite the objections. Tadashi firmly stated that he could not repeat the situation with Iselina when he was also unable to turn away. He declared that he would definitely save them, even if it was risky. According to him, troops had already been deployed and there was no need to fear an attack. He told them to hurry because Fujiki's condition was getting worse. Tadashi approached and said he would give her blood directly into her mouth so that she could swallow and survive until death finally caught up with her. The others began treating the wounded, following Tadashi's instructions. One of the subjects turned to the former queen, noticing her hesitation and asking what was troubling her. She replied that she understood the danger of the situation, but since Lord Tadashi had decided to save the girl right on the territory of his kingdom, it should be considered in order. With doubt, but also with respect, she acknowledged his choice and added that she was well aware of the feelings that were overwhelming everyone at that moment. She noted that Lord Tadashi's words reflected his fairness and unity. The inhabitants of the principality and the kingdom were equally important to him. Despite her distrust of monsters, she decided that the wounded must be taken care of first. If they managed to help them here, it would be a source of pride for the entire kingdom of Tadashi. With determination, she addressed everyone, "Let's support Lord Tadashi and help them." Feeling blessed, Lord Tadashi declared that he could hold out for a long time and was ready to save all the wounded until his blood ran dry. He was confident in his abilities and ready to share them as much as necessary, despite warnings from others that he should not give blood away alone. Iselina, touched by his determination, realized that Mr. Tadashi was capable of supporting and protecting everyone who needed help, regardless of his own strength. Iselina held out the demonic crimson sword, trembling with excitement. She confessed that she had kept it at the risk of her own life, and that now it was their last hope. The sword contained the power of the immortal demon king Nosferatu, and his last successor was Lady Rina Urad Ambrosam. Mr. Tadashi took the sword and realized that it was not just a weapon, but a symbol of hope and power capable of changing the course of events and protecting everyone from the coming danger. Iselina held out the sword, asking Tadashi if he would entrust it to her. She apologized for him witnessing the murder of the demon king and promised that they were all now under their protection. Lady Rina could feel safe here, for Tadashi had created his kingdom for this very purpose. He thanked her, although he admitted that he could not reveal all the details about the demon kingdom. Inside, he doubted whether he would have enough strength to deal with the demon king Varan. Iselina was embarrassed to notice the strange resemblance of the vampire armor to silicone bras and timidly offered to take them off if it would be more convenient. She was ready to do everything possible to be useful and serve Her Majesty loyally. From the very beginning, her interest was piqued by this unusual piece of equipment. For now, she decided to focus on preparing food, realizing that this reinforced armor worn by vampire servants was made of silicone tree resin and was designed for protection in battle. Iselina enthusiastically noted that she felt the food would turn out great. She was confident that she could handle preparing an exquisite meal for a large number of people. At the same time, she planned to try using her newly acquired sword, perhaps to add some spice to the process or to show off her skills. Her determination combines a desire to make delicious food with a desire to demonstrate her abilities while helping her kingdom. In the blink of an eye, Iselina had created an incredibly delicious roast beef, so stunning that it looked almost demonic. It seemed incredible that the Demon King's crimson sword could be used to prepare food in this way. She was amazed by the result. The dish was not only appetizing but also unusual, as if it combined the power of the sword and her culinary talent. This moment of surprise and admiration emphasized how unusual and powerful her approach to cooking could be. The Crimson Sword is indeed capable of changing its essence and power depending on who wields it. However, it had not yet been used for cooking. This was a new, peaceful application in the spirit of Tadashi. Iselina decided to try it, although at first she doubted whether it was the right thing to do. The result exceeded all expectations. The taste was so extraordinary that even those who had seen many dishes encountered something like this for the first time. The whole process showed how the power of the sword could be combined with care and culinary skill. It adapted to the power and essence of the person, probably because Iselina had received the 7-star blessing of agriculture. The Crimson Sword seemed to sense her potential and adapt to it. Apparently, the information about this was correct, as the informants had said. With this blessing, Iselina could use the sword not only as a weapon, but also for peaceful purposes, demonstrating her culinary skills and enhancing the power of the dish through the magical harmony of the sword and her own energy. Colored contact lenses? We differ from ordinary people only in the red color of our eyes, so by covering them, we can blend in with the crowd. And this is the trick that we, vampire maids, still use to this day. This is one of the excellent tricks once used by the founder of the Demon Kingdom, Lady Grafia. It makes sense, it's a small detail, but it helps us remain unnoticed and maintain an advantage in any situation. Considering how much data was lost, this method of disguise proved to be very useful. However, the first generation of vampires was truly blessed with extraordinary gifts. They combined strength and cunning, making them particularly well-suited to living among humans. The smallest detail, such as eye color, could play a decisive role, allowing them to hide or blend in with their surroundings. They understood that they could help, but they also knew that a sword could not be used only for cooking. It was a piece of demon cow meat, and someone already knew how to handle it. The Demon King often went hunting and brought them here. The sight and smell of it evoked a familiar aroma, awakening memories of the power and unusual taste they had grown accustomed to. They were surprised. Indeed, these were A-rank demonic animals, but they were so quiet and obedient. The ranch raised demonic bulls, especially females, because they produced milk. Even Kururu loved meat, so the ranch was indispensable. Fenrir also kept demonic cows, feeding and caring for them. Such animals were valuable, and breeding them benefited everyone who cared for the ranch. In that case, she realized that he would be able to accept their regrets. She felt the need to apologize for not explaining anything for so long. In truth, vampires did have a peculiarity. They fell in love with those whose blood they drank. This knowledge alarmed her, but she understood that she could not hide the truth. Female vampires drank blood to replenish their strength while keeping in mind their childbearing. They thought about their partner and noted that the effect lasted for several days, after which it wore off. She thought, well, that's good. But when she found out exactly how long it would take, it turned out that she had about 100 partners. It seems that they are looking for a partner for childbearing everywhere. She heard that Mr. Tadashi had many wives. At the same time, she emphasized that she herself did not do that with anyone and was not married. The food was ready, so she suggested calling everyone to the table. What she heard even reached the Demon Kingdom, and she thought, in that case, she noticed that he had also prepared a dish with Elysium grass and added a generous portion of meat. At the same time, she emphasized that even if he said so, nothing would happen between them. She admired Mr. Tadashi's culinary skills and asked him for help, noting that there were many people, so they would have to take turns. In the castle of the kingdom of Tadashi, a new bathhouse was fully equipped, located in the miners' village. As a reward for their hard work, various large bathhouses were prepared for the residents. A bath with Alicia's crimson iris was opened in the castle of the kingdom of Tadashi, intended for rest and relaxation after hard work. The water was scented with fruit, creating a pleasant and refreshing atmosphere. Everyone who entered the bath could completely relax and feel warmth and comfort. The crimson iris filled the space with a soft aroma, and the fruit added freshness and a light sweetness. The inhabitants enjoyed peace and quiet, leaving all their worries outside the bathhouse. This bath became a symbol of the king's care for his people and his desire to give them comfort after hard work. The kingdom of Tadashi became a true paradise for the weary and wounded. When Alicia herb is brewed in water, fatigue disappears as if by magic. Lord Tadashi watched the process with care, seeing how the wounded vampires gradually recovered. Silence and order reigned in the vampire bathhouse, where everyone could relax and regain their strength. Slowly, everyone recovered, and the soft aroma of herbs and warm water created an atmosphere of complete comfort and luxury, which the king provided for his subjects. Mr. Tadashi explained that he wanted the vampire maids to use more practical devices instead of their previous silicone bras. He believed that the old equipment was unsuitable for everyday work and could be a hindrance. At the same time, the new devices provided comfort and efficiency, allowing the vampires to perform their duties freely without losing strength and agility. However, some of them were surprised to notice the absence of the familiar elements of equipment, as they were accustomed to old traditions and the use of silicone in everyday life. Mr. Tadashi noticed that, as he had been told, he knew they would come. However, when he found himself in the bathhouse, he realized that everyone was completely naked. This embarrassed him a little, but he remembered that the effect of being in the water gradually diminishes, and the relaxation is not as strong as it was at the beginning. Despite this, the atmosphere in the bathhouse remained comfortable, and the wounded vampires gradually regained their strength, allowing Tadashi to calmly observe the process. He quietly announced that he had prepared a secret weapon. It was the launch of a hidden steam generator, carefully concealed and ready for action. Mr. Tadashi checked all the mechanisms to ensure that the device was fully operational. It could be a decisive factor in the event of a sudden threat. While the others were busy with their daily tasks, he intently watched the instruments and monitored all parameters to ensure that the steam generator would activate instantly at the right moment. He added a secret weapon to the bathroom, a small sauna, neatly built in and camouflaged. Despite its playful name, it was meant to be useful. Mr. Tadashi watched the steam gently fill the room, feeling an unusual, almost miraculous warmth. The effect was so pleasant that it created an amazing feeling of relaxation and comfort. At that moment, he quietly offered, "Would you like some tea?" adding a light touch of care and attentiveness to the harmony of sensations. She smiled quietly, sitting in the cozy steam room, and began to talk about the events in the Demon Kingdom. The bathhouse was ideal for such secret conversations. The warmth and steam created an atmosphere of trust. Despite her youthful appearance, she was extremely sensitive to people. In her past life, spent in corporate slavery, she had learned to understand people subtly. For example, recently someone had clearly been trying to hide something. She noticed it immediately. Her job was to look closely at others and understand their hidden intentions. She explained that their world is called the World of Demons. The western region of the Avesta continent, which people call the Kingdom of Demons, is home to about 24 species of monsters. At the same time, there are about 1,000 subspecies, and they all live in separate places. More precisely, she clarified that this was in the past. These creatures used to live in these places, creating a complex ecosystem of hierarchy and territory, dividing power and resources among themselves. She clarified that there were 3 kingdoms in the demon world: the demons of Adar, the demons of Aji, and the demons of Ambrosam. Their kingdom, the demons of Ambrosam, occupied the southern territory of the demon world. At the same time, of course, there were also independent states that were not part of these large kingdoms, remaining autonomous and preserving their own traditions and power. She explained that if humans became enemies of the demons, all the demon kingdoms would unite and act together by any means necessary. At the same time, many people think that the demon country is only one state, although in reality there are several. In this respect, demons are not much different from humans, who also tend to underestimate and simplify other states and powers, believing that there is only one powerful entity. Count Viran was the king of Nosferatu and was considered the strongest of the demon kings. Nevertheless, he lost to his own subordinates, which caused surprise and incomprehension. Even if one tries to explain what happened logically, the situation remains strange and unpredictable, because such a defeat of the strongest ruler seems impossible and the reasons remain unclear. However, in a normal situation, the immortal demon king Nosferatu would not have lost to Prince Viran. The entire Viran clan suffered because of the betrayal of Count Richmond, the head of the necromancers. This betrayal was the decisive factor that allowed his subordinates to defeat the strongest demon king and change the course of events in the demon world. The demon king and his subordinates certainly had a difference in the number of stars, which is of great importance in this world. The immortal demon king Nosferatu could have defeated Prince Viran with a single blow of his sword. However, if Prince Viran's body had been inflated with terrifying power, the next moment of darkness would have been fatal. The demon king would have instantly cut off his head. If I am not mistaken, there are 5 mysterious black stars on the back of Prince Viran's hand. These marks probably have a special meaning or power in the context of the demon world, differing from the usual stars that measure the power of creatures. Holy demons have slightly different attributes, which are also considered divine blessings. However, these black stars on the back of Prince Varan's hand, the color of resin, are definitely not blessings from the gods of the Avestan world. Apparently, this is something rare and unusual, perhaps a gift or a sign of remembrance from previous generations, different from ordinary divine gifts. When the Demon King's sword ended up in her hands, its power saved them from their pursuers. She grabbed the princess tightly and ran without looking back, feeling that this sword was their only hope for salvation. It may seem hasty, but they felt it was necessary for Tadashi to prove to them that they were truly under his protection. They explained that they could not yet fully trust his country and wanted to see concrete actions confirming their safety. He flatly refused. He already had attractive women, and no temptations could sway him. He was not interested in that at all. However, at that moment he could not help but notice that Iselina looked especially beautiful, as always. He replied firmly again, his wives were evil, he had no concubines, and there would be no weddings. Even as king, he did not wish to take concubines. Despite requests and hints, he remained adamant. When he was offered to recover in the baths of Elysia, he only agreed to enjoy the rest, but repeated once again that he was not interested in such things. Iselina heard praise. She had worked well today. Tadashi admitted that he had also been absorbed in his work and somehow ended up in the tent. He carefully changed the subject and said that he would like to discuss their future, hinting at an important conversation that awaited them both. The miners' village had food stores, so it could be used as a defensive base. The village was located near the demon lands, and soldiers could monitor the mountain range. First, they needed to organize their defenses and secure rice supplies. Now, about the transmission of information. Shinku confirmed that the information was valuable. If the enemies crossed the steep mountains, their strength would be depleted, and it would be easier to attack them. The possibility of an invasion through the mountains should be considered. The information obtained from Fujiki is considered important enough to be passed on to the Principality of Frontrain. According to Fujiki, information from the kingdom reaches the principality through the army. She describes it as seeping through a sieve. Perhaps we should simply tell Ojin about our concerns. It should be noted that his reasoning can be trusted, but with caution. Today, they had too many topics to discuss with the princely army, so it was decided to postpone the conversation. They agreed to tell everything when they delivered the goods. At the same time, it was clear that if the principality weakened, the powerful demon army would inevitably attack it. Therefore, everyone felt that the situation required extreme caution and careful planning. Night was approaching, and it was time to rest so that they could continue their discussions with a clear head tomorrow. "Forgive me, Lord Tadashi." He was a little surprised, but he understood that there was nothing he could do about it. It seemed to him that the princess could only leave this way. Princess Rina, being the youngest daughter, was especially loved by the Demon King, and this feeling left a noticeable mark on her. Everything in the Demon Palace was painted black, as dark as the throne itself. The order was carried out in honor of the kingdom of Ashuratos. The name of the kingdom was changed from Ambrosam to Ashuratos, and from then on it was ruled by the Lord of Darkness of the Demons, Prince Varan. The new state became a symbol of power and darkness, and the demon Ashura Varan asserted his authority over all his subjects, turning the palace and kingdom into the embodiment of darkness. Soldiers reported that the last vampires had finally disappeared behind the mountain range. General Richmond, commander of the Ghost Aristocrats, suggested that they might have crossed the range via a hidden path. The skeleton soldiers guarding the borders did not notice them, so the crossing went unnoticed. The reasons for what had happened remained unknown, causing alarm among the command. If anyone goes there, they can kiss their life goodbye. This land is dead and inhabited by demonic beasts. Non-existence is a barren territory with poisonous rivers that are impossible to navigate safely. The place is extremely dangerous for any living creature, and survival there is virtually impossible. Count Richmond reported that he had not pursued the remaining vampires and had not taken possession of the Demon King's sword. The king ordered the destruction of all living vampires, but now their death was inevitable. The count, dissatisfied with the interference, wonders what His Majesty intends to do in this situation. He feels tired and irritated by the need to obey and receive explanations, trying to understand the king's next steps. Count Richmond, holding the position of chief of the aristocratic ghosts, showed strength and loyalty. He swore allegiance to the king after he appointed him general. Richmond reasoned that those who opened the gates did not become kings of the demonic cause because of him. He realized that the merits of the general and the chief of the aristocratic ghosts were not fully recognized, and this caused him mixed feelings of pride and dissatisfaction. The king rebuked Earl Richmond for his boring reasoning and called him a despicable traitor, useless in the current situation. He reminded him that he had given Richmond the chance to prove himself by making him a general, but he had failed to carry out his orders. The king demanded another chance, emphasizing that his trust in the general had been justified by promises that had not been kept. The king roared, ordering Earl Richmond to tremble before his own demise. He called him trash, declaring that he would become a sacrifice to the great god of darkness. Faced with inevitable Black Death, Richmond cried out, begging not to be allowed to disappear. The voice rang out with a deep, commanding tone, giving orders without the slightest hesitation. It was said that it was necessary to find the Demon King's sword, an artifact whose power could change the outcome of battles and even the fate of entire kingdoms. At the same time, it was necessary to find suitable victims for Lord Yardabout, the god of darkness, in order to strengthen his power and spread his influence. It was emphasized that the new world must be pure, devoid of useless creatures, and that the number of all unnecessary spirits must be reduced so as not to weaken the power of darkness and ensure absolute order in the future. The servant bowed his head, his voice solemn, ready for any command. "Yes, I am happy to serve you, Your Majesty," he said, trying to show loyalty and determination. In response, a short and authoritative order was given to do whatever he pleased, for the Lord, as the deputy of the God of Darkness, had no particular restrictions. All searches were entrusted to the servant. However, soon a mocking voice rang out. The lost immortal heir to the royal title had fled into nothingness. The laughter reflected both confidence and a hidden threat. There was still work to be done. The servant listened to the new order, trying to hide any doubt on his face. The Lord made it clear that nothingness would become part of his kingdom in the future, but now was not the time for that. The order demanded an end to belief in the demon god Diabel and subjected the servant to a new law established by his master. A flicker of anxiety crossed the servant's mind. Would the change in the state religion provoke resistance from the demonic church? He understood that any disruption of the balance of power within the cult could have unpredictable consequences. The servant nodded obediently, understanding the seriousness of Lord Yardabout's words. The Lord's divine power grew with each passing day, but he still needed sacrifices to maintain his power. Any disobedience to orders would not go unpunished. Those who dared to ignore the master's will should be sent to be sacrificed. The servant accepted the order as absolute law, realizing that carrying out this task would strengthen Yardabout's power and demonstrate the servant's loyalty to the kingdom of darkness. Lord Yardabout uttered his order with cold determination. He intended to get rid of all those who did not obey his will, showing no mercy for the slightest weakness. After that, preparations for the invasion of the human kingdom would begin, and he promised to paint the whole world black. Truly powerful demons must use their power to suppress the weak, and the kingdom of humans is doomed to destruction. His words sounded like a harsh prophecy, heralding the coming darkness. Lord Yardabout, who had decided to incarnate in this world, intended to destroy the oldest gods with his own hands and become the supreme being. When this event came to pass, the entire order would change, and everything would unfold exactly as the Lord of Darkness had predicted. His words sounded like a sentence, and the darkness that emanated from him seemed tangible, as if the world was already preparing to submit to his indisputable power. On that day, a kingdom was born where darkness and brute force reigned supreme. Having become incredibly powerful, the Demon King prepared his army to attack the human principality of Front Reign. The ruler's power and cruelty created an atmosphere where every step of the army was dictated by the desire for complete submission and destruction of its enemies. The power of the demons felt like a looming shadow, ready to devour everything in its path.
The dwarven engineers worked tirelessly, diligently developing new weapons that would help in the coming war with the demons. Among the newest military devices, even a crossbow appeared, which had not previously been part of the usual arsenal. The reason was obvious. The Demon King's army had huge flying monsters, monstrous creatures like dragons and wyverns, and it was almost impossible to hold back their attacks from the sky with simple means, and the archers at the people's disposal were not enough to provide reliable protection against such opponents. The dwarf said that he had heard of such a weapon, and knew that its destructive power should be much more powerful than a crossbow. However, he immediately doubted that they would be able to obtain gunpowder, since it was the most important part of the design. To his doubt, the gentleman, beaming with joy and inspiration, immediately replied that there was no need to worry about this at all. They had already begun to make saltpeter, and everything would soon be ready. This statement so astonished the gnome that he involuntarily fell silent. Turning around, they almost ran to the beginning of the immediate creation of cannons, enthusiastically examining the drawings and discussing every detail. Someone called out to the gentleman, and at that moment the girl tugged at his hand, trying to attract his attention. He reacted calmly and told her that they should go. Up until this point, the gentleman had warned his companions more than once. If something happened, they should immediately inform him, and in case of emergency, seek help from Kururu. She, having listened to his words, also agreed and assured him that he could very well leave the protection of the kingdom to them without fear. By this time, the little beast had already brought the cart up and, with a sharp cry, called on everyone to set off. The wheel creaked and the cart moved. The gentleman sitting inside noted that the road in these places was not so difficult, and added that beautiful landscapes opened up around. He even suggested that the girl look out the window to see for herself. But she, settling down on his lap and falling asleep, answered in a sleepy voice that she was fine as is, and that she didn't need to be distracted at all. Then the other girls watching her noticed that, most likely, she was just scared. She added that even as a former servant of demons, she still shudders slightly at the mere memory of the past. She was amazed that the fierce demonic bulls could once obey people, and she admitted that she would be much calmer if at least Kururu was responsible for controlling this transport. After that, the former servant of the Demon King, turning to the mistress, carefully asked if she could ask for books. The mistress replied that the cat people merchants were able to get literally anything, and specified what books she needed. She timidly explained that she would like to get as many books as possible, because the little lady cannot fall asleep without reading. The gentleman looked again at the one who was peacefully dozing on his lap. He stroked her head and listened attentively to the conversation. At that moment, the girl suddenly raised her head and quietly said that she simply loved books. The lady added an important clarification. The books that can only be obtained in the library will literally cost their weight in gold. The gentleman asked in surprise whether this meant that she would take money for them. To this, the lady, without losing her dignity, explained that they were Tadashi traders, and therefore could not simply give away the goods. Then the former servant of the Demon King suddenly took out a terrifying demon stone that she had hidden. The gentleman asked if it was really a jewel. The merchant explained that demonic stones had much greater magical power than the rarest ordinary jewels, and that is why they were valued much higher. The gentleman noted with keen interest that this was quite unusual, and wondered how much else she might have hidden away. When they reached the kingdom of Tadashi, they couldn't stop being amazed as they looked around. The master remarked out loud that, in his opinion, they currently had everything they needed to live, although the castle itself seemed rather modest to him. To this she replied that, on the contrary, the castle turned out to be much more luxurious than she had originally assumed, and added with admiration that it seemed to reflect the kindness of his heart and was beautiful even without unnecessary decorations. And the gentleman, embarrassed, said only that he hoped that they would really like everything. Soon he announced that he intended to go to the other side of the sea. She asked him in surprise which sea he was talking about. He then explained that he was concerned about the political changes in the Demon Kingdom and was going to ask the god of agriculture himself about it. She, amazed, asked him if it was possible to somehow summon a deity while being right on the ground. To this he calmly replied that the god of agriculture, like other gods, had already appeared here more than once. The girl literally jumped up and asked him again if he really called on the gods so often. The gentleman awkwardly explained that this time the situation was truly an emergency. She exclaimed that the coming of the deities was a real miracle and declared that she wanted to see it with her own eyes. She asked him to call upon God with her. As they stood by the shore and looked at the waves, the gentleman recalled that the main reason he had come all this way was to think about the festival dishes. He even made plans in his mind on how best to continue the line of meat dishes. But suddenly he was called out and a girl with shining eyes asked if the wedding ceremonies would be held simultaneously. He was slightly confused and reminded her that she herself had said earlier that she did not want to get married suddenly. She, having taken out another hidden thing, replied that she had heard from others that wedding rings were absolutely necessary for a wedding. And if jewelry was required for this, then she had it. The master, after listening to her, then said that at the moment he intended to ask God about the events and changes in the Demon Kingdom, and therefore she would have to postpone the question of holding the wedding ceremony. The gentleman reflected that while they were busy harvesting lobsters and abalones from the sea, they should also think about increasing the amount of seaweed suitable for food. These plants were impossible to grow on land, so he came to the very practical conclusion that along with catching sea creatures, efforts should be made to preserve the sea resources themselves so that they do not disappear and can feed them in the future. The girls who watched his actions and listened to his reasoning were sincerely amazed that the gentleman was capable of not only fighting or hunting, but also understood how exactly one could take care of the sea and even knew ways to grow seaweed. After these thoughts, he took out several items from his bag that he had managed to prepare in advance and explained that this was exactly what they had in stock for that day. Among the things he brought were a small handful of rice, some thick miso paste, 1 bottle of soy sauce, and a couple of bottles of jinjo rice sake made from carefully selected pure rice. All this, as it turned out, was the result of trade deals that their friend the merchant and her associates had managed to conclude with a rich eastern country famous for its sacred culture, abundance, and ancient traditions. With noticeable enthusiasm, he announced that now that they had the seeds, they could begin growing rice. Without delay, he began planting, reminding them that the previous harvest, grown thanks to their labor and fervent prayers, was unusually tasty and rich. The first rice grown in their kingdom shone with amazing brilliance and purity, as if reflecting all their efforts, hopes, and sincere desires. When the gentleman looked at the fields, flooded with warm sunlight, he could not contain the emotions that overwhelmed him, and he shed tears, because before he had only seen such pictures in his dreams and in his sleep. He said that the vendor also managed to get rice malt, and therefore in the future he would like to try to make miso, soy sauce, and sake with his own hands in their country. When the lid of the pot in which the rice was simmering was carefully lifted, a billowing warm steam burst out, and swollen and soft grains appeared on the surface. The gentleman happily noted that the dish was almost ready. The offering he was about to make for the gods had a special meaning for him, and so it was with some trepidation that he decided to try the first spoonful. However, as soon as the grains touched his tongue, he felt the rich taste and could not hold back a satisfied sound. The rice was so successful that he literally fell in love with this simple but amazingly delicious dish. Although he had been living in a foreign world for a long time, he was still Japanese at heart, and his love for seafood had not disappeared. That was why he grilled some fresh seafood. The girls, watching the process with interest and a slight appetite, could not take their eyes off the dishes, but the gentleman emphasized that all this was intended exclusively for the gods as offerings. Thus, from the brought and collected products, a whole feast was made, filled with aromas, tastes, and care. When everything was finally ready, the master offered a prayer and called upon the deity to appear to them. And at that very moment, as if answering his call, an old man in a straw hat descended from the sky. He noted with surprise that he had not seen them for a long time, and asked what had happened. The gentleman's partner was overwhelmed with the strongest emotions. She looked around shyly, then almost lost the power of speech, not knowing how to behave correctly in front of such a creature. The gentleman himself remained calm, and reported that a change of power had occurred in the demon kingdom and disturbing events had begun to occur. He asked his companion to tell him everything she knew. Although she hesitated, she overcame her embarrassment and agreed. The gentleman asked if anything bothered her. She shook her head negatively, gathered all her determination, and told the deity in detail everything she had seen. The old man, having listened to her words, ran his hand over his snow-white beard and noticed that the story about the black stars seemed very strange and alarming. He thanked them for the information and added that now it was necessary to ask the god of demons for advice, and for this he would need a statue through which he could address him directly. Then she couldn't help but raise her hand, as if asking for forgiveness for interrupting his words, and took out from her supplies a small statuette, which, as it turned out, she had been carrying with her all this time. When the figurine was placed next to the offerings, nothing changed. The old man sighed heavily, and sadly noted that perhaps the powers of the deity had weakened so much that he was no longer able to appear on earth. He sadly added that if the demon god really did not come due to illness or extreme exhaustion, then this was an alarming and dangerous sign. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the unexpected appearance of guests. Before them appeared Lady Mia and Lord Helberis, who looked puzzled and could not understand why the old man had appeared in this place. The master explained that he had just spoken with the demon god and learned that his divine power was rapidly fading, and that the reason for this was most likely the intervention of a famous god. The old man was indignant, declaring that he had never heard of such a thing, and Mrs. Mia, in turn, sharply responded that there was no point in telling such things to the old man. The old man complained indignantly, declaring that he alone knew nothing about what was happening and that this seemed like an outright mockery of him, emphasizing that only thanks to his efforts the divine power continued to exist to this day. But the lady, remaining calm, asked him to speak more quietly and not to interfere with them continuing such an important conversation. The gentleman, surprised, asked the lady what god they were talking about. They answered that originally people were not supposed to know such secrets, but now the old rules no longer apply. Then the lady slowly began to tell the story of how long before them, in the very first times, the inhabitants of their divine world were only the first goddess, Lady Alia, and a very small number of people. But one day, a serious threat of their complete extinction arose. It was then that Lady Alia made the decision to let alien races and gods abandoned by other deities into her world. The gentleman was literally shocked to hear that they all actually came from another world. The old man nodded and added that he himself had only ended up here after leaving the lands known as Greece. The other two gods said that they came from another world and brought their people with them, and this happened in accordance with one of the myths of the world of Avestor. After a short pause, the goddess continued, explaining that the vanished world had been almost restored in its time, but there were too many different gods and races, which is why the world began to gradually lose stability, and Lady Alia tried to correct the situation by sending reincarnated people who possessed powerful souls. The goddess admitted that she personally had always been against such things, and the old man immediately recalled that she had spoken out against the appearance of the master himself. To this, the goddess replied that this was self-evident, since too powerful a force could give rise to new difficulties, and the first goddess was excessively constrained by her first successful experience. The elder objected and fervently declared that the gentleman was a kind-hearted man, and would certainly be able to save their world. The goddess, her expression changing, nevertheless returned to the conversation about the strange god. She explained that many gods and different races followed the first goddess, but there were also those who refused to obey her and decided to seize power over the world themselves. They were the ones who became known as the Matsurawanu gods. The gentleman carefully asked her if this meant that the events happening now were the work of one of those gods who had opposed the goddess. The goddess replied with a heavy sigh that all this was being done by the dark god Artabaot, who had managed to gain the trust of the demons and was now planning to take over the entire world, adding that the gods existed differently than people from Earth, and therefore could not directly interfere in dark affairs. The old man, placing his hands on top of his master's, vigorously concluded that this was precisely why the gods needed his strength. The goddess muttered that she could not understand the old man's affection for this man. The old man confidently replied that the young man was his follower. He added that in fact the only one who is able to resist the dark god is his follower, who has extraordinary divine protection. The goddess, finally relenting, admitted that perhaps he did deserve her help, and the old man, turning to the master, said that they had one more request. The guy calmly replied that he understood them and, of course, would do everything in his power. As a result of the conversation, it turned out that the so-called magic prince who possessed dark stars was the dark god, and his influence in the demon kingdom was only growing stronger. The gods asked the Lord to protect the demon race, and warned that the dark god would most likely try to destroy all the followers of the demon god. The gentleman said that it was not the most important thing, but the events in the demon kingdom did seem extremely strange to him. But at that moment his partner interrupted his words. She apologized for interrupting, and suggested leaving the internal affairs of the kingdom to the vampires. She noticed that if the persecution of demons who believed in the god of demons began, then they would be the ones who could stop it. And if it came to secret missions or espionage, then this is where vampires are especially strong. The gentleman, reminding her that the mission would be incredibly difficult, asked her if she was sure that they could handle it. To this she firmly replied that the demon kingdom was their home, and they wanted to save its inhabitants, whom they were persecuting, and therefore asked to trust them and rely on them. The gentleman, having agreed, firmly said that in that case he would count on their help. The old man, visibly delighted, immediately began to eat and said that it was good that everything was now clear, and that on such an occasion one could try the food and drinks from the offerings. The goddess muttered indignantly that the old man was too carefree, and that was why no one wanted to tell him the truth before. But suddenly another loud male voice was heard, cheerfully asserting that the offerings were indeed delicious. The new guest turned out to be the god of blacksmithing. Pouring himself some sake and answering the question of how long he had been there, He explained with a smile that he simply could not help but show up when booze appeared among the offerings. He cheerfully patted the Demon Kingdom gentleman on the shoulder and said that they would also help and provide support. The Demon Kingdom gentleman, although a little embarrassed, also stated that, although with some hesitation, he could not refuse the offerings and was also willing to help. Curiously, he took a cup of rice sake and enjoyed its light taste. The goddess stood there in confusion when suddenly the Lord's girlfriends appeared, handing her a plate of delicious seaweed tempura. The gods, one after another, began to persuade her not to be stubborn, and to try it too. The goddess, blushing, indignantly replied that she would have certainly tried it even without their words. So she, too, joined the feast. The atmosphere became livelier, and the old man, laughing, joked that soon she herself would take the side of his follower. The goddess, embarrassed, loudly objected that this was not the point at all, but that it was dangerous to give too much power to one reincarnated person. But the others only laughed merrily and said that she was still as stubborn as before. The place where the criminals captured by the Demon King were kept was the Ardo Monastery. It was an ancient and gloomy place, surrounded by a high wall, behind which reigned strict silence. It was here that one of the king's subordinates arrived. He carefully examined the surroundings, listening to every sound, as if hoping to catch something important, and soon noticed the one he was so persistently looking for. A young lady appeared before his eyes. She stood before him in a long, loose dress as if emerging from the very radiance of the midday sun. In her hands was a heavy adze, and like a simple peasant she wiped the sweat from her forehead as she continued to work in broad daylight. The man, not hiding his surprise, asked her if she really did this kind of work. To this the girl, smiling slightly, replied that she would ask him to wait a little, since she only had part of the job left to finish. She calmly explained that she had consciously chosen this work for herself because she wanted to personally cultivate the land and perform simple duties together with the inhabitants of the farm, even though she was formally under strict protection. Then, turning serious and frowning slightly, she asked him if he understood why she, once the strongest soldier in the army, had nevertheless been defeated by a simple farmer. He admitted, confused, that he did not know the answer. Then the girl, straightening up and standing in a firm stance as if ready for battle again, firmly said, her opponent turned out to be the strongest farmer. Turning to the field, she quietly added that it was at that moment, when she began to plow the land with her own hands, that for the first time she truly realized many things and saw the world differently. The man adjusted his monocle and said that he thought her words were beautiful in their own way. After that, he carefully asked what had happened to her sword, without which it was difficult to imagine her former image. She answered calmly and confidently that he shouldn't worry, her sword was still with her. Moreover, every day she comes to pray to the sacred imperial blade and is filled with its power. For her, this sword was not just a weapon, but the most valuable treasure and a symbol of her duty. The interlocutor, struck by her words, asked again what exactly she meant. Then the girl bitterly admitted that because of her mistakes, many soldiers died on the battlefield and she could not allow the war to start a second time. But if the power of the sacred sword was ever needed again, she was ready to step forward at any moment and even die for her country. The man saw that the young mistress was still full of determination, and so he gently asked her not to worry too much about the fate of the principality's army. He then informed her that there had been major political changes in the Demon Kingdom, and they were now on the verge of reclaiming the stolen croplands. The heroine became wary and anxiously asked what this meant. The royal subordinate explained that the Demon Kingdom of Ambrasam could soon be destroyed by a coup d'état. She cried out, asking if this meant the enemy nation had fallen. He continued, the Demon King had already been defeated, and his kingdom was embroiled in civil war. There were two sides fighting in it. One remained neutral towards the human race, while the other openly hated people. In response to this, the current king took under his protection the fugitives of the former ruler, who were loyal to the people, and took control of the exiled government. The young lady could not believe what she heard. However, the king's subordinate continued. Although the current Demon King's strength is weakening, the supporters of hatred are already preparing a brutal invasion. Fortunately, the king has begun to receive elixirs and food, and thanks to this, he is strengthening his defenses and gradually increasing his readiness to attack enemies. She, having listened to him, admitted with relief that she had been very worried all this time, because she had not been able to get any news here. But the man, interrupting her, added that there was another fresh piece of news. He reported that His Majesty had drunk the healing elixir, had finally gotten out of bed, and was beginning to recover. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. The joy of the news about her father was so great that she could hardly contain herself. Through her tears, she quietly said that it was very good. Then the gentleman, putting his hand on her shoulder, carefully asked if she would like to go to the front with him. She asked again, surprised, what exactly he meant. Then the man explained that there were rumors that the king himself had arrived with supplies, and therefore it was necessary to show respect, meet him and thank him. But the girl, burning with shame, admitted that she was so embarrassed that she could not meet him face to face. The subordinate tried to support her. He said that he himself would like to apologize and express his gratitude properly, and express confidence that the kind-hearted king would certainly forgive. The girl added sadly that she had never thanked him before. Gathering her courage, she firmly stated, even though it was too late now, she still wanted to apologize and thank the king for saving her father. The man with a kind smile replied that that was fine. Some time later, in the frontline principality, in the red line of the front castle, the merchant returned. Joyfully greeting those gathered, she reported that preparations for the distribution of the team were in full swing. The gentleman thanked her and apologized for placing so many responsibilities on her. But suddenly, another voice was heard from the carriage. It was the same royal subordinate who had arrived with the young lady. Placing his hand on his chest, he expressed his joy at the long-awaited meeting. The gentleman, delighted, replied that he himself was glad to see him in good health. Then, noticing the girl standing behind him, he asked in surprise who had arrived with him. The subordinate replied that it was Princess Matilda, and that she wanted to apologize and thank him personally. The gentleman, looking at her more closely, admitted that at first he had not even noticed her. Then the princess suddenly fell to her knees and said in a trembling voice that she was very sorry. The gentleman, confused, hastened to ask her to rise to her feet, but she, without rising, continued. This was the only way she could allow herself to express the sincerity of her feelings. The gentleman extended his hand and invited the girl to let go of their mutual past. With kindness in his voice, he said that he forgave her, and therefore she should rise. The princess timidly placed her palm in his hand, but, standing up abruptly and squeezing his fingers tighter, she quickly thanked him for once saving her father. The gentleman gently replied that the true merit did not belong to him. The healing elixir that he had once given to the king had the power to heal serious illnesses. Moreover, the production of this medicine in the principality has increased, and now it is able to save the inhabitants not only from illnesses, but also from serious wounds. Delighted, the princess assured that she is ready to do anything for the sake of her people. Then the gentleman, freeing his hand from her grip, added that the principality was an ally, and therefore it was an honor for him to help. With a slight sadness, she admitted that she had indeed acted foolishly and recklessly in the past. The girl looked down and said that it was hard for her to realize how much he had done for her without asking for anything in return. The gentleman smiled and replied that it was all natural. They would have to fight together against the commander-in-chief of the demon kingdom, and therefore mutual assistance was mandatory. Suddenly he remembered an important detail and said that he wanted to demonstrate something. He told with satisfaction that they had managed to capture Princess Rina, and if there were demons among the allies, then there would be a unique opportunity to introduce her to the head of the principality. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a new participant. Apologizing for being late, the vanguard general, blessed by the god of war and awarded 3 stars, appeared and announced that he was temporarily replacing the commander of the emperor's guards. His voice sounded loud and sharp. He had come with a complaint against the gentleman. The gentleman was wary, not understanding why this man, known for his irascibility, whom many considered the main drama lover of the era, had come to them. The king's subordinate asked the general to restrain himself, but he refused, insisting that he had to speak out. The gentleman calmly replied that this was natural, and if the general had any complaints, he was ready to listen to him. The general, repeating that he would say everything without a shadow of a doubt, recalled the master's words regarding cooperation. Then, burning with indignation, he declared that his country was in a dire situation. The aristocrats and soldiers had been taken away, the blacksmiths and gnomes were missing, and the main mine had stopped working, as a result of which supplies had ceased. The princess could not bear it any longer and became indignant. She sharply called out to the general, accusing him of disgracing her in front of her allies. She asked angrily if he meant to say that people had left the country because of its bad governance. But the gentleman calmly asked her to listen to the complaints to the end. The angry princess replied that she saw no point in listening to someone who did not understand how difficult the situation of the people was. The general continued in the same spirit. He claimed that the master must be grateful for the supplies of the army, or else he intends to subjugate the proud army of the principality. The princess tried to call out to him again, but the general sharply asked her if her goals were now in line with the king's if she was so furiously indignant. He then added rudely that although she was the prince's legitimate heir and a respectable aristocrat, her position was insignificant in front of the other rulers, and therefore she was incapable of leading the principality's army. Insulted by the words, the princess was about to lash out at him with abuse, but the master gently stopped her, saying that he would sort it out himself. Addressing the general, he emphasized that the principality was not subordinate to him and that assistance in supplies was only a manifestation of cooperation. The general was silent for a moment. The gentleman asked if he agreed with this explanation. He, reminding them that he was first and foremost a soldier, replied that he did not like empty arguments and preferred to resolve everything by force. He suggested that they settle the matter with swords. The merchant immediately intervened, threateningly declaring that she would not allow him to speak to her beloved in such a way and, if necessary, would go against him herself. The gentleman hastened to calm her down. Deep down, he knew that if his brave friend entered into battle with the general, she would surely defeat him beyond recognition. So he firmly declared that he himself would become his opponent. The general was surprised by this answer. The gentleman noted that it was a friendly duel, training on equal terms, and therefore they would fight only for honor. The saleswoman tried to stop him again, but he gave her an encouraging smile and assured her that everything would be fine. He already had an idea. The general asked if the opponent really did not intend to use divine power. The gentleman replied in the negative, reminding him that this was just a friendly duel. The soldier acknowledged his determination as worthy of respect, threw off his heavy armor, and declared that in that case he would not resort to his holy diamond armor either. As a true warrior, he intended to defeat the enemy fairly. The master drew his sword and confirmed that they would fight honorably. The general nodded, trusting in his honor. Without waiting for a signal, the soldier was the first to rush forward. The gentleman managed to block the sudden attack and, parrying the continuous blows, heard the general's question, "Why doesn't he attack in response?" Taking a deep breath, the gentleman calmly noted that it would not be easy to carry out a counterattack, but he still had no intention of relaxing. This only made the soldier more excited. He became excited and said that the enemy could not be so clever. The gentleman understood that if he let his guard down just a little, a hail of attacks would sweep him away. Out of breath after the intense exchange of blows, the master admitted that this was exactly the kind of battle to be expected from a warrior known as the Principality's Diamond Defender. The general, in turn, was genuinely surprised. His opponent had managed to withstand a powerful blow from which anyone else would have long since fallen and lost strength. But the one standing in front of him was not going to give in. With determination and firmness in his voice, the general announced that he would continue the offensive because he intended to show the true strength of a soldier whose life is dedicated to the defense of his native principality. The master clearly understood that if he continued to only take blows, then sooner or later even his body would not withstand this inexorable and merciless force. His hands were shaking, but he gathered the rest of his will and managed to block another harsh attack, gritting his teeth from pain and tension. The general was again amazed by his fortitude and, taking it as a challenge, decided to demonstrate his full strength, leaving no trace of restraint. Suddenly launching a rapid, high-speed attack, he broke through the master's defense and knocked him off his feet. When the gentleman fell heavily to the ground, the general triumphantly asked if this meant final victory. He, accepting defeat with dignity, admitted that the fight had been worthy and exactly as a duel with the diamond warrior defending his principality should be. These words caused a storm of emotions. The soldiers watching the battle greeted their general with a joyful cry, their eyes shining with pride and faith in his strength. After the duel, the general extended his hand to the fallen man, helping him up, and asked why he had not used the divine power that could easily tip the scales in his favor. The master, accepting the help, calmly explained that he had chosen the path of a warrior, and not the path of the power of the gods. Standing up and straightening up, he added that he was essentially a simple farmer, and therefore could not be considered an equal opponent to the soldiers of the principality. His strength lay elsewhere, in the ability to cultivate fields, stockpile supplies, and create elixirs, thanks to which he was able to support the army in difficult times. These words made the general think, and he asked if the gentleman was ready to give work to his people if necessary. Then, speaking firmly and confidently, the general declared that the soldiers of the principality were strong, but their true enemy was the demon kingdom, which was counting on the gradual extinction of the human race. Standing up straight in front of everyone and gathering all the seriousness of the moment, he said that he now had a new request. The warriors of the principality must repay the kindness and trust shown. Their warrior pride would not allow them to remain on the sidelines. They would help the master. Turning to his soldiers, he asked if they were ready to share this journey, and the army, without a moment's hesitation, with a unanimous cry, confirmed its consent. The gentleman thanked them with joy, saying that he was looking forward to their joint assistance and that he believed in their strength. The merchant, beaming with pride, praised her companion, saying that he had, as expected, coped brilliantly. The soldiers surrounded their general, loudly praising his victory, and the merchant added that the discontent of the warriors of the principality had gradually subsided, and now they were ready to fight on the front lines. The gentleman calmly noted that in reality it had not been so difficult. Deep down, he remembered his past experience. Many years of working as a simple office worker had taught him how to deal with complaints and discontent among people, and now these skills had unexpectedly turned out to be invaluable. The merchant, spreading her arms, proudly said that their master had a special talent. If the management had been entrusted to, for example, a young beast girl, she would certainly have made mistakes and thereby brought trouble upon the imperial soldiers. The little animal girl, offended, objected that this was unfair and untrue, but the gentleman hastened to defuse the situation. He gently assured her that the merchant had not meant that at all, and added that the beastmen were indeed angry at the principality's soldiers, but that an outburst of emotion would not solve the problem. More importantly, remember what the general said: the kingdom serves as reliable logistical support, and the principality becomes the front line for strengthening military power. Only by cooperating will they be able to resist the demon king's new army. The princess, a little embarrassed, hastened to apologize for the misunderstanding caused by the general's words. However, the gentleman replied that, on the contrary, he admired the fighting spirit of the warriors of the principality. She also noted that if he had used divine power, the general would not have been able to resist him for a single moment. The gentleman sheepishly explained that using a divine gift in a friendly duel was unacceptable and unfair. The princess, recalling the past, added that once, being frivolous, she clearly realized that he could have destroyed her with one blow, but instead he held back, repelling all attacks. This is what inspired admiration in the soldiers, who now saw him as a true king worthy of respect. Embarrassed, he thanked her for such a high assessment. The princess, not wishing her words to sound casual or like empty courtesy, repeated them once more, affirming that she spoke from the heart. The lord, anxious to emphasize her own merits, said that she had also achieved much, especially in the art of wielding a sword, and that her success aroused in him no less admiration than a divine blessing. In a fit of emotion, the princess grabbed his hands again, and, immersed in her emotions, admitted that she trusted him with the fate of the principality. With determination in her voice, she asked him to marry her and become the next ruler of her country. These words stunned the gentleman. For a moment he was stupefied, his thoughts were confused, and he was unable to fully comprehend what exactly he had just heard. Without loosening her grip, the princess looked the lord in the eye and, without hiding her excitement, asked if he would agree to marry her and become the next ruler of the principality. But before he could answer, they were interrupted by the king's confidant, politely but insistently asking him to wait and not rush into a decision. Having collected his thoughts, the confidant admitted that he himself had once long ago thought of what kind of gentleman he could become in the role of the princess's husband. However, he immediately hastened to clarify that such a thing seemed extremely impossible and too difficult to implement. The princess flushed sharply and, without hiding her offense, asked if he really considered her too old for marriage. To these words, the confidant quickly objected that he had not meant anything of the sort. But indignation was already boiling in the princess's soul, and pressing her lips together, she threatened that in future he should carefully choose his expressions. Nevertheless, the confidant, remaining calm and firm, continued, He said that after the princess marries the gentleman, he will automatically become the heir to the principality, and such serious issues cannot be decided only on the basis of personal feelings. Such decisions concern the entire people. The princess, sighing and trying not to give in to irritation, replied that, of course, without her father's permission, they had no right to even begin such conversations. But the confidant, on the contrary, insisted with even greater fervor that everything was not as simple as it might seem, and it was at that moment that a deep and familiar male voice suddenly rang out, confidently declaring that he had nothing against such a union. All those present froze in an instant. Before them was her father, His Highness Prince Zaster. Surprised and alarmed, they hastened to ask if he was all right. The prince, clearing his throat slightly, replied that he knew perfectly well about the arrival of the gentleman, but fatigue got the better of him, and he fell asleep for a short time. The princess, barely holding back tears of relief, ran up to him and, carefully looking after him, began to persuade him not to overexert himself. But Zaster gently assured his daughter that he was all right, the illness had almost receded, and reminded her that her companion had also endured considerable suffering and suffered no less than he. Then, turning to his daughter, the prince took her trembling hand and said warmly that once, like her, he had also chosen the wrong path. But while she was alive and full of strength, everything could be corrected and changed for the better. Hearing this, the princess agreed with his words with renewed determination. And then the old man turned to the master. Bowing his head, the prince asked forgiveness for his previous rudeness, and again giving his full name, Zaster von Frontrain, he said with gratitude that, only thanks to the help of the master, he had the good fortune to now stand before them alive. The master, smiling kindly, replied that he was glad to see the prince in good health and cheerful spirits. The general soon joined their meeting, his eyes shining with genuine joy. He was genuinely happy to see the prince alive and relatively healthy. The general declared with ardent conviction that he considered the gentleman a true hero and a true king, to whom the fate of the entire principality could be entrusted. He recalled that he had understood this the moment he crossed swords with him. The Lord respects the pride of his subjects, treats them with care, and managed to win a fair fight against the princess herself. Therefore, he has no objections to his candidacy. The prince, having listened attentively to the general, joined in his words and confirmed that the master was indeed blessed by the gods. He managed to establish relations with the demons, saved the starving people, and even saved him from imminent death caused by illness. Leaning on his chair, the prince concluded with a heavy but confident sigh that it was this man who had managed to bring order to their chaotic world. The general, raising his hand, loudly addressed his warriors, and in an instant the entire army of heavenly soldiers, like a single organism, supported his words with strength and enthusiasm. The soldiers roared in triumph, and their determination echoed through the vaults of the hall. The princess, hearing their unanimity, was deeply touched, her heart filled with mixed feelings, pride, tenderness, and slight anxiety. Then the prince turned to the Lord again and asked what he himself would say about everything he had heard. The young man had just begun to say that no matter what he answered now, the prince interrupted him again. With a quiet, almost kindly smile, he said that he could not demand an immediate answer from such a young king. First, they needed to strengthen their friendship and trust, and so he invited him to spend time at the castle. Already within the walls of the castle, during a quiet tea party, the prince, with particular warmth, offered to try the tea that he had brewed personally for his daughter, and in honor of the long life of his faithful, trusted comrade. The princess's attendant, slightly embarrassed, admitted that such praise was like a bolt from the blue for him. And then the gentleman suddenly remembered that he wanted to introduce someone to the prince. A modest girl timidly entered the hall and, bowing low, introduced herself as the youngest daughter of the former demon king, Nosferatu Varad Anbro. Her name was Rina Varad Anbrosum. Embarrassed by the attention, she immediately hid behind the master, and he explained that it was she and her relatives who now lived in his kingdom. He said with conviction that people and friendly demons are able to get along and live side by side. The prince, after looking at the girl for a while, finally answered briefly that he considered this the best outcome. But he also emphasized that it would take time for the people of the principality to accept something like this. The gentleman became slightly sad, thinking about the fact that people's prejudices against demons go back to ancient times, and suddenly, as if she had gathered her resolve, the demon king's daughter perked up. She stepped forward, grabbed her master's hand tightly, and with childish confidence and enthusiasm declared that she would be the one to make him the new Demon King. The gentleman, shocked, admitted that he himself had never heard of such a plan of the girl. To his words, the prince, smiling in a joking manner, said that it turned out that not only his own daughter would become the gentleman's wife, but also this sweet young lady. However, the gentleman hastened to object negatively, adding that there could be no talk of a wedding since the Demon King's youngest daughter had not yet reached adulthood. To this the girl, stubbornly stamping her foot, passionately declared that she was already 13 years old and would soon become an adult. The gentleman was just about to carefully explain to her that she was still a child, when she persistently interrupted him, adding that demons consider adults to be from the age of 15, which meant that there was very little time left, and she was almost an adult. The princess, unable to bear it, immediately cast a withering glance at her rival, and the prince, watching their argument, noted with feigned seriousness that his daughter had a very dangerous rival. The little beast girl suddenly intervened in the conversation. She firmly stated that she was against the marriage of the master and the princess, recalling that it was the princess who led those who once attacked their island. The gentleman nodded and agreed with her words, noting that this was indeed a good reason. But the merchant, on the contrary, objected and said that from her point of view, marrying the princess was not the worst option at all. On the contrary, it could be a useful step, because thanks to this, the union would be strengthened by blood ties. The prince, having listened to both sides, noted that as soon as the master became the heir to the throne of the principality, they would immediately be able to expand cooperation with the demons, but of course, only with those who were ready to be allies. The merchant readily supported him, adding that in this case the principality would become their reliable partner, and they would be able to exchange not only food and medicine, but also valuable demonic weapons. The prince nodded again, and emphasized that they had very little time left, which meant that each of those gathered was right in his own way. The little beast girl smiled contentedly and said that it was not for nothing that the Prince of Frontrain had earned the fame of being the wisest of rulers. The gentleman involuntarily recalled the information that had recently reached him. The attack of the army of the Demon Kingdom was predictable and expected, and it would happen very soon. At this point, his friend firmly said that he was the one who had to decide the next step. The gentleman was deep in thought, but before he could answer, a soldier ran in, out of breath and pale. The soldier hurriedly reported bad news. A new enemy army had attacked the grain storage facility. Moreover, he emphasized that the enemy had never dared to raise a black flag over their lands before, which meant that everything was more serious than it seemed. In addition, the forces of this army turned out to be frighteningly large. All eyes turned to the gentleman. He stood up straight and said decisively that he understood what he had to do. Then he said loudly, "He will marry the princess, the prince's daughter." Turning to his comrades, the master added that the Principality of Frontrain was now their ally. He gave the order to arm the soldiers with demonic weapons and emphasized that not a single resident of the principality should perish. His faithful friend confidently replied that she already had everything necessary for this ready. Meanwhile, there were surprisingly few people at the granary, but the enemy troops were arriving faster and faster. The leader of the orc race, named Garriate, squinting, assumed that the inhabitants of the principality were simply fleeing in fear of the might of their army. Hearing his words, a warrior from the goblin race named Gabuda burst out laughing and began to furiously repeat that they needed to kill more, destroy more, and praise the new demon king, thanks to whom he was now allowed to plunder as much as he wanted. The goblin added with bitterness that the previous ruler had annoyed everyone with his prohibitions on looting, but the current ruler truly understood them. Another orc joined him with a roar, stamping his foot. There was a fighting spirit in his voice, and he proudly declared that their troops were incredibly strong and would not yield to anyone now. At that very moment, a heavy boulder was fired from a crossbow from behind the fortress in his direction. The orc noticed the projectile at the last moment but turned around with monstrous speed and with a powerful swing of his weapon knocked the boulder away, driving it straight into the wall of the fortress. Laughing loudly, he repeated again that they were strong, and that they only needed more blood and destruction. The orc leader frowned and told his warriors that they were allowed to rampage as much as they wanted. However, deep down, he thought with disdain that they were overestimating the new demon king. In fact, he even felt a little jealous of these thoughtless idiots. The leader understood that their strength had increased thanks to the blessing of the dark god. But the generosity of this deity seemed excessive and suspicious to him. He began to suspect that in fact, they were simply destined to the role of pawns, doomed to a quick death. Yes, they were now one step ahead in the battle, but the leader knew clearly. The army of the principality kept a holy sword in its arsenal. If this sword fell into the hands of the demons, they could crush the entire principality at once. Having summoned the gargoyle, the leader gave the order to find out the location of the princess, because it was she who owned the holy sword. Having received this order, he was sure that now they would not have a single chance to lose. Sometime later, the army of the principality, reinforced by demonic weapons and the support of allies, set out to meet the invading enemies. When the orcs saw the enemies in front of them, their leader was dumbfounded. The number of the principality's army turned out to be 3 times greater than expected, and in addition, their soldiers skillfully and harmoniously repelled each attack. The demon leader, with a stern face, asked his soldiers why they had been driven back and how they could explain such a shameful defeat. The warriors, breathing heavily and barely able to stand on their feet from fatigue, answered that the enemy had proven incredibly strong thanks to the strange weapons they used. The soldiers said that everything that was happening looked unusual and unfamiliar. The army of the principality, which had never been able to compete with them in strength before and was considered weaker, was now rising again and again after each defeat, as if receiving new strength and fresh forces. The leader frowned and thought. He didn't understand what exactly was going wrong. After all, they had sent 80,000 elite fighters there, the best warriors, seasoned in battle, but not a single castle had fallen. Meanwhile, the gentleman, closely watching what was happening from the front lines, noted with alarm that there were too many enemies. It seemed to him that this avalanche of opponents would simply not dry up. He asked the general if they had always been subjected to such massive attacks, and if it was possible to withstand such fierce pressure. The general, remaining calm, reasonable and firm, replied that no, now the situation was completely reversed. They themselves have seized the initiative, and it is the principality that attacks, while the enemy only responds to their blows. Moreover, the general explained that they know the enemy's routes very well, and therefore were able to prepare carefully, using every little thing to their advantage. He pointed to the forward castle and noted that it was in an ideal position for encirclement and counterattack. If the enemy had previously had a numerical advantage, now it was lost. The general confidently stated that the number of enemies does not decide the outcome of the battle. It is a well-thought-out strategy and preparation that decides, and very soon everyone will see this clearly. And indeed, the goblins, rushing forward with a thirst for destruction, fell one after another into pre-dug traps, and the archers of the principality rained fiery arrows down on them from above. The gentleman, watching the soldiers' actions, was amazed and even delighted. They had even provided for adding kindling oil, increasing the flames, and turning the battlefield into a blazing hell. The general, noticing the master's surprise, calmly explained that the demons were too stubborn and not inclined to retreat. After the blessing of the dark god, they became even stronger, and that is why the soldiers of the principality knew in advance they would have to try harder than ever before and prepare for battle with all seriousness. Drawing the young king's attention to what was happening, the general asked him to see for himself what a great battle simple but brave soldiers were waging in his defense. Then, in a stern and confident commanding voice, he ordered the infantry to advance into battle. Having handed the other team a new weapon, the general said that if each of them could defeat at least 3 enemies, then victory would be theirs. This was quite realistic and inspired confidence, and the soldiers raised their blades to the sky and with a battle cry answered him that they would not let him down and would go to the end. The young king, inspired by their unanimity and courage, also stepped forward. He declared that he would supply them with everything they needed, food, and that the care of the wounded could be left to him and his faithful assistants. The soldiers, tired and exhausted, were delighted with the delicious stew they were treated to. Talking happily, they noted that their strength seemed to be returning to their bodies, and their spirits were becoming stronger. The assistants explained that this stew was made from a demonic bull according to Alicia's recipe. Everyone was amazed. No one could have imagined that the meat of demonic creatures could not only be edible, but also so nutritious and amazingly tasty. The inspired fighters said among themselves that, having tasted this dish, they simply could not lose. The gentleman, while treating the general, admitted that he was worried. What if the prepared food would not be liked? He showed another treat, onigiri, neat rice balls, and explained that they are not only tasty, but but also very easy to prepare even in field conditions. The general ate one after another with gusto and said with a smile that he felt a surge of strength and clarity in his head. The young king happily added that onigiri came from his homeland, and this was his small tribute to the soldiers. The general, having assessed the strategic advantage, reported that the enemy was probably perplexed. Why did the principality still have supplies? But the king confidently said that there was no need to worry about provisions. It was necessary to concentrate on the battle and not be distracted by trifles. The people of the principality were amazed. They saw with their own eyes how the young king literally turned a field into a garden, creating food and medicine with his power and blessing. It was now clear that food and potions could be produced every day, and that elixir production was about to reach mass production levels. The general watched this miracle with respect. The feeling grew stronger in his soul. Before him was truly the future great heir to the throne, capable of returning harmony to a world plunged into chaos and despair. The king, meanwhile, approached the fighters and asked how the battle was progressing. The general honestly admitted that he could not calmly look at the demons' strength yet, but immediately added, even if they lost, the battle would drag on and the enemy would not achieve a quick victory. Moreover, the general was sure. One day the demons would decide to attack with all their might. The gentleman asked warily if he was sure that everything would go well. But the general, smiling, clapped him on the shoulder and assured him that there was no point in worrying, because they had a unique opportunity to win a decisive victory right now, before everyone's eyes. With these words he rushed forward and loudly addressed the king. Let him watch their triumph and believe in the return of his warriors. The battle continued. And now the principality had an undeniable advantage. Their strength lay not only in the demonic weapons, but also in the industrial revolution started by the young king. Everyone knew. The decisive battle was already very close. The army of the attackers was rapidly losing its warriors, and the leader understood less and less why this was happening. With each passing minute, the ranks of his fighters were thinning, as if they were being mown down by an invisible harvest. Where the attack had recently been raging, now there were only the bodies of the fallen and the terrified cries of those who survived. And yet the enemy fortress continued to stubbornly hold out, as if the earth itself gave it the strength to resist. The subordinates approached the leader one after another, begging him to take action. They were breathing heavily from fatigue and fear, recognizing that at this rate their army would inevitably suffer defeat. Many openly asked what they should do now, and how to turn the tide of the battle if the enemy kept coming back with renewed strength. But the image of the Demon King was becoming increasingly clear in the leader's memory, the one who would destroy without hesitation any general who dared to return in defeat. He knew perfectly well that in case of failure, not only he himself would perish, but also his entire family. Holding back his rage and fear, he asked the gargoyle if it was true that the princess general they were afraid to see on the battlefield was not among the principality's fighters. The gargoyle confirmed this again and cautiously suggested that the man in heavy, shining armor was in charge of the defense. This news cheered the leader up a little. He raised his head and declared that in that case, he would personally seize the initiative and lead the decisive attack. Hearing his cry, the army of monsters came to life and, inspired by his determination, roared back. They swore that with him they would surely achieve victory. Calling upon his warriors, the leader promised that he would pave the way to victory with his own blood and that everyone must follow his example. For the sake of the existence of his race, he could not lose. He leapt upon his fierce dragon, whose scales glittered in the firelight, and, clutching a huge spear in his hands, rushed forward. Swinging it, he struck with all his might at the fortress wall, and a deafening crack echoed across the battlefield. Stones rained down, but the fortress stood firm. The principality's soldiers, who had prepared for such a siege in advance, immediately closed ranks and surrounded the orc general. The leader of the monsters reluctantly admitted that his enemies had been far more prudent than he had expected. Moreover, the principality's army still had weapons forged from demonic metal, blades that could cut through even the skin of a mighty earth dragon. Yet the orc had no intention of retreating. Raising his spear, he ordered his warriors to act without hesitation, reminding them that if they were defeated, death would still await them. It was at this moment that the general of the prince's army stepped forward and called out loudly, his voice rising above the roar of battle. He introduced himself as Steel Soldier Ordos and challenged the leader of the monsters to a duel. The orc sneered, declaring that this man was not worthy of being his opponent. In response, he introduced himself as the general of the United Army. With these words, their mortal combat began. With his first blow, Ordos wounded the dragon the orc was riding, and it roared, lashing its tail across the ground. In rage, the leader of the monsters shouted that he no longer had the right to be defeated, and with a powerful lunge, he threw the enemy aside. His blow was so strong that the steel soldier was thrown back several steps and fell to the ground, but managed to quickly get up. Ordos was relieved to see that his holy armor remained intact, but his body felt the full force of the blow. The orc, raising his giant spear, was already preparing to deliver the decisive blow. But suddenly the ground beneath their feet shook, as if nature itself had intervened in the battle and pushed the fighters apart, distancing them from each other. The young king intervened on the battlefield. Seeing that the situation was taking a turn for the worse, he could not remain a mere bystander. The orc growled in irritation and demanded to know his name. The young ruler then calmly replied that he was just a farmer from his kingdom. The orc could not contain his rage and shouted, demanding to know whether he was a farmer or a king. But the young man answered with the same confidence that he was both, because his kingdom was essentially a huge farm. The orc general gritted his teeth and his face twisted in rage. He growled darkly that he did not care who the man was, and swung his spear again, promising to kill anyone who dared to stand in his way. But before the weapon could reach its target, the young king deftly intercepted it and snapped it in half in an instant. He said confidently and calmly that he simply plowed over his spear. The orc was both excited and puzzled. He could not understand what kind of strange divine power was hidden in this youth, and how he could turn simple tools into weapons capable of resisting the demonic. But the desire to kill him only grew stronger. Rising, he rushed into the attack again with fury. And yet, fate proved inexorable. The young king cut off both his hands with one precise swing of his sword. The orc screamed in pain as the young king cut off his arms. However, the ruler, remaining calm, apologized with sincere regret for the suffering caused, and warned that if the orc continued to fight, then next time he would have to wring his neck. Looking around the battlefield, the king noticed that the number of demons around was as numerous as the stars under the patronage of the demon lord, and then he saw that one of the orc's arms was already slowly recovering, as if his body was healing itself. The young ruler assumed that he was facing a demon, with whom it was still possible to negotiate. He was the first to break the silence, and said that further killings were pointless. The orc general frowned, not understanding what was being discussed. For him, the battle was not over yet. The king then drew a huge dark sword, the legendary weapon of the demon lord Grenadine. In a stern voice he declared that the Ambrosium kingdom of demons had not yet fallen, for it was the kingdom that protected this sword and the heir to the dynasty, Princess Lena Vlad Ambrosium. The orc general was amazed by what he heard. But the king did not stop and continued. His country, hidden in the very underworld, keeps faith within itself, and he asked the orc to convey to the good demons that any races willing to defend the name of the demon god Diabel will be accepted and protected. Returning the sword to its sheath, the young ruler concluded that together with Princess Lena, they would definitely defeat the demon lord himself. These words shocked the general. He was amazed that the fragile-looking youth, without thinking about his own safety, dared to protect even those demons with whom he had disagreements, and at the same time intended to challenge the Lord of Demons himself, a being that even the strongest feared. The young king, approaching his fallen foe with concern, again asked for forgiveness for their violent clash, and handed him the healing elixir. He took the gift, breathing heavily, and, surprised but sincere, thanked him for his help. At this point, the principality's general also turned to the demonic commander. He said that if the orcs agreed to retreat right now, then he would not pursue their army. The orc general silently uncorked the bottle, drank the elixir, and sighed, giving his consent. He acknowledged that if the battle continued, his people would be exterminated, and therefore proposed a truce and retreat. The king happily thanked him for his wise decision. But the general asked the young ruler's name and, looking him in the eye, asked him seriously if he understood that his words would certainly reach the demon lord. The young man calmly confirmed that they were ready for this. The general muttered quietly and sadly to himself that if such a person had become the new demon lord, everything would have been completely different. Clenching his fist, he humbly accepted his defeat and, bidding farewell, said that it was unlikely that they would meet again. thus ended the battle with the Demon Lord's army, which became a brilliant victory for the kingdom. When the tension subsided, one of the knights was called by the king, but to his great surprise, it was not a man under the helmet, but a princess. She confessed that all this time she had been fighting as a simple soldier in the Beast Girl squad. Her strategy was bold and effective. They hit the enemy's rear bases, destroyed their food supplies, and the spectacle of panicked demons was magnificent. The little Beast Girl nodded in agreement and added that it was the princess who had single-handedly killed many goblins and broken through the enemy supply lines so that even she herself had been afraid of her courage. The king, smiling, noted that both girls had done a great job, but the princess shook her head. According to her, her exploits were insignificant. If not for the king's help, many would have died. Grabbing her lover's hand, she thanked him again. The young ruler replied sheepishly that she was simply exaggerating. Hearing this, the general of the principality joined the conversation. He tearfully confessed that the king had saved not only his people, but also himself. The king wanted to embarrass everyone by saying that they were praising him too much, but at that moment another voice was heard. It was the prince who, good-naturedly calling him son-in-law, said that the young ruler turned out to be much more talented than he expected. The prince's advisor supported these words and cautiously inquired how one could reward such a young but already great hero. The little Beast Girl immediately intervened, noting that the principality's state minds were idle. The advisor confirmed her words, adding that the workers were leaving for neighboring kingdoms. She then suggested that they let the cat trading company take over the mines. After all, she said, their own kingdom lacked common minerals despite having the magical metal. The advisor bowed before the prince, awaiting his decision. He looked thoughtfully at the young king and said that since the merchant had already become his wife, she was almost related to them. And since his daughter was to marry the young ruler, she too was already connected to him. So he agreed to let the company manage the mines. The little Beast Girl, purring contentedly, called the prince a wise ruler and assured him that his people would not be deprived. Then the prince himself turned to the young king with a request. He sheepishly but firmly stated that he would like the next ruler to be the child of his daughter and the king. The princess quickly expressed indignation, declaring that this was too hasty and serious a decision. The young king, who in fact dreamed of a simple and quiet life away from power, suggested that the princess should become the future ruler. But the prince, without changing his tone, repeated that he had already expressed his opinion. If the young king considers the princess worthy of leading the country, then so be it. The prince, turning to his daughter, warned her that she would play a much more important role for the state in the future. The princess, not understanding the meaning of his words, only looked at her father in surprise. Then the prince, with glowing eyes, declared that if she could win the Lord's full favor and bear many children, then one day a future king of the whole world might appear. These words made the princess blush even more. After this, the old man laughed loudly, and softening his tone a little, added that he was already too old, and asked to be allowed to at least dream about the future. The gentleman, who had been watching their exchange with a slight smile, thought to himself that they were indeed unusually close and devoted to each other. At that moment, the assistant approached the gentleman and informed him that the food was ready. He thanked her, and then called everyone to pay attention to him. In a solemn voice, he declared that they would celebrate their victory today, for which refreshments and drinks had been prepared. The gentleman said that everyone could enjoy the evening properly. The prince, joining in his words, added that along with the victory they would also celebrate his daughter's wedding, and therefore it was worth having real fun. The gentleman continued, and said that he had brought some light beer of his own making, noting that, unlike the usual beer for these lands, this drink tasted much better when chilled. The prince was delighted with such an unexpected treat. However, the advisor quickly reminded the prince that he should not drink because of his poor health. The old man waved it off and objected that it was just a mug and would not cause any harm. But the advisor, without letting him touch the drink, snatched the mug and drank it himself, noticing that the cold drink pleasantly penetrated his insides. The prince muttered indignantly that he had drunk too much and asked for at least one sip for himself. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom, the defeated troops came to an audience with the ruler himself. Before him stood a goblin nobleman, an orc nobleman Org Borg, a general, and a cannibal nobleman. The demon king coldly told them that he would listen if they had anything to say. The ogre, daring first, said that he had done all he could, and their army was still capable of fighting. But as soon as the words had left his lips, the king, with absolute calm, cut off his head with just one wave of his hand. In a panic, the goblins shouted that they were close to victory, and everything changed only when the general made peace with the enemy king. The demon lord interrupted him and asked if this was true. The general briefly confirmed that the goblin was not lying. Picking up on this, the goblin added that the general was to blame. If he had not done such a stupid thing, they would have won. Then the king slowly stood up and reminded him that it was he who had personally appointed him as general. Irritated, he asked if he was trying to say that he, the demon lord, was also to blame for the defeat. The lost goblin screamed negatively, but at the same moment his head flew off his shoulders as easily as the ogre's. The remaining demon noble bowed his head respectfully and remarked that all orcs and goblins were worthless and should be destroyed. The king, turning to the only remaining general, said that he sees everything through the eyes of his gargoyles. He confirmed that there really is a kingdom called Tadashi on the border, where the surviving vampires, the descendants of the last demon lord, are hiding. The demon lord also said that his personal attitude towards the idea of appearing before them was very favorable. After that, he asked the general what he wanted as a reward for his service. The general, not daring to raise his eyes, asked only for mercy for his clan and swore that they would continue to serve faithfully. The king listened to him, nodded, and thanked him for his service. But then he waved his hand again, and the general fell dead. Already mentally preparing for death, he only managed to place his hope in his son, but even this did not change his fate. The advisor cautiously asked the Lord why it was necessary to kill the general, since he was one of the few experienced commanders. But the king with a cold face replied that he was weak, and therefore deserved to die. He added that the only true value of demons is strength, and defeated generals are of no use. The advisor then timidly asked to be allowed to at least fulfill the promise given earlier. To this the Lord replied that he did not care. Let him do whatever he wanted. There are plenty of generals on earth, and the army of the duchy is far from a handful of warriors. He himself is much more interested in the story of the young king of the borderland. The demon king revealed that the new young ruler was the reincarnation of Ono Tadashi from the ancient kingdom of Tadashi, endowed with the same number of blessings as the other chosen ones. However, he added irritably that these endless reincarnations had already become boring to him. The advisor asked him what his next orders would be. Then the Lord ordered the Dragon King and the little Dragon Prince to be sent on their way, and emphasized that they, being able to fly, would be ideal for raids on the borderlands. The advisor joyfully proclaimed that the strongest dragon clan would definitely win. The Demon King, clenching his fist, replied that he hoped so, but if the dragons failed, then he would personally intervene and crush the enemies. He noted that the army would need more time to recuperate. The advisor bowed and promised to send a message to reorganize the army. The Demon Lord, looking at his subjects with cold superiority, smugly said that sooner or later the duchy, the border, and the entire world would belong to him alone, and no one would be able to stand in his way. Sometime after a hard and bloody battle with the army of the Demon Lord, the tired and exhausted but still surviving deserter cannibals reached the castle of the duchy. They were met by the young master himself, who immediately, with dignity and confidence, introduced himself as the king of his kingdom. His words sounded friendly and benevolent. He said that he had heard that among those who had arrived was the son of the famous General Galiente, and expressed sincere joy that both he and his comrades had been able to safely reach these lands, despite all the difficulties of the journey. After that, he cautiously inquired why the general himself was not visible among the soldiers, expecting to hear difficult news. The general's son, sighing heavily as if an unbearable weight had fallen on his shoulders, replied that their proud and great leader had gone to defend his people before the Demon Lord himself, but there, in the decisive battle, he had suffered a terrible fate. His head had been cut off. Looking down, the young warrior added bitterly that they would never see their father again, and that their clan had lost its leader. The young king, after listening attentively, addressed him softly with a speech of consolation, trying to cheer him up a little. He assured him that his father was a noble and worthy demon, whose memory would forever remain in the hearts of the living. The general's son nodded reservedly and continued. He said that until the very end his father thought of his family, cared for his loved ones, and his last wish was for the young king to accept their people under his protection. The king answered without hesitation that of course he and his people would be accepted. It was at this moment that a quiet, almost inaudible squeak came from behind the Lord. It was the princess who had been hiding behind him all this time. The Lord introduced her to the soldiers with a smile and said that he had someone he wanted them to meet. As she stepped forward cautiously, he announced in a solemn voice that before them stood the youngest daughter of the former Nosferatu king, Varad Ambrosum, named Rina Varad Ambrosum. Hearing such a weighty name, the cannibals immediately bowed their heads, expressing the deepest respect. The princess, embarrassed by such a violent reaction, hid behind the master again, and then he calmly explained that the heiress of the demon lord was now under his protection and did not have to be afraid. The general's son knelt down and solemnly declared that their entire clan of cannibals swore an oath of allegiance to the princess, and added that there were many clans of demons who did not recognize the cruel rule of the current ruler, and therefore would gladly support the legitimate heir. After a short pause, he admitted that he had one more piece of extremely important news to convey. Looking at the young king seriously, he told him that the demon lord was preparing to cross the mountains and invade their kingdom, and the attack would be carried out by the most formidable of the tribes, the dragon tribe, the greatest and most powerful of all. Flying dragons, he explained, would have no trouble overcoming mountain barriers and suddenly falling upon their lands. He also emphasized that they had tried to gather as much information as possible about the planned invasion, and that the cavalry of the land of cannibals was ready to join the army of the young king. He thanked them for such important information and, frowning, noted that he was now obliged to urgently return to the border to prepare for defense. Meanwhile, in the prince's mansion, a different conversation was taking place. The general, with a worried look, discussed what was happening and admitted that, as a proud star knight, he felt uneasy about the young king leaving them. The prince calmly retorted that the king must have had good reasons, as it was only natural for a ruler to return to his people when his homeland was in danger. He also added that even despite their recent victory, the strength of the demon lord's army would only grow with each passing day. The general agreed grimly and said that if the king took a roundabout route, they would no longer be able to defend their lands alone. At this moment, the little beast girl intervened in the conversation. She unfolded the map and, pointing to it confidently, explained that if it became impossible to hold the castle, they had another way out, to use her plan, to retreat to the young master's kingdom by a secret route. The general became alarmed and exclaimed that she was really suggesting that they abandon the castle and flee. But the little beast girl hastened to assure him that this would only be a temporary measure necessary for salvation. Coming closer, she added in a whisper that she had a secret way to regather their strength and prepare for the next blow. At that moment, the prince called his daughter and ordered her to go with the young king. The princess anxiously said that her father should also go with them, but the prince resolutely replied that he could not leave the castle, which he was obliged to protect. He emphasized that such was the fate of all who were born into a family of border guards, and this burden lay on him. The princess agreed with a sigh, but her heart remained unsettled. The prince added that further reconciliation of the principality in the kingdom of Tadashi now depended on her efforts, and all hope was placed on her. The princess, embarrassed, asked him to stop, but her father justified himself, saying that he only meant the need to unite the two kingdoms. Before leaving, she asked the advisor and the general to take care of her father and be by his side in her absence. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Tadashi, the young master stood in a circle of loyal friends and said that a lot of time had passed since his return. He was met by an old vampire friend and asked her if they had managed to complete the covert operations. She confirmed with satisfaction that they had managed to lead the forces loyal to the former demon kingdom out of the port city and into the sea. She also informed him that the witches of the church that worshipped the god of the devil tribe were now under their protection and were heading from the Combal Islands to greet him in person. The young gentleman was quite surprised by this news, especially the fact that the representative of the church was a woman. The vampire revealed that the current head of the church is Sister Banksia, and she is a female succubus. The gentleman was visibly alarmed at this news, but the vampiress hastened to reassure him. She explained that, despite her origins, this woman was distinguished by her sincere piety and true devotion. The king found the combination of words pious succubus strange and even a little contradictory, but he chose not to interrupt. The vampire continued and emphasized that she considered her appointment an excellent way to restore the Church of Demons, once destroyed by the villain, and that the head of the church herself is capable of becoming not only a symbol of hope, but also a valuable advisor to the king. The gentleman, however, was in no hurry to draw conclusions and reservedly suggested that they first meet with her in person, because deep down in his soul he had a bad feeling. At that moment, the son of the demon general, noticing the familiar vampire, perked up and said that he was glad to see her again. She, in turn, noted with slight sadness that she had heard about the tragic fate of his father and carefully asked if he had become his successor. The young warrior nodded and confirmed, after which he added that very soon an army of dragons would invade their lands. The king frowned and noted that the demon lord was planning to burn the kingdom to the ground, and therefore would most likely target the mining settlements first. The general's son also said that he had heard that some vampire clans lived in the mining village, and if the front line passed there, they would like to build their settlement nearby. He explained that it would be good if the demons could gather together and live together on this land, and then sheepishly apologized for disturbing them. The king, noticing that the princess of the duchy was also with him, announced to the assembled party that although it was not easy for him to say it out loud in front of the demons, she was going to marry him. The demons, having greeted her, politely replied that they were counting on her hospitality. The vampire, looking at the princess, admitted with a slight smile that she herself had once been going to ask the king for marriage, but she had beaten her to it. The princess, slightly embarrassed, replied that she was completely inexperienced in such matters and was not sure whether she would be able to maintain such a delicate balance. Then the little beast girl confidently noted that in that case they would be her elders and would teach her everything that she really needed to know. It was at this moment that another friend of the king appeared and sharply declared that she was categorically against it. With anger in her voice, the girl exclaimed that she had not approved of this marriage from the very beginning. The little beast tried to explain that the princess had her own good reasons, but she did not relent and stood her ground. She accused the princess of having killed Cornelius, her friend's ex-husband, and said loudly that she would not remain silent while the truth was hidden. Annoyed and reproachful, she asked how the princess could even talk about marriage when her army had shed so much blood. Looking the princess straight in the eyes, she repeated that the families and friends who had died on the island would never forgive her. The princess, unable to bear it any longer, fell to her knees and tearfully admitted that she had not even known about it and that she was truly sorry. The little beast replied with a heavy heart that an apology alone was not enough. It would not bring Cornet back. The princess, raising her head, quietly added that she herself did not believe that simple words would be enough to earn forgiveness. Then the little beast girl helped her up and reminded her that it was not only people who fought on the island. Demons also took part in the attack, and therefore the princess alone could not be blamed. The situation between the friends became increasingly heated. One of them continued that demons and humans had always fought each other, and she had also killed many of the duchy's warriors. To this, the opponent sharply objected that she did this to protect her friends, but the little beast girl calmly explained that it was the same for both sides. Everyone killed for their loved ones, and everyone had grievances and heavy losses. She admitted that she would never forget Cornell either, but added that she still believed the words of their mentor: humans and demons will always be connected to each other. After which she asked a direct question: would the deceased comrade really be happy if they continued their feud? Finding no answer, the girl gritted her teeth, turned sharply, and ran away, shouting at the end that the princess would have to fight her first. The little beast girl sighed and advised the princess to do as her heart dictated. The princess, without hesitation, rushed after her. The king, watching what was happening, asked in bewilderment why everything had to be decided by a duel again, as it once was with the knights of the duchy. To this, the little beast girl replied with a slight smile that probably there was a real warrior living in their friend's essence, and for her this was a natural way to sort things out. She added that in some sense they were all a bit like spoiled children, accustomed to defending their own only by force. Meanwhile, the duel between the two girls had already begun, and the tension in the air was becoming almost tangible. The little beast girl delivered one swift attack after another with her sword, but the princess, calmly accepting them, noticed with a slight smile that the blows went into the void and did not find a target. The rival, confused by her words, asked in bewilderment what exactly she meant. Then the princess calmly explained, "Even with a magnificent blade, it is impossible to achieve a true victory if there is no kindness and sincerity in the heart." The king, who was watching the duel attentively, noted to himself that there was a noticeable difference between the girls not only in their blessings given from above, but also in their accumulated fencing experience, in their ability to sense the battlefield. The princess, Continuing to parry the attacks, once again repeated the idea that true strength is born only when the blade is able to sense the air around itself and seems to merge with it. Enraged, the beast girl increased her pressure and began to attack even more furiously, putting more and more force into each movement. However, the princess still blocked her blows confidently and without difficulty. Moreover, with passion and slight irony, she encouraged her rival, calling on her not to stop and continue in the same spirit. But these words only irritated the little beast girl even more, because for her they sounded as if the princess was looking down on her, humiliating her efforts. The king's friend, who was watching the fight next to him, suddenly noticed that when she was cooking, when she cut meat with a knife, she did it most often, not with her eyes, but by touch, trusting intuition and experience. She assumed that this was the feeling the princess was talking about now. Then she added that in essence this skill was no different from handling a simple kitchen knife. The king asked her with lively interest whether this was really the difference that was so noticeable between the two rivals. The fight continued. The princess, catching her breath between series of blows, suddenly asked her opponent how old she was. She proudly replied that she was only 15. Upon hearing this, the princess was shocked and admitted that she herself had been persistently honing her sword skills for 20 years. She added that if the little beast continued to do so persistently, she would certainly become even stronger and braver than herself when she reached her age. But the young warrior, out of breath and feeling tired, sharply ordered her to be quiet. The strength gradually left her body, and soon, unable to bear it, the little beast girl collapsed, exhausted to the ground. Barely audibly, she whispered that one day she would still be strong enough to prevail. A friend watching nearby gently remarked that the princess no longer had to worry about her, since the animal girl's body itself clearly showed that the princess's words were true and found a response. The lord hurried to come up and help the fallen warrior to rise, and the princess, meanwhile, turned to her friend and quietly apologized for not trying to understand her feelings earlier. However, she, on the contrary, asked her not to apologize, reminding that the king himself had ordered them all to maintain harmony and support each other. Smiling, she assured that as long as they were together, no serious conflicts would arise between them. At the same time, two scouts from the demon kingdom were heading towards the human lands. Along the way, they discussed the strange smell coming from the border prison and talked about how the human race's country had once emerged after a great purification. The dragon girl mentioned that the new demon lord claimed that the current human king only had 9 blessing stars. Her companion, reminding her that he had 8 blessings and she had 7, smugly said that the two of them were quite capable of defeating the enemy. These young scouts were the dragon man Glade, the future embodiment of the dragon lord's will, and a small dragon named Decibel. Both were convinced that their race was rightfully the strongest in the world. Flying next to him, Glade, with a self-confident smile, reasoned that his 100 dragon army and 1,000 wyverns, commanded by Decibel, possessed such power that they could destroy not only an entire empire, but also any major city in the 9th kingdom. The girl, hearing this, doubted, but Glade calmly reminded that we were talking about just one small outpost. He then added that he had received orders to burn this outpost as well, and that if they could defeat the king, they could take over the entire kingdom. She worriedly warned that disobeying a direct order from a demon lord was extremely dangerous, but he placed his hand on her shoulder and whispered conspiratorially that their real goal was to win over the princess, the daughter of the former Lord of Darkness. With a sneer, he stated that the current Lord of Demons was not of the true blood at all, and was merely a usurper. According to him, once they receive the blessing of the Dark God, the current ruler will be of no use. Then they themselves will be able to use the power of the old demon kingdom to gain the upper hand and overthrow the usurper. Hearing this, she was shocked and asked doubtfully if they could really pull this off. But he only confidently replied that they were stronger than the current lord, and that only they were truly worthy of being called the new demon lords. After these words, he smiled smugly and asked his companion not to worry. With genuine enthusiasm, he declared that there was nothing they could not achieve together, and that at the right moment they would kill their enemy in an instant. The sky was filled with smoke, its clouds obscuring the view, and one by one the dragons fell from above, crushed by an invisible destructive force. The dragon man in command of the squad was confused, did not understand what was happening, and, feeling panic rising in his heart, desperately tried to discern the source of the mortal danger. At that moment, his companion flew up to him and excitedly reported that they were being targeted with heavy guns. He cried out in disbelief, insisting that such weapons should not have worked against their tough scales, which had been considered impenetrable for centuries. But the girl sharply objected, explaining that the bullets were forged from magic steel, a special alloy that could penetrate even such protection. She added, without hiding her anxiety, almost in despair, that they would not be able to withstand such an attack for long. The commander, both excited and confused, admitted that what was happening was too unexpected, and that he was now unable to think clearly. In desperation, he turned to her, asking what they should do next. After thinking for a moment, his companion pointed into the distance and cautiously suggested that the enemy's main camp might be hidden ahead, behind the smokescreen. The commander, inspired by her guess, enthusiastically exclaimed that if they could kill the enemy general, they would win and turn the tide of the entire battle. With these words, he resolutely rushed forward, and she flew next to him, sharing his desire and hope. When they flew closer, they finally made out the figure of the king himself and his faithful companions. The little beast girl, seeing the enemies, immediately took an attacking stance and, clutching the weapon in her hands, loudly threatened that the opponents would get what they deserved right now. The dragon commander froze in confusion, not understanding how a 4-star beast-like hero, whose equal was rarely found even among the strongest, ended up among ordinary people. Gritting his teeth and gathering his remaining courage, he shouted that he would not let the enemy escape alive, and dealt them a crushing blow, releasing the shining dragon sword. But the princess of the duchy, rushing to counterattack, almost simultaneously shouted that the knights of her duchy should not be underestimated. The king, watching the scene with calm concentration, noticed that the dragon commander was still just a child, albeit clothed in power. At that moment, the commander himself shouted to his partner, assuring her that this guy in front of them was definitely the one they had been looking for so long. The dragoness, hearing his words, cried out that she understood, and with a hot impulse rushed straight to the king, deciding that she must certainly defeat the general for their victory. But in an instant, a fierce magical beast suddenly appeared in front of her, and growling furiously, blocked her path. The girl screamed in horror, and losing her balance, fell heavily to the ground. Her partner, confused, did not understand what exactly was happening, and at that moment the beast furiously grabbed his back and almost tore him to shreds. The two dragon men found themselves in a deadly trap, terrified to the point of trembling, like children who had encountered real terror for the first time. Then the king, holding back his anger and remaining calm, calmly asked them if they were ready to surrender. The dragoness, unable to hold back her sobs, screamed that they were surrendering, and begged only that the king spare and save her friend. Hearing this, the king, with cold determination, gave the order to the magical beast to retreat. It obeyed without question, opened its mouth and released the terrified and drooling dragon commander, who was barely able to stand on his feet and was barely breathing, shocked by his own defeat. The dragoness threw herself into the embrace of her companion, pressing her whole body against him, and he, breathing heavily and barely able to stand on his feet, quietly, almost in a whisper, said words of gratitude. The king, watching this, laughed awkwardly and with a slight smile noted that he did not want to interrupt such an emotional reunion, but was forced to ask them to at least stop their dragons. The dragoness, jumping up, hastily agreed and, without loosening her embrace, loudly and menacingly roared towards the sky. Their troops, hearing the command call, gradually began to reduce the onslaught, and soon the king, raising his head, saw that the dragons had indeed begun to slowly retreat, scattering through the air. Approaching his furry friend, the king handed him a piece of delicious meat, gently stroked him on the back of the neck, and praised him for his strength, presenting him with a well-deserved reward. The beast, pleased, accepted the treat, and the princess of the principality at that moment suddenly remembered an ancient legend. She had heard that the weak spot of dragons is Fenrir. Legends say that the once greatest dragon god, who called himself the true ruler of the heavens, was mauled to death by the magical beast Fenrir. After that defeat, the dragon race lost its throne among the gods, and many other races began to worship Fenrir as a deity, revering his power. The master, watching the stunned dragon children, asked with a slight smile if they liked his Fenrir, adding that this beast had been living in his house for a long time. Leaning closer together with his beast, he even quietly asked them for forgiveness for the sudden fright. The young dragon commander, indignantly clenching his fists, declared that it was not normal to keep Fenrir, because they would never be able to defeat such an enemy. But his companion gently came closer, and almost whispering in his ear, offered to stay in the enemy kingdom if only their wild magical beast would not devour them. Standing in front of everyone, they introduced themselves one by one, and then the young commander sheepishly added that he was only 15 years old. The king smiled kindly and said that he now understood that a true dragon lord stood before him. But, shaking his head, he admitted that he had never expected to see girls on the battlefield. Though, thinking about it, he remembered that his young partner had also fought before, and even the princess of the Demon King was considered an adult warrior at 15. It seemed that this age was the threshold of adulthood here, but, exhaling heavily, he thought to himself that it was still too difficult to accept. Then the dragoness, embarrassed, admitted that in fact she was not a girl at all, but a boy. The gentleman was almost speechless from amazement, unable to believe what he had heard. The lord, dressed in armor, emphasizing that the king had been mistaken, suddenly declared the opposite, that he, on the contrary, was a girl. The second confession left the king completely unsettled, and an oppressive silence hung over the field, stretching out for several long moments. Only later, having collected his thoughts, did he awkwardly admit that he had been mistaken. Calling them by name, the king tried to smooth things over, and said that he was pleased to meet them. However, the young dragons asked with displeasure not to call them that, because they felt awkward. The lord, on the contrary, calmly added that if the king called him by his name, he would not object. The king, completely confused by their reaction, nevertheless agreed, and said that he would address them in a way that was convenient for them. When the entire team of people began to gradually get to know the dragons better, the king was left alone with his thoughts. He thought about how surprising it was that such things seemed to be quite common in this world, and perhaps these were their norms and customs. He gradually began to understand that if he wanted to live and rule here, he would have to accept the laws and culture of another world. In this battle with the dragons, the kingdom was able to not only minimize the damage, but also attract a powerful army of dragon tribes to its side, which could radically change the balance of power. After the battle was over, the king approached the hard-working dwarves and said with sincere warmth that they had done a truly magnificent job. The commander turned to the dwarves with a satisfied smile, sincerely thanking them for the weapons they had managed to make in such a short time. He admitted that without the guns and other equipment prepared by the masterful hands of the craftsmen, they would never have been able to gain the upper hand over the dragon tribes. He especially singled out the guns made of demonic steel, calling them a true work of art, which he literally fell in love with at first sight. With undisguised interest and slight surprise, he asked how the dwarves managed to create such a large number of guns in such a short time. To this, one of the dwarven engineers calmly and even a little proudly replied that they had the blueprints received from the Empire, and all they did was create a few prototypes and then set up full-scale production. For them, experienced craftsmen, the task was not so difficult. The king, frowning, asked whether the dwarves had such technology before, or perhaps someone from the era of reincarnation brought it to their world. But he immediately added that, regardless of the origin of the knowledge, he was obliged to note their highest skill. After all, it was thanks to hard work, dedication and selflessness, and even under the patronage of Oberon, that it was possible to quickly establish the production of such a huge amount of weapons. He assumed that sleepless nights and exhausting work were behind it, but the dwarf suddenly shook his head and calmly replied that it had not been a difficult test for them at all. Moreover, he added that they themselves were grateful to the master. The king was momentarily puzzled and did not immediately understand the meaning of these words. Then the dwarf explained in more detail. Thanks to the magic steel, even with the most powerful charge of gunpowder, the barrels of the cannons will not tremble or deform. Afterwards, he asked whether the gentleman produced gunpowder on a mass scale. He confirmed it. Then the engineer explained that in their world, it was extremely difficult to obtain gunpowder, and this was what was holding back the development of firearms. In fact, it was the abundance of gunpowder that became the king's main advantage. In addition, thanks to the blessing, the kingdom's agriculture rose by 7 stars at once, which provided them with sufficient supplies to support industry. The dwarf, smiling contentedly, added that, after all, they were the best craftsmen in the world, and therefore the combination of their craft skills and the master's resources was truly an ideal combination. At the same time, he honestly admitted that he himself was amazed at how powerful the new magical steel cannons turned out to be, because before this battle, they had not even had the opportunity to test them in real combat. The king thoughtfully approached one of the cannons, ran his hand over the cold metal, and carefully examined it from all sides, as if trying to catch every detail. And suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. What if we install a similar weapon on a cart and turn it into something like a tank? The gnome, who heard the proposal, suddenly perked up, as if it had suddenly dawned on him. Inspired, he immediately began to examine the gun, considering possible solutions, and enthusiastically declared that transportation would certainly be difficult, but if the design was equipped with a magical drive, everything could work out. Having praised the king for his unusual and far-sighted idea, he turned to his comrades and solemnly said that they needed to immediately begin developing the first tanks. The gentleman watched with satisfaction as the gnomes plunged into their favorite craft again with joy and excitement, getting excited about the new project. But at that moment, he was distracted by a call. The general's son approached him. When the king turned around, the young man respectfully thanked him for accepting their cavalry into the army. The king smiled warmly and replied that it was thanks to the cavalry that they were able to avoid serious losses. To this, the general's son noted that they too were lucky in a sense. The dragon clans underestimated their strength. After all, if the dragons had decided to attack first, the situation could have been much more difficult. The king, maintaining a calm smile, said that there was nothing to worry about now. After all, the dragons were already on their side. The general's son enthusiastically agreed, and then admitted that he was shocked to see his master use the legendary magical beast. The king awkwardly pointed out that it was not exactly a magical beast, but rather his pet. The young man was taken aback by such words, not expecting such a casual attitude towards a creature that in their world was considered almost a deity. He was surprised to hear that it was only a pet, and inspired by this discovery, he realized the meaning of his late father's will, which told him to always remain close to this man. The king felt a little awkward, but still noted that the young man had indeed done an excellent job. The general's son smiled warmly, said that he was looking forward to new achievements with him, and then quickly took his leave, reminding him that he still had unfinished business. Left alone, the gentleman addressed his magical pet in a friendly manner and, climbing onto its back, hurried back to the royal castle. When he arrived there, his friends joyfully greeted him and congratulated him with sincere delight on his safe return. The king, thanking them, repeated again that they had indeed won. The little beast, smiling slyly, added that she had no doubt of such an outcome. She was about to say something else, but suddenly hesitated, and then gently pushed her friend forward, saying that it would be better if she told everything. The gentleman looked at them warily, and asked if anything important had happened in his absence. The girls looked at each other, smiled, and this only increased his curiosity. He asked again what had happened, and what they were hiding. Then his friend, embarrassed, looked down, apologized for disturbing him at such a difficult time, and quietly, almost in a whisper, said that they were going to have a child. The king froze for a moment, as if he couldn't believe his own ears, and then, overcome by a storm of emotion, he grabbed her hands and excitedly asked if it was true. Hearing the confirmation, he was shocked and happy at the same time, unable to believe that he would soon become a father for the first time. The king froze upon hearing the confession, and squeezing her hands, quietly but insistently, asked if it was true. A vivid image of their future child, their shared happiness, and the warm family moments that were yet to be experienced flashed in his head. His beloved, embarrassed, again asked for forgiveness for having decided to impose such news on him at such a difficult time, fearing that it would become an unnecessary burden for him. But the king shook his head decisively, and answered in a firm voice that she should not say such things again. On the contrary, he said, it was precisely such happy news that could lift one's spirits even in the most difficult times. He called her a great fellow, and there was genuine tenderness in his voice. At that moment, the other girls from his team who were standing nearby joined in the conversation. With smiles and a little playfulness, they said that they were also glad that she had become pregnant first. According to them, all this was possible only thanks to the king, because it was he who first bestowed his favor on her. These words embarrassed the young ruler, causing him to awkwardly look away. The little beast girl, taking advantage of the moment, suggested turning this situation into an opportunity to bring the other girls to the back palace. Then the king suddenly had an idea. He was already married to 9 wives, and soon he was going to marry Matilda too, and an anxious thought flashed inside him. Could he really afford even more? The vampire stepped forward and asked to be allowed to explain everything to the end. With cold determination in her voice, she said that once the girls tasted the king's blood, they would never be able to love another man again. She suggested doing it once and for all, adding that she really hoped that he would be able to take care of all those who tasted his blood. The king, unable to immediately digest such a flow of information, asked to wait a little and clarify the details. But the vampire continued. According to her, there are now about 100 girls who have already had their blood taken, and if you count her, the number reaches 104. These words stunned everyone. The little beast girl, turning pale, asked sharply what this meant. She calmly explained that the king's power was too great and they needed immediate reinforcements. This did not mean that all 104 girls would necessarily be there, but she added with confidence that he was capable of taking care of even that many in one night. The king, truly frightened, objected that it was physically impossible. Then she suggested that they formalize it as a temporary relationship, not committing them to anything more. In conclusion, she turned to him again, more gently now, almost pleadingly, saying that she was asking him to do this for the sake of her life. After some thought, the king sighed heavily and said that he agreed, but only if this decision suited absolutely everyone. The vampire, as soon as he said these words, with a satisfied smile, declared that this is exactly what a real king is, and immediately said that she would take care of training the girls. And soon, when the girls had already surrounded the gentleman and led him away, the vampiress followed him with her eyes. She then said that during the night's pleasures he could not hold back with them, and that she personally would not mind being the last one left. The next morning the king found himself exhausted. He rose with difficulty, lying next to one of his lovers, who was still asleep, and in a half-sleep, he began to remember fragments of the previous night. The thought frightened him. He was afraid of himself, realizing what he had just been through. It seemed almost incredible to him that he had managed to endure all this at all, and he wondered if it was connected with the blessing of agriculture that he had once received. Entering quietly, the maid respectfully thanked him for his efforts and informed him that breakfast was ready. She added that she had prepared everything down to the last detail. She served the fried eggs with salt and pepper, which, in her opinion, went perfectly with the dish. Later, at breakfast, the vampire joined them. Her appearance surprised the maid. Few expected that after such a night she would be up so early. But the vampire only proudly replied that as a former valet of the demon lord, she was quite strong in her own right. Smiling, she asked for fried eggs with sauce. The king, although he was not used to sitting so peacefully at the table with them, joined in the meal. During the meal, the vampire shared the news. The exiled demons began to arrive one after another, and soon a sister of the demon church would arrive at the castle. The king nodded calmly and noted that they should be greeted properly, because this guest was an important figure who held the key to Diavel's resurrection. The vampire, casually noting the good organization of the reception, asked the maid how she managed to arrange everything so perfectly. The girl sheepishly admitted that she had a little secret trick and promised to teach the vampire later, and she thanked her with rare sincerity. The maid, smiling, added that she herself was grateful to her for her help, because they were still young and often unsure of themselves. The vampire, as if by chance, reminded that when she herself became pregnant and left, one of the girls would definitely have to stay to manage the palace, and that was why she asked to be the last one. While the girls were talking among themselves about their plans and future, the king ate quietly, not even knowing how to intervene in their conversation, and whether he could, in principle, just listen to their girlish revelations. As the vampire had promised, the sister of the church soon arrived. The king personally met her at the port. The girl was dressed in a long, dark robe, her face hidden by a cloth. When he asked if she belonged to the magic church that served Lady Diavel, the girl answered in a clear and gentle voice, stating her name as Banksia Eloquifolia. She greeted the king with a bow and said that they did not know how to express the depth of their gratitude for protecting the demons. The king happily replied that he was always ready to help, and to himself noted that it was a prejudice to consider succubi as something bad. Having formally introduced himself, he bowed to her and said with a smile that he was also pleased to meet her. The nun, coming very close to the king and bowing her head with a barely noticeable smile, quietly asked to be called by her first name. The king, respecting her modest request, immediately got down to business and persistently inquired whether there was a reliable way to restore the weakened divine power of Lord Diavel. She explained in detail that the reason probably lay in the destruction of the temples, the sacred strongholds of the people's faith. In the human kingdom, their main temple had been destroyed, and in the demon kingdom, 2 more great sanctuaries had fallen. This, she said, was like mercilessly tearing off one of Dieval's vital wings. The king listened carefully to her reasoning and concluded that the enemies had realized the great importance of the temples and had deliberately destroyed them in order to undermine both faith and power itself. He asked directly and without circumlocution whether it would be enough to simply rebuild the temple. The nun gently asked him to wait a bit and calmly explained that building temples for demons required special conditions. A huge amount of rare, pure, and beautiful marble was needed. Without it, it would be incredibly difficult to restore the sanctuary. The king was genuinely surprised, finally realizing how much more serious and complicated this was than he had originally assumed. She continued, specifying that the temple had to be not only strong and stable, but also prestigious, a certain size and built from a specific material. The size could vary slightly, but if the materials were unsuitable, the temple would not be considered worthy. The king involuntarily recalled the words of the wise god of agriculture, "Everything is decided by the heart and soul." He thought that this was precisely why that god was satisfied with the simple tree he had grown, because for a farmer, the inner meaning was more important than external luxury. But heavy thoughts about expensive and almost inaccessible marble continued to weigh on him and oppress him. Then he turned to his faithful merchant friend and asked if she could mine or bring such a rare stone. She answered honestly and without hesitation. It would have to be brought from the distant sacred kingdom, and the journey would take more than a month by sea. This meant only one thing. By the time the Demon King's army invaded, the temple would not be ready yet. And then a bold idea suddenly struck the Beastkeeper. She loudly declared that they already had the necessary marble. The king asked again, confused, where exactly he was. The girl confidently, and even a little playfully, pointed to a heavy pile of stone blocks nearby. The king was genuinely amazed. The marble had been standing right in front of him all this time, but he had not even paid due attention to it. Zveragornichnaya calmly explained. His pregnant lover had once insisted that the palace must be built of marble, and so the stone had to be imported at great expense. But it had proven useless, being too different from other building materials. The king remembered that he had indeed heard about this once and praised his beloved with gratitude. She nodded shyly, blushing and looking down, and the maid added that, in the end, it turned out even better than could have been expected or planned. The nun carefully examined the massive blocks and, genuinely surprised, admitted that it was unusually beautiful and pure marble, just perfect for the job. She added that it must have been fate itself that the elf queen had carried such a valuable magic stone in vain and simply left it unused. The king agreed that all that remained was to build the temple, and he turned decisively to his assistant, entrusting her with the important work. She, with enthusiasm and joy, promised to build for him the best temple she could. The king firmly decided that it was worth involving an experienced construction team in the matter, and was confident that together they would create a worthy and durable sanctuary. When he, satisfied with the solution to this problem, glanced at the future construction site, the nun gently pulled him by the sleeve. He asked in surprise what exactly had happened. She quietly and insistently asked to be allowed to discuss something important with him, only in private. The king asked again if it could not be done right there, but the head of the church firmly and unyieldingly insisted on a private conversation. A vague but persistent foreboding flared up inside the king. They remained in a separate room, and the king, suppressing his growing anxiety, asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. The nun admitted that she had heard. He had forced all the vampires to taste his blood. The king immediately understood what was being discussed and hastened to explain. This was the only way that allowed them to replenish the necessary magical power. She listened attentively to his every word and nodded, noticing that they were acting in a similar way. The king asked in surprise, did the sisters really have such an attraction? But the nun asked him not to rush her, and calmly continued. She said that the name of their goddess was spreading, but they themselves had to live on the run from cruel usurpers, and the magical power was gradually depleted. She explained that she was the one leading all the rituals, and was obliged to restore the magic, otherwise the new temple would be just an empty formality. The king interrupted her, noting with surprise that, as far as he knew, the sister servants had never had the right to marry. She agreed, but quietly and almost embarrassedly added, "After all, She was a succubus. He didn't even have time to really think about what he had heard, when she suddenly praised him for his courage, thanked him warmly for his instructions, and looking tenderly into his eyes, began to speak as if he had already proposed to her. The king was embarrassed, and tried to explain that he had not spoken of marriage at all. But the nun, throwing off the cloth that hid her face, confessed her passion to him. She said that all she asked for was just a little of his seminal fluid, assured him that it would not cause him any harm, and promised the greatest pleasure and enjoyment. The king tried to calm her down and carefully cool her rapidly flaring and dangerous ardor. The time spent with the head of the church was truly unforgettable for the king, and left an impression of something almost mystical in his soul. His body, as if touched by heavenly breath and filled with an invisible force, seemed to have acquired the sensation of soft peach petals quietly swirling inside, and this unusual feeling did not leave him, even when he, having collected his thoughts, left the room. Lost in thought and still feeling a strange lightness, he met the vampire and the maid outside the door, who bowed respectfully and thanked him for the hard work he had done. The vampire said with a slight yet mysterious smile that he might not have known about it, but the head of the church belongs to a rare and superior species of succubi, which in ancient chronicles are called night rastus, and her power is truly extraordinary. The king, frowning and feeling slightly irritated, answered briefly and dryly that such information should have been communicated to him in advance, and not to hide such an important truth. Casting an attentive glance at the servants sleeping in blissful peace, the vampire added with a shade of respect that she was unusually strong, and probably the king had to exert a lot of strength, will, and courage to overcome her and endure the test. The king, not wanting to put off explanations for later and striving to clarify the situation as soon as possible, asked her to tell her directly and without languor everything she knew and what she intended to hide. Having agreed, the vampire explained in more detail that their desire was to have wandering succubi begin to gather around, attracted by strength and power. The king was momentarily confused and asked again, was this really possible and what exactly did she mean, surprised by the very thought of such a thing. She nodded seriously and, leaving no room for doubt, assured him that this was no joke. It was vital to grant the sisters magical powers, and such a thing could not be postponed. The king sighed heavily and said that what had been done could not be changed, but it seemed that the vampire and succubus races would now be enough for him for a long time, and in abundance. When the girls asked where he was going after so many events, the king replied that he was going to personally help transport the marble, because the construction of the temple had to be completed as soon as possible, and there was no time to waste. A clear goal was firmly established in his heart, to hold a grand festival and immediately summon the gods to strengthen their faith and power. Only a few days had passed since the start of the large-scale work, and thousands of demons began to flock to the capital one after another, as the construction of the temple proceeded at a surprisingly fast, almost incredible pace. Soon, to the joy of all who had gathered, the majestic temple was finally erected, and rose above the ground, shining with fresh stone. The head of the church, standing at the head of the newly created sanctuary and addressing all those gathered, loudly and inspiredly declared that the constructed temple was truly magnificent and worthy of the divine gaze. The king respectfully responded that such a result was possible solely due to her wise help and tireless instructions. She also noted that those present were indeed a diverse group of races united for a common purpose. Gathering her courage and straightening her shoulders, she began her inspired speech. Addressing the congregation as devout beings who truly believed in the Lord Diavel, she said that their prayers would surely reach him in heaven, wherever he might be. The servant firmly and confidently declared that the long-awaited moment had come for everyone to unite with the heir of the demon lord and with the king who had saved them from death, and that the time had finally come to take revenge on the hated usurper who had destroyed their homes. The crowd responded enthusiastically with a noisy, friendly cry, warmly supporting her words. The king was filled with joy and quiet happiness, realizing how many different races were now willing to cooperate with him for a common cause. At that moment, the nun turned around and through the thin fabric that hid her face, cast a special look at him, full of hints and hidden fire. In a quiet voice, she said that after she had fiercely accepted his power, she would certainly restore the divine power of their patron. The king felt a slight embarrassment and heat from her words, but he showed little sign of it. Meanwhile, Some of the demons were looking with surprise and curiosity at that very king, about whom so many rumors and legends were circulating. The girls bowed respectfully to him and wished long life to their knight impregnator, and he, blushing deeply and feeling awkward, only thought that rumors were spreading much faster than he himself could explain anything. Then came the decisive and fateful moment. The Lord began by invoking the god of agriculture and, standing before the prepared offerings, with greatness and concentration he uttered the words of prayer. The god responded instantly, and, appearing right before them, first of all noted what a magnificent temple had been built, and how carefully everything had been done. The king was genuinely pleased with his appearance, and the god, turning to the statue of the demonic lord, noted that with such an amount of accumulated divine power, the demonic god should now actually be able to manifest. The king immediately, without the slightest hesitation, turned to the head of the church and asked if she could perform this sacred rite. She confidently, and without a shadow of a doubt, gave her consent. Looking up at the statue and bowing her head, she folded her hands and with a quiet but heartfelt plea addressed Lord Duel, sincerely asking him to answer her ardent call and come into their world. All those present, seized by a solemn and at the same time reverent mood, joined in the prayer of the head of the church, and for several long minutes a deep, almost ringing silence reigned in the temple, in which even the slightest rustle or sigh would have seemed blasphemous. The god of fertility, having listened to the prayers addressed to him, briefly and calmly answered that now was not the time for a final answer. However, approaching the majestic and stern statue of the demonic lord, he illuminated it with shining and warm magic, shimmering with soft gold. The rays of light that flared up from the touch of the divine power were so unbearably bright that they momentarily blinded everyone nearby, and then, as if from the billowing clouds of heaven, the Lord of Demons himself suddenly appeared before those gathered. His appearance was majestic, full of strength and ancient dignity. The first thing he did was to turn to the god of fertility, sincerely thanking him for his service, for his patience, and for his constant care for his community. Then, slowly turning to the head of the church, the demon lord praised her for being able to lead the demon tribe this far, keeping them loyal and united, despite all the difficulties and dangers. According to him, it was thanks to her efforts that a real opportunity to take revenge on the hated dark god and regain her lost dignity had now appeared. However, she herself, looking down in embarrassment, feeling insignificant before his greatness, and almost at a loss for words, quietly replied that there was no personal merit in this, and everything that was happening had happened only by his will, and she was only a guide. The god of fertility addressed the demon lord again, warning him that he must act immediately, and that any delay could result in tragedy. The lord nodded gravely and slowly, agreeing that there was no time to waste, and his gaze, full of inner strength, stopped on the king. With special emphasis and force in his voice, he asked if he had the demon sword, so important for the future events. The king, slightly confused by such a sharp turn, but firm in his actions and not wanting to show doubts, pulled out the weapon and confidently answered that the sword was here, with him, ready for use. Then the demon lord spoke words that shocked absolutely everyone present and made their hearts beat faster. He said quietly, but weightily and solemnly, that Rina Varad Anbrosum, the daughter of the demon lord Nosferatu, would inherit his power and be able to avenge him. The young princess, hearing this, was dumbfounded for a few moments and could not believe her own ears. Her breathing became ragged and her lips trembled. But the lord continued, leaving no room for doubt. After revenge, she would have to restore the demon kingdom and become the new full-fledged demon king herself. The king, noticing the girl's deep confusion, immediately turned to the vampire, trying to clarify whether the princess was ready to fight at all. She, with a hint of concern in her voice, admitted that the princess was still very young, but at the same time she had a natural talent for wielding a blade, and her father personally taught her this art from a very early age. She also added that she herself handed the demonic sword of hellfire to the king, sincerely believing that it was the one most suitable for him, but the god immediately objected and sharply cut off her words. He firmly stated that the sword must belong to the princess, for such was the last and sacred wish of the previous demon lord, which could not be violated. He went on to explain in detail. The demonic sword was filled with Nosferatu's deep regret, and his last thought as a loving father was to protect his daughter from all the evil in the world. That is why the true power of this blade can only be revealed when it serves the cause of her protection and preserves her life. Having handed the sword to the girl, the Lord concluded that both the demonic heritage and the title of the Lord of Demons itself should rightfully remain with her, and not with anyone else. The vampire, alarmed and almost in despair from what she heard, exclaimed that it did not matter at all how the princess would inherit the power of her majesty and whether she would wield this terrible sword, because she was afraid that the girl simply would not be able to defeat such a powerful enemy. But the god, without losing his calm and majesty, replied that he had already foreseen such a case in advance, and turned to the king with a serious request to call on Helgbaris, who was able to change the course of fate. The king fulfilled the request without the slightest delay, and another god appeared right in front of them, illuminating the temple with a new, almost blinding flash of power, from which even the stone walls trembled. His gaze immediately fell on the second princess standing nearby, and calling her over, he declared with undeniable confidence that the heavenly star sacred sword and the demonic sword were an inseparable pair created by fate itself. God declared that if she really was a true hero, she must join forces with the demon lord's youngest princess to fight the dark god's messenger together and win. The princess of the principality, trembling all over with tension and fear, but at the same time maintaining noble dignity and loyalty to duty, answered in a trembling but firm voice that if this was his personal order, she would carry it out, even if she had to pay for it with her own life. The demon lord, looking intently at the confused youngest princess, asked her directly if she was ready for this great mission and would take on such a heavy burden. The king, sensing her inner doubts and not wanting to leave her alone, came closer and gently but firmly asked if she wished to avenge her father. The girl, squeezing her trembling hands on the hilt of the blade and slowly raising her gaze, answered decisively and firmly. She would do everything possible and impossible to avenge him and fulfill her destiny. The king spoke with warmth and confidence to the princess to do what her heart tells her, and assured her that he would always be there. His words touched her soul so deeply that the girl, unable to contain her overwhelming feelings, rushed into his arms, sobbing and involuntarily remembering her father. The king, gently stroking her shoulders, quietly reminded her that she was not alone and that if they fought together, they would definitely win. Gathering her courage, the princess turned to the demon lord and extended her hand to the demon's sword. As soon as the cold hilt was in her palm, the seal on her hand flashed with a bright light. Everyone present immediately understood. She had 5 stars of blessings. This meant that together with the princess of the principality, they now had 10 stars, one more than the dark enemy. A tense whisper ran through the temple, but the king himself felt a slight relief in his heart, as if hope had finally found solid ground. The god of fertility, stepping closer to him, bowed down and quietly whispered, the king should call upon the goddess of wisdom, because since he had decided to help, he needed new strength. The king nodded silently, approached her statue and offered a prayer. His words did not hang in silence. The goddess responded immediately and appeared right in front of the assembled people. The old god of fertility greeted her contentedly, saying that they had not seen each other for ages. He added with a grin that it was time to pay off the debts. The goddess, folding her arms and narrowing her eyes, replied that he should not dare to talk to her as if she were a stingy miser, and nevertheless agreed to help. Turning to the king, she said that she would grant him the blessing of the goddess of wisdom. Her movement was sudden and swift. She grabbed his hand sharply, pulled him closer and kissed him right on the forehead. The king, dumbfounded and confused, mechanically touched the place of the kiss with his fingers and felt his vision change. A new reality opened before his eyes. He began to see something that an ordinary person was not able to discern. On his forehead shone the invisible eye of the goddess. She explained that now he could even see the flows of forces usually hidden from human sight. The goddess assured him that this gift would be a decisive weapon when he had to face evil. The king bowed his head in gratitude, feeling the weight and power of the new blessing. However, the goddess did not stop there. She reminded him that from now on he was one of her followers and sternly commanded him to never stop believing in her power. Whatever danger may stand in his way, only with wisdom can he defeat even enemies far superior to him. The king confidently and briefly agreed, not doubting either the words of the goddess or his own choice. Then the goddess turned to the old man, the god of fertility, and with a slight smile remarked that she was not stingy at all, and that the fact that she had not blessed his beloved follower earlier did not make her bad. The old man, puffing and scowling, asked reproachfully, if she was so generous, then why hadn't she given her blessing from the very beginning? The goddess was slightly embarrassed and, lowering her voice, muttered that he was too restless and importunate an old man, which was why she had refrained then. After a short squabble, she looked seriously at the king and declared, "He is not an ordinary reincarnation." When those present looked at each other in surprise, she explained that all previous reincarnations had begun in infancy. But with him, everything was different, and this different concealed a much greater meaning than one could imagine. The goddess of wisdom, frowning, turned to the old man, trying to find out why, in his opinion, the king had retained his body after being reborn. The old man, scratching his beard and looking away in embarrassment, replied that such things always happen in such situations. The goddess, rolling her eyes wearily and calling him a stubborn old man to herself, explained that in reality the king's former body had long since ceased to exist, and that it was not a matter of reanimation. The old man asked with interest what she meant, and then the goddess, after a short pause, explained. The young man's new body was created by the first goddess herself, and not as a continuation of the old one, but as a new soul embodied in flesh. This was a real shock for the old man. Only now did he understand that the king was actually created by the deity himself. And yet, to hide his excitement, he half-jokingly remarked that if the young man was doomed to be a farmer, then at least in the guise of a young and strong one. The goddess smiled reservedly and confirmed, it was the first goddess who made him that way. She added that once upon a time all the gods gathered together to bestow a blessing upon him, and then the first goddess created a body for his soul. Only now did the old man begin to realize how incredible this power was, and that it might even seem excessive. The goddess admitted that she still felt a vague fear of the young man. It scared her that he was able to call her so easily, as if it were natural. When the old man cautiously inquired why she had given him the eye of a god, in addition to her blessings, the goddess calmly explained that any blessing bestowed by a deity could not be revoked, even by the giver. That was why the blessings of the demons who had gone over to the king's side did not disappear, and vice versa. This immutable truth became the reason for her hesitation. She did not want to bind him with her power, but it was already impossible to change. The king, keeping his cool, answered firmly. His intentions remained unchanged. He would use the power he had received only for what he considered right. The goddess, hearing this, felt relieved. She expressed hope that he would continue on this path, because if the world fell under the power of villains, then even the gods would be in danger. The old man frowned and remarked that this must be why the first goddess had decided to grant him such great power. The goddess of wisdom agreed, and confirmed that it was she who had summoned him into this world. Then the old man loudly concluded that this could only mean one thing. The king was the savior their world had been waiting for. His face lit up with a satisfied smile, and he noted, not without pride, that everything had turned out as he had predicted from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the goddess of wisdom turned to the other gods. She reminded them that they were all equal, and only by joining forces could they achieve their goal. Her words sounded like a warning and a call to common action. The elder could not resist asking a new question: what would happen to her? The goddess shrugged and admitted that she did not know. She did not believe that the other gods were plotting against her, but added that it was always necessary to be on guard. Then she turned to the king and said gravely that everything the gods could do had already been accomplished. Now everything else depended solely on him. The king thought for a moment and asked if this meant that she had thought it all through beforehand and therefore had given him the eye and the blessing of wisdom. The goddess smiled softly and affirmatively. According to her, this is what made him her follower. The elder intervened with displeasure, reminding that in fact, he was the young man's first follower. The goddess, narrowing her eyes, corrected herself, stating that he was a follower of all the gods at once. The atmosphere was becoming too tense, and then the goddess decided to diffuse it by offering to drink sake, which the old man had prudently prepared in advance. At that very moment, another god appeared in the hall. With a joyful laugh, he grabbed the cup and remarked that he should be the first to taste good wine. The old man frowned and called him a gnome in irritation. The goddess only chuckled and, with a lively glint in her eyes, declared that she wanted to share the drink too. Soon she invited all the gods to join the celebration. The elder, forgetting about his grumbling, solemnly proclaimed that they were celebrating this day as a day of victory and were obliged to remember it forever. Meanwhile, while the gods were enjoying their brief joy, in the distant kingdom of demons, other scenes reigned. There, the air was filled with groans, screams, and torments. One of the demons, struggling to cope with the anxiety that had overwhelmed him, turned to his master. He was tormented by an uneasy premonition. The Lord, without taking his cold gaze away, calmly, almost emotionlessly, replied that his power had finally reached its limit, and that soon the whole world would fall at his feet. The king, dressed in his ceremonial attire, stood under the bright sun. His heart was filled with anxiety and determination. He had been informed that 104 vampires had managed to penetrate the palace, and this news did not give him peace. The words of King Zaster were also recalled. He insistently asked to marry his daughter off quickly and to show her the honor worthy of an heiress. It was this thought that prompted the king to decide to hold a small wedding ceremony with the princess right before the upcoming battle. When he turned around, he saw a princess in a snow-white wedding dress. Her image radiated purity and fragility, and a slight blush only emphasized her embarrassment. She timidly asked if the dress suited her, and heard in response a sincere confession of her beauty. Even more embarrassed, she thanked him. Holding hands, they walked together to the altar, and their solemn procession touched the hearts of the guests. The bride's father was also present. His look, full of pride, could not hide his tears. He said that his daughter looked great, and added warmly that they would certainly have a wonderful child. Thus, the wedding itself became not only a union of two people, but also a symbol of peace and friendship between countries. Later that night, the king visited his wife's chambers. He asked if she was tired and remarked that the ceremony had gone remarkably well. The princess agreed, but there was a sad note in her words. When asked cautiously about the reasons for her sadness, she hastened to assure that she had no complaints. It was just that everything turned out to be too wonderful, as if it wasn't for her. The king did not immediately understand her thought and asked her to explain. Then the princess admitted that she perceived the wedding as a symbol of the unity of their countries. As an heiress, she felt proud to be part of this union. She added that she had dreamed of such a ceremony since childhood, and now the dream has become a reality, making her truly happy. Hearing this, the king remarked that if she had truly enjoyed herself, then all the preparations had been worth the effort. The princess continued that thanks to this event, even the nobles of her principality, who had previously mocked her behind her back, finally saw her in a new light and calmed down. These words brought relief to the king. However, suddenly she jumped up and exclaimed that everything was not as perfect as it seemed. Tears filled her eyes again. She admitted that she felt guilty. It was her actions, she believed, that had started a senseless war that had left many people hurt and dead. She spoke of the soldiers who had not lived to see this day and begged him to forgive her for the suffering they had caused her. The king tried to calm her down. He said that the past should not weigh on her so much, because he himself, as a defender of his country, understood the price of the decisions made. He noted that he saw her efforts for the sake of the people, and knew how difficult this path was. The princess, in despair, exclaimed that he was too kind to her, and that this only made things worse for her. She tearfully begged him to hit her, to curse her. The king sat down next to her, looking worried, and gently asked her to raise her face. In response, she confessed that her father came from the common people and managed to elevate the country through wise governance, and her mother died as a heroine, defending her homeland. Comparing herself to them, she considered herself a sinner who almost destroyed the principality. In her eyes, she was only fit to give birth to an heir, but not to receive kindness and support from him. The king, stroking her cheek, noticed that even her repentance was striking in its directness. He said that she attributed too much to him, as if he were a great man, when he himself was far from perfect. When the princess asked in surprise if he was not infallible, he admitted that he had made many mistakes. He added that the difference between them was small, and as a politician she was even stronger than him in some ways. These words confused her. Then he explained that perhaps the only difference was that when he was in doubt he always listened to the opinions of those around him. He asked how she did it. The princess admitted that she often ignored the advice of her loyal advisor, who repeatedly argued with her. When asked about the reason, she answered. After her father's illness, she herself became commander-in-chief and sought to prove her strength so that she would be taken seriously. The king nodded, understanding her. He noted that her straightforwardness and desire to pull everything alone turned into a heavy burden. He suggested that she not carry this burden alone in the future. He admitted that he survived only because there were always people around him who supported him. Recalling his wives, he said that each of them was superior to him in some way. One was stronger in business, another in politics, a third knew war, a fourth was in charge of the household. With a smile, he concluded that they were all better than he was. The princess, with a heavy sigh, admitted that in that case she had been wrong from the very beginning. The king gently asked her to help him as his wife. But she, still hesitant, asked if she would ever be able to support him, because in her current state she did not feel confident. Her voice trembled as she sought an answer from him about what to do. The king said it was simple. He asked her to be like him, not to be shy about talking about her feelings and, if she didn't understand something, to turn to him and others. Then together they could think about the future. These words calmed her down, and she, having gained a little strength, agreed. The king kissed her tenderly. A moment later, the princess, still blushing, admitted that she had a request too. Now that she was his wife, she wanted him to call her by her name, and the king sheepishly agreed.